very suave as always.
Anybody need a copy of the Harding letter that came in at like
Sure.
5:15 today? Sure.
Love the Harding letter. What's it about?
Oh, that's about the public.
Oh,
He's responding to their comments yesterday.
of course. That's why those guys get paid $800 an hour.
Yeah.
I said to Lauren Paul yesterday, I said, wow, Lauren, I've just been reading your letter. It's so annoying. I mean,
Hers are so long, I've never read any. I started and I'm like,
Yeah.
There's the ones that came after yesterday.
oh, thank you.
Kyle, do you know how to set up? Well,
I probably do.
Yeah.
No, you just, when I need to know that you're using them so I can get the Oh.
Oh, okay. It's an option. It's too clunky. We'll just.
Is there a whole team of people out there eating their heads off? Is that what's happening? Just two ladies stuffing their faces. Oh, it's just crazy.
But it doesn't matter because it's all of those. Even like
Hello. 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 Aha.
Yes.
It's a thankless
So we have a wireless mic.
Okay.
I guess while I'm up here for my part, you can hold on to it, whatever, and then when what are we gonna do? Let's play around. It seems more funny because I think Kyle has to turn it on and off. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Richard asked if we could have the wireless mic so we don't do it. Let's wait past that.
Yeah, that's fine. There's only us in the audience.
Right. I think so. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Fully stopped.
Yeah. There's going.
So we just changed everything in there.
lot of New Yorkers there.
Yeah, well,
Is this for Kyle?
oh, Carl's all by himself today.
Oh, water. The water here.
We don't have cups out.
I might actually get a thought. You know what? You sit here and you start to get a little.
So keep them all wired up. It's right there. So once you're sitting in the back,
Right, laying on the ground. Baz knocks the rag. You're Miss Squeaky. To the empty corner.
I always like people who send in. Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Monica. It's Thursday, March the 3rd. This is a continuance of the meeting from last night. We are going to reopen the public hearing in a minute. We will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Jing, could you lead us in the pledge this evening, please? Thank you, and could we have a roll call, please?
I have a question.
Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Here.
Commissioner Fresco.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Newbold.
Here.
Commissioner Perry.
Here.
And Chair McKinnon.
Present. So this is a reopened hearing from last night. At the end of last night, we had concluded hearing public comment. The proceedings for tonight will be that the Commission will continue with its questions of the Planning Department about various aspects of this report that's been presented and the testimony from last night. Following those questions, and I intend to do much as I did last night, which is allow as much questioning as possible, but give every Commissioner a couple of minutes right off the bat to have their top questions heard and get their voice underway. Following the questions, we will then move to consider the report. And I have distributed to all of you a Chair's agenda for this evening. The first items of consideration will be the land use districts and the development standards, followed by historic preservations, culture, infrastructure, mobility, and then actions. I'm hoping we get concluded this evening. Before we conclude, I'm going to ask the Commissioners to give us some overall themes and thoughts that they want out of the document going forward. If we don't conclude, we'll pick a time within the next couple of weeks to come back and conclude this discussion. It is important to keep reiterating that we are here to make the best possible downtown community plan. We are not working to a schedule to have it done by a certain time. The outcome is more important than the length of the process, although we will move expeditiously. Therefore, what we're trying to do is to refine the plan, make it a workable plan for our downtown. And tonight we are again looking at the directions, given the testimony we've heard, the directions we want to go in, what we don't want in the report, what we think is important that's not encapsulated here, issues that may need further work from the Planning Department going forward or may need further consultation. And so that's the context of this evening, and that's the context in which we all operate. Are there any questions before we move to ask questions of our devoted planning staff? So, Commissioner Kennedy.
You didn't specifically mention it, but community benefits, I'm sure, is a part of all that.
Yes.
And then about the time frame about possibly coming back in 2 weeks or however we have to do it, because the communications department talked about doing all the outreach and their roadshow and the surveys and all of that, it really wouldn't come back to us until that data is back. Is that right?
No, I think that what we're talking about is that this initial cut, we finish our discussion of this and then release it back to the communications people and the community consultation and go from there. But we'll decide that at the end of our process here. I'm simply saying that we will move through it expeditiously. Most likely, if we don't finish tonight, we'll come back on March 16. I think next week's agenda is pretty full already, and the 16th looks the most likely. So with that, let's start. Questions, issues, comments that people would like to hear from the Planning Department themselves. Commissioner Fresco, you've always got a question or two up your sleeve. Why don't you begin? And remember, after a couple of minutes, I'll ask some of the others to be heard from.
Well, I have some questions about, I have a lot of questions, about the DA situation and the 4 sites. Maybe you want to answer them? I don't know. You want to hear them first?
So we also have a new innovation this evening. We have 2 microphones so that we can have Mr. Page and Mr. James commenting simultaneously.
Cool. Don't talk over
Yes.
each other.
It's a time-saving measure. One will sit in the audience with the handheld, the other one will leave. Wait a minute, that's me.
Kyle.
And it just seems like only yesterday we were all together. But,
Deja vu.
yeah.
How do you want to do this? Do you want me to answer the questions as
Well,
we go? Or
I think answer the question. What was your question?
I haven't asked it yet.
Go for it.
Well, my first question is, yesterday I had asked if having the standards for DAs and saying what we wanted them to include, kind of pre-entitled them and made it harder for us to say legally, no, we can't do it, and you said no. And my follow-up question to that is, if we didn't include any of that, and each DA had to get their text amendment and go through their DA process like they do now, would it be any different than it is now? I mean, what would be different about it?
I think the biggest part, and then Jing can follow up on this, the biggest part is going to be the community benefits that we're allowed to negotiate. Do the development standards still apply to them? Yes, but the amount of community benefits that we're allowed to negotiate will be the negotiation piece. And I believe Jing and maybe Susan has some to add.
Jing, would you like to comment?
Sure.
And the word allowed, it was really interesting.
Sorry?
He said that what we are allowed to negotiate was especially interesting. So if you can address that.
So the way it's set up in the DCP in the draft now is that the idea was not to set standards for development agreements, because of course each of them are a case-by-case individual negotiation. What it was intending to do was to have the conversation now as a community about our expectations and recognizing that it embodies this moment in time. In 10 years, we might feel different, and I think I heard this commission talk about in the fall a need to sort of prioritize the benefits so that we are communicating now what our priorities are as a community: affordable housing, open space, those sorts of things, so that we're not all sort of, every time someone comes here with, potentially similar kinds of projects or, a different project even, it's not kind of up in the air, in terms of the community doesn't know what to expect in terms of the negotiations. We're here kind of bouncing back and forth. The staff's, doing our best to try and take everyone's input, but we get to the hearings and it's sort of a crapshoot, the way it is now, where there's not really some guidelines, and that's what these are intended to be, is sort of just a signal and guidelines, but not a standardization or anything like that. That's really the difference. It's a sort of nuanced difference, but it's different than sort of just, the book is open and we're not really putting forward our ideas and our expectations.
So if they're guidelines, then why are they in the standards and regulations?
I think they are.
I think it's two separate things we're talking about. One is we're not trying to standardize community benefits. We're trying to put up a priority list. The other is the development standards themselves.
I've been asking about the development standards.
Yeah, right. And I see that there's two different issues. And development standards would apply to every project.
Oh, yeah.
It's the community benefits that we're trying to, what Jing was saying, trying to let them know what you can expect to be negotiating up front. Development standards apply to the projects though.
Right, but now if somebody wants to poke a hole in our limit, they have to go through a negotiation and get a text amendment and go. So now we're sort of streamlining that step out for these 4 projects. So that seems...
No, I think, and it's not 4 when you get down to, if we're talking about the height situation, poking the hole, we're limited to that caveat that you should have gone through, had to have gone through design review to even be considered for up to 130 feet.
So it's 3 now.
Right.
Right. So I still don't, so maybe it seems to me, maybe you tell me if this is not sort of a similar but different approach that would be a lot more comfortable perhaps for a lot of people if we didn't give that caveat that we'll talk to you faster if it's under 130 feet. Like now when we had those 34 different DAs that were piling in and everybody was freaking out and we didn't have our book yet. There was a certain prioritization that went on about housing, and maybe instead, if your building is, the bigger your building is, the further it is in the line, and we'll get to it when we get to it. And that would be, to me, seems like a really big incentive for people to try to fit the stuff that they want in a smaller envelope and move up in the line. And then that helps us pace ourselves.
Well, we're by no means streamlining those 3 projects. What we are doing is limiting who can actually ask for up to 130 feet. We are actually acknowledging the reality that there are 3 projects that are out there proposing over 84 feet. And what we're saying is anyone can ask. You can ask for 200 feet, 300 feet, and then it will come through this body, and we would assume denied, and off to
Right.
council denied, out of hand, because the rules are that only these 3 sites, given
Right.
the current reality, are allowed to be considered for up to 130.
I guess I'm just not
So it doesn't
seeing why we
streamline
have
anything.
to say that those 3 can and not.
And we don't have to, and that was a conversation
Right.
last night, is,
Right.
but what we're trying to get away from is after the fact, agreeing on all the rules, and then coming back in and doing a text amendment for project by project. We're trying to get away from that system and make this predictable, so at the end of it all, we know exactly what the rules are and how it's going to work over the next 15, 20
Right.
years.
Commissioner Fresco, there's a couple of immediate follow-ups from Commissioner Newbold and Commissioner Kennedy.
I guess I think it's sort of a philosophical decision, right? Because if we make this plan and we already know there's things in the pipeline, and then we have to do text amendments right away, that feels sort of like a violation. I mean, that's how I think we had that conversation here at some point. So I think it's kind of a philosophical thing, because we already know they're in the pipeline.
But they're already in line for text amendments anyway. Assuming they aren't they?
That's not what
those
I
aren't
understand.
necessarily
What
covered.
I heard last night is that if and I'm not supporting it or not supporting it, we limit the 130. Whatever projects are out there, I got the impression that they understand that they will not be filing a text amendment.
Right. That's
Well,
what.
they can,
and
though.
but
They can, of course, you always
Commissioner-
can.
Commissioner
Right,
Kennedy.
but it doesn't have to be approved.
But so what you're saying though is actually not going to permanently preclude anybody from ever seeking the process by which they come to the Planning Commission for a float up. They want to bypass or violate all of the zoning codes that have been established, including the heights, shoot for whatever amendments they want to amend, and that would still have to go through the process. When you were explaining it to Nina a minute ago, you were saying, and we can say no, and the council can say no, but the reality is that it would have to go through the process.
It has to be considered. Legally, we have to consider the project. Jane, Susan?
That's right. I hate to speak in absolutes, but if somebody files an application, we would have to follow our own process for processing DAs. And I just want to clarify that, what's in the DCP right now are our guidelines. They're aspirational guidelines. As far as I know, we're still going to do a value enhancement analysis in order to consider what the consideration should be, because at the end it's a contract, offer, acceptance, consideration, and it depends on what I don't want to say demands, but covenants are being placed on the land. So if the city asks that certain conditions be met that may have an impact on the land value, that may cut up, it may cut down. So there still has to be some flexibility, and that's exactly what the purpose is of a development agreement. It just sounds as if we are trying to narrow the opportunities for development agreements because of the fact that we had the interim zoning ordinance and it took us so long to get here to this point.
Jing, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, just because I feel like there might be a little bit of confusion. So if we have the development standards in the specific plan, if there's a development agreement, it does have to comply with those standards. They can't do what they do now, which is the zoning code is sort of a guideline, and then you can kind of go here and there and massage standards on open space or what have you. The standards in a specific plan have the effect of, being basically like the general plan. The DA has to comply with it. They can't vary from it. There's no flexibility unless we would like to make that so. So that's the standards. The community benefits are sort of a separate aside in terms of what you negotiate. So I just wanted to clarify that,
Commissioner
because it sounded
Kennedy
there might be
has a
some
follow-up.
confusion.
Well, but then isn't this system though actually creating two types of development agreements, because the state still allows someone to come and ask for the violations to the code in exchange for benefits with a contract. So it's like having the city would be having it within the downtown boundary, and of course within the plan for this the downtown area would have kind of its own separate DA process. So there would be essentially two development agreement processes available to people.
Not necessarily. The development agreement always has to comply with your general plan. So to the extent that, wherever else in the city someone might want to do that, how different that is from downtown. The compliance would be with the loose versus a specific plan. Now, if it's in the Bergamot area plan, that's going to be the controlling document. If it's in the future Memorial Park neighborhood plan, that would be a controlling area. So the fact that we're doing these sort of more focused plans for areas, that will be the case, certainly.
So then I want clarity on what you just said. So there could be compliance with this specific plan as a part of the general plan or the broader general plan?
No, if you have a project that's in the downtown, that development agreement is going to have to comply with the general plan, for the general plan documents that control for downtown. So that'd be, of course, the loose, and then this downtown specific plan. If you were doing a DA on Wilshire, I don't know, just putting that there for example, not saying there's anything on Wilshire, and we don't have a, sort of Wilshire sub area plan or something like that, then the general plan there would be the loose.
Okay, thanks.
However, you are setting up 84 feet as the general height through the general plan, but you're introducing on 3 sites 130 feet. So you're already entitling 3 sites with the ability to ask for 130 feet. Up to 130 feet. I believe the general manager of the city reminded me last night, but nonetheless,
I was about to, okay.
it's unlikely someone's going to come in and ask for 89 feet, just putting it in perspective. So there are 3 sites that would have 130 feet as the right to ask for.
Well, they have the right to ask for whatever they want. What we're saying is it won't be considered. This is the shot across the bow. This is, fist on the table. You shouldn't ask for over 130 if you want to be taken seriously.
But that's not true, because anyone's got the right to ask for anything they
That's
want
right.
at any time.
Exactly.
So you are saying as an absolute, this closes them all down. I'm saying it will never close it down, because the state mandates if they come in with a DA, they're allowed to do it, and they can ask for a text amendment as well.
Correct.
And that trumps everything. So I'm not understanding why this requirement closes down the ability of big projects, to come in and ask for a big project.
It doesn't. It sends a signal to developers that this body and city
Right.
council, if they agree on this rule, agree that the thinking is you should not even ask for over 130. Does that mean that you can't? No. You come in and ask for 200 feet, and then it should go through the process. And if everyone agrees that, hey, we said 130 was for 3 sites, not this site, or not 180 for that site, then I would assume that would mean that there would be a denial of that project and go through city council, and then that project would be denied.
I see. So it's a guidance. Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Kennedy.
I guess I just want to question whether we should be spending time on a question like this, because I think this is the case anywhere in the city, in any city. Like, anybody can come in and on Ashland propose a 200 story building and ask for a text amendment, right? It's like, it's ludicrous, but somebody can do it, and it would have to go through the process. So I think I would encourage us to focus on what we want the rules to be in the plan, rather than kind of anticipating some.
Yeah. So that's such an interesting point, because I think this goes to the heart of what the discussion is here this evening. And I, for one, am not inclined to close it down, because I happen to believe that this is a topic that people are interested in. And I, for one, was confused about what the city manager was proposing on behalf of the planning department last night, whether that did close things down, whether it was open. And people keep asking me, does this close off for all time, large projects? No, it doesn't. And the clarification, you understand it extremely well, I have no doubt about it, and I think other members do, but how we organise ourselves and proceed tonight's actually pretty important. Commissioner Fresco. But the wider point, should we keep talking about this all night? No.
Well, I that was my main question on that topic. If, I certainly have discussion.
So we'll rotate to someone else and come
Okay.
back to you in a minute. Commissioner Kennedy, have you got a couple of minutes of questions right now, or I'll move to another commissioner and we'll come back to you?
Well, I'll just say, I actually have some more to say specifically about the individual sites, but right now, based on this topic, I still posit that there's still kind of like a 2-tier development agreement system, because we would be establishing a height, even if it was for 3 sites, or, as I'll propose, maybe 1, or which ones are meritorious of such a thing, but then, of course, someone could later ask for a text amendment and try to exceed it. So I still feel like it's creating exorbitant heights and in 2 avenues to do it.
So, Commissioner Anderson, I just was saying this before you came in, we're all going to have a couple of minutes now, and then we're going to have as much time as you want asking questions. And there are 2 microphones. Peter's got one of his own too, so you can multi-question if you'd like. Commissioner Parry.
I just want to make sure I understood that for projects on these large sites in the downtown, they would not be required if they were within 130 feet of height, and that they would not be required to apply for a text amendment.
Depends on how this plan gets adopted. So this is an idea that's being floated up in the draft document. And at the end, if it stays as the language is right now, they would have to have a text amendment too, because we're not giving them 130 feet. It's saying you can be considered that. If everyone agrees, those 3 sites, yes, they're the only ones that get 130 feet. Let's codify it and say 130 feet is your maximum on these 3 sites. Then you would need a text amendment when it came through, as long as you meet all the other underlying
So they
standards.
need to go through the same process as if that language was not there. If they were above 84 feet, they
Yeah,
would need
correct.
to go through the same process, if whether that language is in there or not.
Right, unless it's codified that these sites actually definitely have
Actually
130 feet as a
which
standard.
would require a change to the draft.
Right.
Okay. And the EIR, what that covered, anyone that exceeded 84 feet, would that require some kind of supplemental
No.
analysis?
No, we don't study shade shadow.
For the purposes of CEQA, aesthetics is not an impact study area. As a local agency, we do study shade and shadow analysis, so we would look at it. However, the basis of the EIR analysis is the floor area that was studied. The height in and of itself doesn't impact the analysis in the EIR in terms of the amount of net new that we're looking at. So whether it's 84 or 130, it really doesn't make a difference that way. But we would certainly, if that was the direction that the draft came out of, we would certainly update the EIR a bit before the final EIR was published to reflect, the project that is the downtown plan.
City Attorney.
I was just going to mention that because it's in a transit area, so there's an exemption in that you don't consider the aesthetic impacts. So that's the reason why shade and shadow may not be significant or alter the analysis.
Thank you. Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, so with I guess any of these projects, whether they exceed 84 feet or not, what kind of environmental analysis would each project need to provide?
Well, just like any other analysis, you'd have to do an initial study and determine whether the effects are the same as what were analyzed in the EIR and make a determination. If you find that the effects were not analyzed in the EIR, then you would have to analyze them. But if they were, then you could basically piggyback off of what's already done in the EIR, the program EIR.
And the exemptions that we've seen recently applied here in Santa Monica, do the constraints on who can utilize that exemption, would we expect that they would apply to projects that were in that ballpark of 70 feet and taller?
Yes, I mean, those are exemptions that are, they've been, included in the CEQA statute to address really the most recent one that you've seen for transit adjacent areas, areas sort of close to major frequent transit. Those have been the kinds of exemptions that you've seen recently. So, again, each project would be evaluated on its own merits, but that would be something that would be available.
So let's get our environmental expert. Is that conclude? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I mean, Susan and Jing handled it quite well. They said exactly what I would have said.
Excellent. that is lucky, isn't
I'm
it?
just here for the show.
Great. Commissioner Newbold, are there any Commissioner Fonderman? No. Commissioner Anderson. Okay.
I'm a little embarrassed by this question. The tiering.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the graphic that I'm laying out for myself here. Tier 1 is by right, not
It is,
not
and we're-
DRP.
Right, and we're gonna get into this in a minute about what
Okay.
thresholds are. I think there is some confusion. I get the confusion. It would seem that tier 1's AA, tier 2 is DR, and tier 3 is DA, but that's not exactly how it works. There are square foot thresholds for that. I have a table in here, and there's actually a little cheat sheet that I've handed out to try to simplify the table that we have
Cool.
up here.
Background information, I think. No, it's there to your left.
I withhold my question. I withdraw my question.
Great question.
So I have a couple of questions. So we heard in public testimony about affordable housing, and the presentation was put to us by CCSM that buildings up to 75 units should be allowed ministerially and should not have any review, nor should they have any ground floor retail of any sort. Could you give us some thinking about that, please?
I think my personal opinion is that the 50 unit it was well thought out and well vetted, and the idea that through the whole loose process, one of the main things that our community brought up was they want to see projects come forward and have at least a DR, at least a public hearing to weigh in on it. Now, even though it is 100% affordable housing, and we do want to encourage affordable housing, it's obviously up to this commission and city council if we want to see 75 unit or even above that. I mean, I guess I don't understand why 75 is different from 50 or 100. Like, where did that number come from, right? And then as I'm not a mathematician here, but and as far as the ground floor commercial, you know, a big part of our downtown, or the idea of the downtown, is activating the district. And even if it's a small space of ground floor commercial, and you included a small cafe or a juice bill or something like that, it's just it would go a long ways to helping activate the block. We don't want to see something where we end up with 150 feet of just blank wall or not well designed ground floor that would break up that pedestrian experience.
And can you then speak to the change between the previous plan and this one that allocated 0.5 or half the FAR to housing as a bonus, and this one now allocates 0.5?
Oh, correct. Okay, so in the past, the way that it was done was there was development standards that were set through the general plan, and later on, this caveat was included that we would apply a 50% discount to any density or FAR that was residential in use. So essentially, you would end up with what wild FARs that you can never reach, like 6.0 or 7.0. What we're doing with this plan is being transparent. We're saying now your FAR is, so people would come forward back in the day and say, I have a 2.0 FAR. We know it's actually closer to 4.0. What we're saying in this here is you're allowed 4.0. That's your FAR, or it's 3.5 with a bonus of 0.5 up to 4.0.
Commissioner Anderson.
So why weren't people building to the 4.0 or the 6.0 if
They were. It's just on paper it would say 29,999 square feet, right? So we had a 30,000 square foot threshold. But in reality, if you look at the projects, and I gave a presentation at one point that shows the projects that went through, and they were at the 55,000 mark or the 47,000 mark. They were using that 50% discount, and so we're just trying to be more transparent with this system rather than someone saying they have a 2.0 FAR when it's really in reality a 3.5 or 4.0. And that's what the 50% discount was doing, and it was.
Does it produce the same result?
Yes. And that's when you look at the development standards in the sub areas, and a couple years ago when we first started talking about what's appropriate for each sub area, we based it on the types of projects we were seeing back then. And so if you look at the project on the corner of 6th and Broadway, and they got 50,000 square feet or 55,000 square feet, we look at the FARs and what's appropriate, and we set that as the FAR. These are the typical mixed-use residential projects we're seeing. Let's be transparent, say what the FAR is, and make that the standard, rather than doing the strange 50% discount.
so I just want to clarify. So really, I'm hearing you say that what's proposed in the specific plan is a continuation of not the way the standard is described, but what the end result is.
Yes.
Is a continuation of what we have been seeing.
Correct.
Mostly 5-story buildings.
Exactly. 60 feet in height, except for the 18-foot ground floor level. I mean, we used to see, Hosteria is about 10, 11 feet. So except for the 18-foot, we should see the end result be more or less what we've been seeing.
Chair, sorry, is that okay if I have another?
Yes, please.
But the FARs on a lot of these, in a lot of these areas, is less than the 4.0 that you're saying was comment.
And it varies by sub-area. If you look on 6th and 7th Street, and we were looking at the type of products that we were getting back there and type of buildings we were getting then, it was around 3.5 for most. You would vary for most of them that I looked at were between 3.3 up to 4 or 3.7. And so we ended up saying 3.25 because we have a little bit more stricter design guidelines to try to get a better product out of these developments.
I have another follow-up question. Is that okay?
Of course, and then it'll be Commissioner Parry. So
Okay.
let's keep going. Yes.
So I'm curious, I think the last time we met, you shared with us that you had conducted some analyses to compare what the maximum FAR is in the standards with the building envelope that was being defined by height and setback and step back requirements or floor ratio requirements. This revised document layers in some new standards that are really long. Things like the frontage thing, right? Like the percentage frontage standard. I'm trying to remember what some of what the other ones are.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry. That'll let you know. Maximum frontage occupancy upper
And I
floor.
believe you are Mr. Neil Payton.
I'm
is that
sorry.
correct?
I'm Neil Payton. I'm an architect and
Consultant to
urban
the city.
designer and consultant to the city, and
Excellent. Thank you.
coincidentally happen to be a resident of this city as well.
That's a full trifecta, yes. Please.
And there are those aspects. There are a number of things that deal with just the building form to ensure that we have a city of streets and spaces that are congenial and pleasant to be in.
Yeah, so I mean, I think these standards were shifted from the design guidelines into being standards in an effort to get better designed buildings. Did we kind of re-look at the envelope versus the FAR? I guess I'm just curious about whether these new standards reduced the envelope such that now there's a disconnect.
When we did the original standards, these standards were moved, but they're not different. I mean, there are some slight differences, I mean, but they're really ones of tweaking and nuance. The overall issues of bulk and form were tested. They were actually, when we originally wrote them, were in the standards. Then they were moved to the guidelines, and now they're back in the standards. So they do work, and they exist so that, for example, in the maximum upper floor frontage occupancy is an alternative to the step back, absolute step back requirement. In fact, it's more flexible than the existing zoning is, despite what some would say.
Because part of the building can be forward and at the upper floor is part of the building.
In Jog, where in the past you technically couldn't do that unless some people granted them exceptions, which sometimes happened.
Okay. I guess I would say, too, that my sense of that requirement in particular is to make sure that there is some step back on the street side of the building, because when you're just setting the standard based on the floor plate ratio, the bulk of the building could have been towards the street, but now there's a requirement that it be pushed back at those upper stories. Okay, thanks.
Right, and that's for most building types, except for our smaller building types on the 7,500 square foot lots.
So
Can I
is that a
just-
follow-up? Because
Yeah.
Commissioner Parry's been waiting patiently.
I'm sorry. Just those standards and those frontage ratios and step backs start above the third floor, is my understanding, and that's kind of high up for the feeling on the street, in my opinion. And I was wondering if you could explain how that helps the street.
Well, I think the thinking was that we'd start above Tier 1, which Tier 1 has always been 32 to 39 feet, and then which could give you 3 stories. And so that's when we started wanting to break up the mass, and I think that we consider the first few floors the
I thought I
pedestrian
read
scale level.
54 feet somewhere. That's above 39 feet.
Yes.
The maximum upper floor frontage occupancy percentages begin at 54 feet. That's true. But the maximum floor plate ratios taper down below 100% above the third floor. So yes, you could have a building that was 54 feet up at the face. We could adjust that. That's not fixed in stone. That was a kind of a judgment.
Well, one of the things we discussed at this commission last time was the idea of finding some way of getting people to share the hole in the middle of the building with the view from the street. Is that reflected in here? I mean, I didn't see
Right.
it. Maybe is there something about the way those numbers work that makes that happen sometimes? Did I miss it, or is it not?
Well, I will say that that's not so simple to. I don't exactly know how to force that. That's hard. I think that there's a lot in here that allows that to happen, but it doesn't force it. Absolutely.
So it's not
Right.
in there, just
Right. I will say that the 54 feet also came from, when we looked at the step back requirements that are built into the existing Bayside, I guess it's no longer existing, or it is existing until this is passed. There were a number of different places where that step back began depending on which street you were on. So this was something of a hybrid.
Right. Well, yeah, I have some feelings about that, but I'll share them later.
So Commissioner Kennedy has a follow-up that's a yes or no.
So that 54 feet entry point for the starting of the, is that something, should somebody propose a project like that at a development review level, is that something that the Planning Commission could say, hey, you know what, it's in there, and your project goes up to 54 feet, and the whole thing fronts the street, but it stinks, and so we think you should reshape that. Is that possible to do, or is that set in stone? Like, you know, if you were to say, hey, where this parcel is and what's next door and all of these factors make it really not a very good idea to have proposed that, is that, or should we take a look at that standard now?
So I'll defer to the city
Sorry, it wasn't
planning
yes or no.
director.
Yeah, thank you. So one thing I wanted to point out, when you're talking about the fact that we moved things from guidelines into the standards, another thing we also did was to include the provision that we utilize the major mod and minor mod process that we have in the zoning ordinance. So that would provide a relief where if someone wanted to, or could demonstrate that they could provide a better design without meeting our standards to the T, there is the minor mod and major mod process that the Planning Commission could utilize in order to provide some relief to that. So in order to address the concern that these standards might be too prescriptive, we wanted to have a way to modify those if the commission saw fit.
Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, is this the language on 165?
Yeah.
And
Could you just speak up a little bit, Commissioner
Yeah.
Parry? Thank you.
my question was whether this was on page 165,
Right.
the language that the planning director is referring to.
Yes, that's
And
The modifications to standards.
I do not have my zoning ordinance in front of me, but my memory is that there was some specificity to those modifications.
That's correct, yes.
Yes, and one of the things we'll need to do is to go through the standards in the DCP and figure out which ones require a major mod, which ones require a minor mod, because I think that's what you're referring to in the zoning ordinance, where it's very specific about which type of process you need to go through in order to modify certain standards. So we need to do that here as well and assign standards to certain processes.
I
So
think
is the,
Sorry, sort of that aside, I think besides the modification is really the Planning Commission's jurisdiction and purview when you review development review permits. You know, there are findings with regards to site design, building mass and modulation, pedestrian orientation, all of those things that, you know, when you see development review permits and as you've seen them come in the past, you know, if a design is really bad, you know, the commission is not obligated to approve it. You know, typically it's either specific conditions to the ARB to focus on certain issues, or you also have the ability to continue it to direct the applicant to fix the design issues before they come back with a project that is more appropriate, even if it precisely meets code. That's something that the Planning Commission has the discretion to do.
and am I right that not only would the next step with the modifications be to figure out what was minor and what was major, that there are some standards in here that are new that would need to be addressed in Is it your intent that all of the standards, other than, say, height and FAR, would be subject to either minor or major modification?
I think we would need to look at the list. The way the zoning ordinance is structured, some things are minor mod, some things are major mod, and then other things could be approved through a variance that comes before the Planning Commission. So it's likely that most standards outside of FAR and height, like you described, that there could be a process to provide relief to those standards.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions before we move on. The question of, I guess, standards for architecture is swirled around here. Through the public comment process, almost every architect that's come to us, ranging from smart architects to every architect who's worked in the city of Santa Monica, has come in here and said, these are too restrictive, you should loosen them up. You could go to a whole other series of definitions of what you want from a building, the height, the FAR, whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
But you are almost prescribing us out of business. Some use more definitive terms, others are looser, but nonetheless it's been a pretty constant theme. So what's your response to that? Is there a possibility, or can we think about using some other way of creating an envelope for a building and then leave the architecture to the architects?
Well, I would be taken aback if the architects didn't show up and say there were too many specific rules in a specific plan. But the idea is to set the rules and that everyone plays by them. And if we agree that these development standards and guidelines get us to the good products that we want as far as buildings, then we should set them in here with the modification process to allow that's what allows the flexibility. If someone shows up with the most brilliant project we've ever seen, but it doesn't quite fit into the standards that we've outlined here, we should have a modification process that's ample enough to give purview to the director or to this commission to give some relief to those development standards and accommodate those projects.
I do recall one of the architects that came, Mr. Hibbert, who's built, it seems to me, 50% of the buildings in this city over the last few years, saying, whatever you describe or write, I will design to. I still think they're too prescriptive, but whatever you do, I'll work it out. So that has a series of inadvertent consequences on occasions, because he will design to what we put in here.
Well, and I assume there are some architects that don't want to keep going to ARB 6, 7, 8 times.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean that because they design to what we prescribe, the ARB is going to approve that design as is. Some projects will still need help, and they're still going to need nudging to get to the right design.
So you're very firmly arguing for the standards that are in here. I understand that. Now, in terms of the parking, we have parking standards in here. Is there a thought that maybe we could just put them in the zoning code and take them out of here so that this is a more flexible document that's relating to a series of things? Parking may be something we wish to update every year, for example.
That's a great question. It's something that we're still kind of debating back and forth, and it could go either way. We put them in here because, as we spoke about before, these are less restrictive than the zoning code, and we wanted our planners and our architects design world, you guys, to be able to go to the one-stop shop, which is for the downtown plan. Anything that shows up being proposed is in this book. But just parsing out parking, I don't think that we're married to it one way or the other, and it would make it easier, I guess, in a sense, if it's in the zoning code, to modify it as realities change.
Last time a lot of people concentrated on the bulk of the book and the ease of reading it. There are 3 sets of actions described at times here in specific parts put together and then at the back. Is there a possibility of taking some of those out to make it an easier read?
Are well defined as far as what our intent is for those actions throughout the chapters that actually include actions, and then when you get to the implementation table, it's just trimmed down to just nuts and bolts. This is what the actions are. Here are the 200 of them, and here's how we're going to make sure that we're implementing and checking it off. They could be removed from the chapter if you think that it's too much in the chapter, but we want to make sure that we gave each chapter the right amount of teeth, if you will, and the right amount of actionability for the chapters, so that we're serious about these items that we're talking about, whether it's arts and culture or whether it's going to be our infrastructure chapter. But yes, they definitely could be taken out and trimmed down in the final version.
You actually turned it off, I believe you were on. No, you're on now.
Okay. Well, I just want to chime in on this. We went around and around on this subject during the revision process, and clarity and concision was our main objective, but in the back of our head we had the voice of shorten and reduce. So we didn't want to sacrifice good ideas for the sake of making a smaller document. We just wanted it to stand on its own. So when it came to the actions, we know that we're being duplicative here, but the point of having them within the chapters is that they follow a family of ideas, from the goal to the policy down to the specific actions, so that the actions themselves are not isolated in the back of the book, or they may be taken out of context. So when you read about the water distribution system, and the policy is to have a good one, and the action is to expand it or create improvements to the pressurization, you know where that idea comes from. So we look to your guidance for what to do. One thought could be that we detach the table in the back and create a little implementation guide that might stand alone. But that would really only result in cutting out about 20 pages of the plan.
That sounds good. So I'll ask just a couple more and then I'll go to Commissioner Fresco. Earlier in the day we had a discussion, in fact I've had a discussion with a number of people in the planning department today, because what became clear in the testimony last night, particularly from the city manager, is that the planning department and the city have done a great deal of analysis that underlies the land use patterns in our city, potentially over the next few years. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi was asking a series of questions about that. Is it possible for you to release, both first to this commission and then to the wider public, the land use analysis that you've been doing, which indicates the number of sites that might turn over, the potential you see that has some backing with economic analysis and whatever? Because I think that would be a very useful adjunct to the EIR that's been going on in our consideration of it going forward.
Right, so we've been discussing this over the last couple of days, is how do we, show how we got to our build-out analysis, which you do for the EIR purposes. And the EIR shows the scenario A and scenario B, so it talks about square footages and land use and what was studied for the circulation. But there is definitely some desire to see our methodology. And we have no problem sharing that. We're going to go through and figure out how exactly we show that so it makes sense to folks. Maybe, we have it in Word version as far as what our assumptions were, and then we have what our filters were to understand which properties are more likely to turn over or could turn over, to which properties are most likely to turn over, and then also how do the economic studies that we have affect that as far as economic pressures, how much of each land use can we actually expect to absorb in the next 15, 20 years. But yes, the longer answer longer, we could put that together and hopefully in the next couple of weeks have a package that we can share with the public, put it on our website and send to this body, and so everybody can see how we got to our answers.
Excellent. So that's the first up set of numbers that underpins the assumptions that you've brought to us. Yeah. And for example, when the city manager was saying in the next 20 years, 30 to 40 parcels in the city will turn over, no more than 2 a year. That was quite remarkable. So is that a follow-up or a different question?
It's a different question.
Okay, so hold on. So I've got my last one. So the community benefits side of it, in terms of thinking about community benefits, what guided you where you landed? Was it, as a commission, we've been asking more from the applicants who've been coming here, so we're now roughly at 20% of any applicant needs to be affordable housing, needs to have a lead environmental standards and so on, or was there some other scientific way you did it? How exactly did you land at where you are?
It definitely was not scientific. This is what our community outreach process has led us to. So over the last 4 years of this plan, and going back even further to the land use and circulation element, what we heard were how do we prioritize the community benefits? What would people like to see? The last time we were here in November and December, there was, too many priorities, right? Everything can be a priority. And so we got down to what we hear most often, which are the top 5 that you see in there, which are definitely up for debate, and we'll get to that section later on and see if there's consensus on what the top 5 are, if one needs to be removed or something else added, or maybe there needs to be a top 6. But it's mostly from community outreach and what we've been hearing from speaking with folks.
So I have other questions, but Commissioner Newbold is now.
Well, it's more a comment. I feel like we should get to the tier conversation, because I feel like at the end of the day, that's sort of the heart of this, is the tiering and what they mean and what produces housing and what doesn't and what the FARs are. And I think we should go through that, because I feel like this is all sort of peripheral to that.
You feel that, do you?
I do.
Well, that's an
I
interesting
feel like we're
opinion.
going to blabber on about a bunch of little things, and then at the end of the night, we're going to finally talk about.
No, that you might have missed that. That's what we're coming to right now.
Oh, okay.
So,
Seems like it's been a while.
but people do have questions, and we're here for an hour. So you could ask those questions, Commissioner Kennedy.
Well, I have a lot of other questions on other topics, but since Commissioner Newbold brought that up, I'll ask one of my questions, which is, during this commission's review of this document a few months ago, there was some consensus that staff was going to take a look at the heights and FARs and bring the FARs more in line with the heights, but they're all the same. So they haven't really changed. I mean, we've got floor heights that are, but there are no differences from the old document to the new document. So why is that? And we talked pretty much at length about shifting around the districts and we, I mean, and all that, and at least half of us, maybe more, thought that you were at least going to study, making a more of a, at least what we thought was like a appropriate massing relationship between the height and the FAR, so that modifications or other kinds of deviations didn't make open space disappear or other things. So tell me about how you got to where we are now, if that discussion happened at the staff level.
So the development standards that we're providing in here are the development standards we think are appropriate with FAR compared to the height that we're proposing. What was asked last time during those meetings was, with the Promenade Conservation District expanded to 2nd and 4th Street, what consequence does that have on 2nd and 4th Street? And that's what we wanted to go look at. And Mr. Payton actually did look at that. And I think that's where this 54-foot thing came from, was looking at the Promenade and trying to, we can all agree that the Promenade is different than 2nd and 4th Street. But once it becomes one district, how do you make it all work, right? And so we ended up parsing that out by saying there's all bayside conservation, but on the Promenade itself, you have a 2.75 FAR and a 60-foot maximum. No breaking that. On 2nd and 4th Street, we have some relief, or not some relief, but some alleviation from that, which allows you to go to the Tier 3 standards if you provide the types of uses like housing and cinema and parking that we expect to see on those streets. But it wasn't, I don't think that we were ever confused about the standards that we were proposing. Those were what we thought were appropriate for each sub-area.
And that's a very neat segue, given Commissioner Newbold's desire to get right into it, to move to the downtown map and also the standards and regulations and FARs and so on. Travis, would you like to put up your slide?
Yes. Good evening, Travis Page, Senior Planner. So tonight we're going to be going through the chapters, and then when we get through that, we'll have a discussion about the actions. Are there enough in there? Should we take some out? And also other thoughts and recommendations, or maybe that was flipped upside down. So the first thing is going to be talking about the land use districts and the boundaries. Did we get it right based on what we heard from this body last time we were here? And I'll just go to the map real quick.
Page 153.
We showed this last time, and Sacred Village has expanded to take up that 5th Street transition area, since it was only 4 half blocks, and that was recommended by the commission. And then also the Bayside Conservation, which was what I was just speaking about, the Promenade that expanded 2nd and 4th Street. And then the map's been expanded to include that leg of 4th Street between Santa Monica and Broadway, which fits what we are intending for the Bayside Conservation area. That, as a consequence, shrunk the transit adjacent zone to the shape of Texas. And this is the current zone that we have now. And I know there are some thoughts on should these boundaries stay as they are now. So that would be the first question.
So on the last time, the transit-adjacent district up Broadway, that was a natural break because it was close to where the train was, and that would enable Neighbourhood Village and Bayside Conservation to be clearly understood by everybody. And I would still propose that to the rest of the Commission, that it narrows down and it makes it very clear what each of the areas around the city are focused on.
Chair?
Yeah, 163.
I'm sorry.
153, yeah.
Were you asking staff a question just then, or are you just stating a position?
Oh, I'm stating my position. Mr. Page has made his comments. We've moved into consideration of the report, I think, at the behest of everybody. And so I'm suggesting that the map change from what's in the report.
So, and what you're suggesting is that northern segment.
The Texas bit.
The Panhandle. The shift over to Neighborhood Village.
Yeah.
And my memory is that this general pattern was pursued because that it's close to the transit stop, and so and that to me that approach makes sense, and to me it's a more compelling way to look at the question than just the nice clean break at Broadway.
Commissioner Fresco.
I was especially troubled by the Panhandle in that it indicates that a particular block of 6th Street is zoned differently on each side. And I found that extremely troubling.
So the way that this came about, if I can go back in time here, was August 2013. We came to this body and the commission recommended that we go to Broadway, as Mr. Chair McKinnon suggested. When we went to planning or to city council to get their idea, they further expanded the transit adjacent zone over to Santa Monica Boulevard and gave us direction on which way that line would go. At one point, it bifurcated the mall and 3rd Street Promenade, so we've scaled that back. But this was the direction from city council, and obviously it's the purview of the commission to recommend pulling back those boundaries, modifying them.
Commissioner Anderson, sorry.
Commissioner Fresco, can you just talk a little bit more about those concerns? Because it happens other places, and I've heard you express that concern with regard to 2nd Street, so can you just share your thoughts on that?
Well, when they're zoned differently, there's slightly different, if I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the frontages on the north-south streets in the neighborhood village are much more stoopy and casual than the frontages in the transit adjacent zone. And the heights are lower also. So it just seems like we need to make a decision about a particular block. So, there's a number of choices, and, basically by moving that line, we're deciding, where do we really want to incentivize more housing? It's really a housing thing.
Well, I think Commissioner Perry had a great point, and to kind of build on that is looking at it in context. What does that mean for 6th Street? We know that Sway is on that side of the street, a recent development that just finaled or is finaling right now and takes up the majority of that block. So what are the actual consequences of having the development standards as transit adjacent development standards there when the majority of the block has built out with a new development? And also looking at 5th Street, the existing context is the west side of the street is very dense and is for the most part built out. The east side of the street has several projects. A development agreement was just approved for it. And there's several other projects, I believe, in the pipeline for that street. And the question should be, or could be, is it appropriate to have 84 feet there and a 4.0 FAR, or is this body okay with going down to 60 feet and 3.25 for those remaining parcels on that side of the street?
Based on my drives, basically it looks like a block and a half, Santa Monica and Broadway, and then walking between just on that east side of the street. It seems like there's really not a lot of potential for change on either of those blocks.
Agreed.
So I would actually differ from my chair and suggest that maybe the transit zone would go to Santa Monica there, and we could get more housing maybe in the few blocks that might turn over.
Do you mean that the panhandle of Neighborhood Village would actually become transit adjacent?
Blue, yes.
That's what I would have suggested also. Same.
Same.
Can you?
There's not.
I just disassociate myself.
I'm sorry, you guys. Can you clarify what blocks you're talking about?
The east side of 6th Street, between Santa Monica and Broadway, and all of 7th Street between Santa Monica.
I see. Okay.
One thing we can try to do here is to use our drawing tools and map out something that you guys can possibly.
People have
Do you
been
have
saying
this
very.
bigger somewhere in your coffers? This-
As a slide? Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
It doesn't
wow.
matter that Peter's just drawn that, so that's
So
very cool.
is this what you're talking about
I
right
think
now?
that is
No,
what they
I
are
can,
talking about, yes.
I can delete this.
No, just
I can
stick-
make it bigger.
Just stay with it. Make it
Just let me
bigger.
know.
Bigger is good.
Make it polka dot?
So, commissioners, is that Commissioner Kennedy? You wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I was just going to weigh in and say now we could enhance the discussion by talking about the uses for each district, but based on what I see and in terms of what's in the table, I actually would be inclined to take the panhandle and leave it in NV for those remaining parcels. I think that's I actually think personally I think that would create more housing.
You vote for yellow, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm looking at the map and I'm saying the panhandle. Yeah. I say, right, the panhandle should be yellow, but that means to me a neighborhood village. I like the cut up Broadway, and I don't think it has I don't think it matters.
So changing between Broadway and Santa Monica and the Let me move this. It's confusing me now.
You like it the way it is.
So, let me run a straw poll here. The bit that was just identified but has changed. That
It's
bit.
on the freeway now.
So,
Gosh, no.
Commissioner Anderson,
whole other-
do you like it as transit adjacent or neighbourhood village? That identified piece.
So this would increase the development standards.
Right.
Well,
what's
I think,
proposed.
I don't know if we're,
She's just, that's,
well, we're kind of rushing the question here because, I think that a discussion, more awareness
Well, you
of what's
proposed
there.
it, so-
I did propose it, but I feel like people still have questions. I want to know why you think that would make more housing when neighborhood village is more of a mixed use office upstairs and that sort of thing area where transit adjacent is more housing upstairs sort of a vibe.
Well, actually, I do have questions about the amount of office available to be. I mean, I think it's disingenuous to say we're going to create this neighborhood village and make it into some kind of actual kind of an office. I mean, come on, right?
I don't.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So, well,
So
Commissioner
did I-
Fresco is saying that her interpretation of neighborhood village is that there's a lot of office uses of it allowed there, permitted there, and I'm saying neighborhood village is more geared toward housing. Although I do have concerns about the amount of office that is allowed there and on the ground floor and in other places, but I would. So the way that the map is proposed, I feel is actually is pretty suitable to me. But I on Fifth Street, the panhandle that exists right now, I would actually turn that into a neighborhood village. But I'm not in favor of expanding the TA in any way.
Okay.
okay. So, Commissioner Newbold? No. So, the way I read it, Commissioner Fresco, you've proposed that the area from 6th Street to 7th Street Court, from Santa Monica to Broadway, change from neighbourhood village in this to transit adjacent. And I'm going to ask other members of the Commission if they feel the same way.
Can I actually step in for one
Yes,
second?
please.
I still think we need to go back and go through the square footages and the tiers because I think that might inform this conversation for some members of the commission,
Like who?
like all of us, because
Okay.
we're all like, well, I think this creates more housing. And I think if we went through the tiers and the square footages and what's allowed at what level, I think that could help this conversation.
And in this instance, if we were to turn that into transit adjacent, you go from having you stopped at tier 2 in that area right now to going to 84 feet and 4.0, and now you have a tier 3 level that's allowed for that yellow panhandle area that before was proposed at a lower scale.
So
it does have
But
consequences.
Mr. Page, do you have a slide that summarises the tiers for Commissioner Newbold?
I don't, but I can have a discussion about it.
All right.
That's something fun.
We can turn on the document viewer and
Why don't you do that, please?
So when you hear when one person says that I think more housing will be generated under neighborhood village, can you respond to that? Do you people agree with that, or is that?
No, I'm kind of confused by that. It's office is allowed throughout the district. It's not encouraged in the neighborhood village.
It's not encouraged in any particular area, is it?
No, I think, when we think about office, we assume that there's one place that it will likely go, and we'll be studying the gateway access area later on. That seems to be the place where the community is maybe okay with some office.
So
this area, though, this area we would expect to see typically what we've been seeing there and see that pattern continue to build down. That's why development standards are what they are. We have a ground floor level of commercial, except for areas where we allow housing on the ground floor. And then you have, 3 or 4 stories above that of housing.
So in both neighborhood village and in transit adjacent, you would expect to see the same pattern. It's just that in transit adjacent, you can do more of it
Correct.
because the FARs are bigger.
And
or
we
more.
now have that slide up.
And
So you can generate more housing under transit adjacent.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
And in transit adjacent, the ground floor is commercial and the upstairs is housing. But in neighborhood village, you can have offices in the rear 50 feet of the parcel. That's why I thought it was more officey.
Right, but that's not fronting the.
That's not
the
fronting
idea
the
is to allow
street.
office, but in the
less-
first 50 feet, 60 feet, depending on where you are, you have to have a commercial use there, unless it's part of the map that shows where you can allow housing on the ground floor.
Right.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Right, okay.
Wait, hold on. I just wanted to get some clarification on that. In the neighborhood village, offices, even though with the limitation of number 3, can happen in those locations on the ground floor.
It's a ground floor thing, yeah.
David, did you?
Right, and that is not so where you're allowed to have different ground uses as far as less active ground use, I guess, office would be designed to have at least an active design on the ground floor. But yeah, it would be allowed in these areas if you look at the map on page 179, but it's not based on the sub-area itself. It's based on the character of those areas, which actually spans across the 2 sub-areas. So it's based on 6th and 7th Street, really. We don't want to force in commercial where we don't think it's going to thrive or succeed for the sake of just having commercial on the ground floor.
Okay, so Mr. Page, you've got up on the screen the areas with the FARs and the heights. Perhaps you'd just like to speak to those for a minute. Commissioner Newbolt's asked for this a couple of times, so we'll go through this briefly.
Are there any questions on the tier system that's on the screen today?
Well, I'm more interested in the square footages.
Oh, what this actually equates to.
So that's going to depend really on the parcel size. If you think about your typical downtown lot where we've seen housing, probably about 15,000 square feet is pretty typical to see that kind. So you can kind of do the math, 15,000 times 3.25 or 4. 4 would be 60,000.
48,000 for
Yeah, and then 48,000 for 3.25. To give you a sense of what this means, and because I think there's 2 things. One is, obviously higher FAR is more floor area, and that's potentially more units. The other part of it is really the built form, what that looks like. I think to give you a sense of what 84 feet and 3.5, that would be the 1415 5th Street development agreement, if you recall that one, the donut hole building. That was sort of the representation of that, and that was a double lot. Obviously, it could be designed a different way, but that gives you a sense of what, the physical manifestation of these standards might be.
And if that were coming before us, if this plan were approved, tell me how many square feet it is again?
That one is that one was 84. That was 84 feet, 3.5 FAR.
And it would be a DRP.
It would be in this current draft, yes.
Because I thought that the DRP depended on how many square feet.
It is, yeah.
And so how many square feet?
So there's
would
two.
That have come as a DRP?
There's
or would it
2
have been,
triggers for the tier system, right? In the loose, it was height and FAR, and that's still the case here. We still have height and FAR. There's an additional threshold of square footage of floor area, so it's 100,000 square feet between, and then that's really independent of tier. That's really review process. So below 100,000 square feet is a development review permit, which is a discretionary permit that comes to this planning commission and is appealable to council. Above that is a development agreement, negotiated, goes to the planning commission, recommendation to the city council, that is the final body.
and under 30,000 square feet, you are still proposing that it's an administrative approval.
Right, so that is something that is actually a question for this commission. So in the zoning ordinance now, at this, the threshold between what is an administrative approval and a development review permit in the zoning code for everything else other than the PICO neighborhood and residential districts, 15,000 square feet for commercial projects and 30,000 square feet for basically housing projects. And our question really is, are those appropriate thresholds, or is there an interest perhaps in the downtown in having something different, just because of the nature of what downtown is and, you know, the desire to provide more housing? Do we want to provide a more clear and predictable path for a housing project? And, you know, if it's a difference between a little more floor area at an AA level versus development review permit, you know, is that, and that's really a policy discussion that we'd like this commission to have.
More questions? Anyone else got? Commissioner Kennedy.
I want to go back to the comparison between the neighborhood village and the transit adjacent. The
We'll just go back to
I'm confused about whether or not neighborhood village allows housing on the ground floor, because it's the limitations are 1 and 3, and 1 is about upper floors and the rear and the rear, and then and limitation 3 permits it on the ground floor and the rear and upper floors of all other parcels. So because there's not because the way it's written, to me anyway, isn't specifically clear. So I have a few questions about these two different districts. But for example, if there was an affordable housing, 100% affordable housing project, would they be restricted from putting housing on the ground floor in the NB?
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
In the neighborhood village?
No. So if we look at the map up here, the blue area, all the red is where you have to have an active ground floor. So you have to choose the shopfront cafe or one of those types of designs for the ground floor. In the blue area, this is where it's more of the neighborhood feel. We're allowing projects that want to come in and provide housing on the ground floor to actually provide housing not only on the ground floor, but to front the street. That means here. And the red, and that's the north and south areas of 5th, 6th, and 7th Street.
Okay, all right, so wait, just hold on. So 1 second. So I'm sorry to be so completely dense about this, but so according to the table in the transit adjacent, housing has a limitation of being limited to only the upper floors in the transit adjacent. Is that correct?
Let me see.
That's right.
You say it's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So and in the transit adjacent, theaters are permitted, but in the neighborhood village, they need a CUP. So that's repair, major, service repair, minor, washing, service stations, all have limitations, but are allowed in the transit adjacent, but not in the NV, neighborhood village. Okay.
There are a couple reasons for that.
Okay, well, you can explain them in a minute, but not now. And then it seems like there are a few 2s in this chart that are misplaced because they don't refer to the right. But anyway, we can come back. So when I look at that, while there's more FAR and height, I kind of feel like the transit adjacent neighborhood is competing with so many other commercial endeavors, including office and everything else. And I'm just putting it forth to this commission that I feel like the neighborhood village, we should work on actually making it more of a neighborhood village, because if we're not, and it's going to be, going to have some faux active front because it's got office on the ground floor, maybe office on the upper floors, it's not really a neighborhood village. Let's rename it.
Well, I guess, I'm sorry, the YMCA and walking around seeing some office on the ground floor on 6th and 7th Street. It's more civic uses and gas company, stuff like that, a library. Mm-hmm. I think that we are trying to keep with that type of feel in the neighborhood village, and I would argue that it does feel like it's evolving into more of a neighborhood village with these uses making it more complete. I don't think that we ever anticipated there's going to be big offices coming into this area because the development standards just aren't there. And you only get the bonus for providing housing, so you even have less of a leg to stand on, I guess, if you want to provide office. If it's a use that we don't want to see at all, which I don't think we would recommend, then that's something that is obviously the purview of this commission.
I think part of the thinking in allowing some of the mid-block residential was also looking at how you could reasonably be successful.
We have had that discussion, and I
yeah.
remember that. And I actually kind of can see it both ways, because what Travis is saying is, look, we have this pattern in the past. Let's continue that pattern, but we could also decide, not to continue that pattern.
Sure.
And so, while we're hoping to create a downtown, we can say maybe this hasn't happened in the past, but it could happen, and it could be vibrant, and we can, if we do it right. So, to me, I can see it both ways. And thanks for your explanation. And I kind of get the whole automobile thing. I get it.
Thanks.
Mr. Fresco.
I guess we're ready to call the question.
Well, I think the question really is in that part of the city, does the transit adjacent include the blocks between 6th? Yeah. Between
Can we go back to this?
6th up there until 7th Court. No. Yeah. Because Commissioner Fresco has suggested changing that from neighbourhood village to transit adjacent. That's correct, isn't it?
Favor of that change.
So, Commissioner Anderson.
I guess I'm just, I think, I feel like part of your argument for that is also that there's actually, I'm looking at the streetscape. Thank you, Google. That a lot of that corridor is actually developed and is not likely to turn over. So that the few sites in that section that could turn over, or likely to turn over, we potentially get some more housing from this. Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
With it becoming transit adjacent. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? No. Okay. Fresco, of course. Commissioner Kennedy, no. Commissioner Newbold? You are? Yes.
Well, the way I look at it, I kind of like having a transition over to Lincoln, but I also like the additional opportunity for housing. And so what I would suggest, if this makes sense from staff's perspective, that this be one of the questions that is posed to the public in the following months, and that we get staff's feedback on it when it comes back to us, and that we consider recommending a change at that time.
So, Mr. Page, you okay with that?
I'm okay with it. You're okay with it.
So, Commissioner Kennedy, do you have something?
Yeah, Chair, when you're ready to move on from this topic, can I respond to something else about the Tier 1 square footage?
Of course,
threshold?
we'll come to that in a second.
Thanks.
So the map has one question attached to it, which is the series of blocks between 6th and 7th Court, Santa Monica. And are there any other issues with the map, or are commissioners also happy with that? Commissioner Fresco.
Thank you for making the Bayside Conservation District all purple like that.
I need to know that's her favourite colour.
One of the things I was talking about when I was recommending that for us is that the way the 3rd Street Promenade is zoned, and the heights and the setbacks, and the way the height and the extra stuff is set back enough that you still have that open air and light, things that if you search nerdy things like that on the internet, you find that people look at it as an example worldwide of a way to develop a low-scale place and still allow air and light and sun and preserve the scale. And that seemed to me like a great treatment for 4th and 2nd Street. And so while on one hand I like the idea of getting a little more housing in that yellow square, I would like to reduce what we're talking about for 2nd and 4th Street to match what's at the promenade, so that we continue that effect. Because I feel like that's form-based zoning that helps encourage adaptive reuse, which we're trying to do throughout this document, and that will keep those frontage occupancies away from the historic fabric and context that we want to preserve. And then that said, if we do that, then of course making both sides of 2nd Street the same zone would make a hell of a lot of sense. And there are some things that are talked about for ocean transition that make no sense for 2nd Street. And so
Okay.
there were,
Are you recommending that we bring down the development standards on 2nd and 4th Street to mirror the promenade to 2.75 FAR and 60 feet in height?
yes.
And then are you also okay with a caveat that we put in there on, well, that has specific standards for housing and parking structures and cinemas that we're expecting on 2nd and 4th Street?
I have other concerns about those. I mean, it makes the cinemas and the parking structures stand out. Here's our historic street and here's our parking structures in case you didn't see them. So, they'll be zoned really differently. Some of those standards, it was hard for me not to see them as, Gidget depot, like big box story sort of, 40,000 square foot floor plates. And I mean, that's the theater one.
So, Commissioner Fresco, could you?
I have issues with that. That's a separate issue from the other one.
Could you summarise what you are asking for here?
Well, the first layer of what I'm asking for is for the Bayside Conservation Zone to address 2nd and 4th Street the same way they address the promenade.
Right, so that's number one.
And number 2 is to then also include the west side of 2nd Street. Because I think 2nd Street has unique issues that have to do with sidewalks, which is, of course, another area that I feel.
So is there a third thing, or are they the two predominant things in this area?
Those are the two things about that particular zone, and then
Okay, I
the
understand
special
that.
uses are separate.
Do you need to respond to that?
No, I just want to clarify that would be bringing down the height and FARs for 2nd and 4th Street. They'd be expanding the district to include the west side of 2nd Street, which would be increasing the height on that side to 60 feet.
Right.
Okay.
Commissioners, propositions being put by Commissioner Presco. Commissioner Parry.
Thinking about 4th Street, and there are quite a few single-story structures on 4th Street. Am I right?
Correct.
And so I look at that as having the potential at some point in the future for housing up above.
Yeah, as long as they keep the structures, the
Facade.
facade, and set back the housing above, that can totally happen.
I mean, but it sounds like what you are putting forward would be a limitation on how much housing could be put up while preserving that facade. And I would say that if that's our goal, to preserve the facade, then that should be the target rather than the development potential, changing the development potential on 4th.
Well, the development potential makes it less desirable to go through with preserving the facade. And in effect, I'm actually increasing the development potential on one side of 2nd Street, but doing it in a way where it's set back. The frontages, I think, above the 2nd floor, starting with floor 3 on those areas should be 0%, so that it really is set back. The way it was in the Bayside District, it was set back above the 2nd floor also, the same way. Went up to 54 feet. So
Am I right that there's less potential for redevelopment on 2nd Street?
it's kind of moving it.
If you reduce the development standards, there is less potential.
I mean, it's just based on what's built currently. I mean, other than the vacant,
Oh,
the
I see what you're
park,
saying,
the
that
surface
with the
parking
existing
on 2nd
context.
Street. Yeah,
Well, there are two surface streets.
surface
Lots, yeah.
Yeah.
One up there on Arizona and the other on Santa Monica.
Right.
So I'm trying to think of the kind of the structures along 2nd,
Right.
and there really is with 4th in mind that I just the general concept that I would go for is try to preserve, have incentives in place for preserving the facade, and if there's even a way of tying it to additional housing density above, it seems like we could achieve both goals.
Thoughts, Commissioner Fresco?
The most important thing, I think, is the frontages above the second floor, so that there's no, well, we can't do our modern design because because that stupid old brick thing is in the way, versus we can do our modern building that's set back and this is just the podium level of it. Do you see what I'm saying? So that is, to me, actually more important, that setback is more important than the 14 feet, if it's set back enough. Because then we continue that air and light thing. So basically what I'm saying is I'm negotiable on that, but that everything we can do that preserves that form of that ground floor, those short buildings, is really important.
So does staff see a way to approach that?
Yes, I feel like you two are getting to the same place, and we talked about, and I think it's a great idea. Maybe we can look in the next draft. Can we incentivize keeping those facades and having it step back and come up with a standard for that? So that's definitely something that we can explore.
So that's a point that you will explore.
Correct.
Okay. So that, I think, deals with the first issue you've raised. The second issue that the Commission has to think about is the west side of 2nd Street.
Right.
That's moving the boundary across from the middle to the other side of the street.
Yes.
And that has the impact of?
Increasing the height to 60 feet from 50.
Right, so that's potentially another story.
Correct. But the same FAR.
And that's at least a couple of lots that are empty at this stage, and then some others down there. Okay, Commissioner's thoughts? Commissioner Parry?
Well, I still kind of building up to the downtown core and then coming down to Lincoln. And I mean, I guess if maybe you said this and I missed it, could you clarify what is the goal, to just have a kind of symmetry along 2nd Street, or?
Well, they're different. The way I read the description of what Ocean Avenue is supposed to be, and it's different from what 2nd Street is. And Ocean Avenue has 24-foot sidewalks, and 2nd Street has the skimpy sidewalks, not 8 feet, in case anyone is wondering, not even 10 feet. They're more than even that. But they are not 14 feet either. And so, like the standards provide, I can't remember the platform, the raised
terrace.
The terraced. I mean, that could never happen in a million years on 2nd Street. We'd all trip over them and break our necks, and that would be the end of that. So, just thinking about Ocean Avenue and its expansive, sort of low, wide, facing the ocean vibe, and then 2nd Street is our historic commercial core. It doesn't seem, I don't see where those 10 feet hurt us or lose anything, and it gives us a chance to talk about uses and treatments for the street frontages in a more cohesive way. And the 10 feet is, another floor of housing.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, though.
But Nina, you just said that the sidewalks are very inadequate there, so now we're loading them
Well,
up.
I have some issues about their inadequacy.
Well, I mean, you just told us they're barely 10 feet wide. Now we're going to put another floor, and we're just going to load those up more. So I'm just trying to understand
one of
where
the things
going.
about the sidewalk thing, if I can be tangential, is that okay with you?
Try and focus on the height.
I'll try to
We'll
focus.
get back to the sidewalks later. I know that's coming.
Well, one of the things about the sidewalks, first of all, most of the sidewalks are recommended to become 15 feet, but it can vary between 13 and 16, and it's averaged and all this stuff. Most of the sidewalks that our city was platted in 1875 with 14-foot sidewalks, and most of them in downtown still are 14 feet. So by requiring 15 feet and then setting the buildings back, but that's only the ground floor, and then we get the eyebrows, and we get all these funny buildings, and why do all our buildings in downtown look like that? Because in 2016, there was a law, and, you know, I just feel like that's not really a good way to make the downtown look. If we made it 14 feet instead of 15 feet, suddenly a lot of things stay the same, and our street walls are similar. The street where it's the hardest to do that is 2nd Street. But the thing about those things is they have the 3 zones, and it's the zone 3 that's against the frontage that we want for the cafes and everything. That's the one you really lose on 2nd Street. But 2nd Street is also the street where parklets are recommended. So we can get the amenities in the parklets. We don't really need it on the sidewalk because we can do it at the parklet, and we can reserve the sidewalk for the pedestrians.
So, Commissioner Fresco, is this for you about the sidewalk or the height?
They all go together. You can't isolate them.
I think, because I'm getting confused here, can we, is there consensus on reducing the standards, development standards on 2nd and 4th Street down to 2.75 FAR and 60 feet?
I don't know.
What I heard was a willingness to maintain the standards the way they are, but with a new standard that stepped the building back above the
That could
2nd
also
floor?
be- I could live with that.
Am I crazy? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Right, it's like it's a different standard that I think where Commissioner Fresco is going that kind of replicates what the standard is on 3rd Street Promenade now, right? Which is like you can go to 84 feet on the 3rd Street Promenade, but your building, your height is way off the front of the
I think
parcel.
at that point, then we need to make it a standard and not an incentive, correct? You need to say you can do 3.5 FAR and 60 feet, but you must step back at a certain, whatever the appropriate step back is, over 2 stories.
The step back on the 3rd Street Promenade is at 3 stories.
The 3rd floor steps back.
4th floor steps back.
4th back. Well, on 4th Street, it was the 3rd floor in the Bayside plan.
I mean, the iconic Promenade building on the corner of Broadway and the Promenade, which is the building that made world news, which is, by the way, 80 feet in height, but step back at the 4th floor and has an unbelievable FAR. If I told you, you won't believe what it is.
But that's a new building. That's not a building that preserved.
I understand, but it's the building that everybody thinks set the standard for the Promenade. And it's at 6 FAR.
Well, that's not what I wanted.
So this might be something that you could look at and bring back for discussion,
So you
I think.
understand what I'm describing?
I do understand, but I think it would be helpful if I at least understood that we have a majority that are into this idea.
Commissioner Anderson?
I like it.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? No.
Not convinced.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Kennedy?
I'm not convinced, but if we have a short list of things, that I would be interested in hearing from
All right.
staff on it as we come
Okay,
back. You know.
so 2-2. Commissioner
It's
Newbold?
interesting. I'm fine with it.
Commissioner Newbold? And Commissioner Parry?
I support it in the case of preserving the facade of an existing building. I don't believe that I would support it for new construction on a vacant lot or on a site that wasn't worthy of preservation.
And on those sites, are you assuming that would revert back to the 2.75 and 60 feet, or that we just wouldn't require the step back at above the 2nd floor?
Not that it would, for which sites? For the
sites that you're talking about that aren't historically relevant, or
that the 3.5 and 60 would apply.
Okay.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, the ultimate objective here is to preserve those, the look of these structures that we find interesting along 4th Street and that have historic character. And so I would seek to encourage housing production within preserving those, and I wouldn't apply it to new construction that didn't have anything to do with an interesting old 1-story building.
correct. Okay, so and that's something that we could make a caveat. Also, I'm sorry, Commissioner Newell, I didn't hear.
Yeah, she was in favour.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I think it's worth looking at. I'm going to reserve my position on that because it does inject a change, and so I want to see how it actually pans out after you look at it and bring it back. And I guess Commissioner Parry's in that same slightly wary view of it. So conditionally, yes. Commissioner Fresco, I think
That's it
Commissioner
for
Anderson.
zones.
I just want to clarify something. The basic conservation says 3.5 and 60 up there, but the maximum is a tier 3 of 4.0 and 84, right? Or am I?
So the maximum, and that would be the next question that was part of this discussion. Are you okay with the caveats that still prioritizes housing or allows housing, parking structures, and cinemas to go up to the maximum of 84 feet and 3.5 FAR or 4.0 FAR?
So I'm sorry, it's only those?
Yes.
So I'm sorry, say it again?
So, and this is similar to the Bayside specific plan from 1996. It allowed for certain uses to go up to a certain height. And so last time we were here, the idea was to reduce the height in FARs, expand the district and reducing the height in FARs. So we took it back and saw what does that mean in reality, knowing that the city owns a number of those sites, a number more parking structures. Do we want to make them non-conforming? And we obviously have cinemas that are going to be proposed on both 2nd and 4th Street possibly. So we carved out an exception that says for those uses, they're allowed to go up to the maximum, which is 84 feet and 4.0 FAR.
And what are those uses? I'm sorry.
It's on page 169.
Housing, parking structures, and cinema.
There's a cinema proposed on 2nd Street that we don't know about?
No, there's not. I'm saying there's potentially, we know there's one proposed on 4th Street.
Right, I'm
Potentially
aware
we
of
could
that.
see some proposed on 2nd Street.
So, may I ask you a question?
Yep.
I mean, I know there's all these standards here, like they're required to have a marquee, for example. Thought that was kind of bossy. But,
Commissioner Perry, I believe, recommended that one.
sorry.
We're listening.
I'm sorry. But movie theaters and parking structures, they can just be sheer 84-foot walls up from the sidewalk? Is that what?
No, we have. I mean, we have the special design standards, right, for special buildings, which
Right.
obviously that's how that's how movie theaters are designed. Doesn't mean they need to be approved that way, but that's how movie theaters are designed. They are
Right.
boxes.
Well, it didn't work so well for me personally the first time, but it's the sheer walls that I have a huge problem with.
So what is the point you're making now, Commissioner Fresco?
I'm just,
He asked us, do we like this carve-out? And I think she's
I
responding
don't.
to that. She doesn't particularly like
So
it
that's
for
a
the movie
no.
theater.
it's
Okay.
a no because it means we have,
Is it no to all three uses, or is it a no to?
well,
movie theater?
residential uses can be set back, but the parking and the movie theaters are giant boxes, unarticulated boxes, and that's what I object to.
Okay.
But the parking is already there. Is that why this is here, just to prevent it from becoming a non-conforming use?
Partly that, and partly that the city owns 10 parking structures up and down 2nd, 4th Street, and parking structures in this area, you're going to have structures 1 through 6 are in this area.
But they're there
And we
already.
could see them, I mean, we don't want to turn it into, parking structure 6 was recently redeveloped back to above its original height. The idea is, do we want to tie our hands if we end up in a situation where we want to redevelop, say parking structure 3, parking structure 1, that may need to be retrofitted? Do we want to tie our hands and say, no, now we need to knock it down, and now it needs to come down to a lower height than what was there before?
We would also note that with the aging structures, we have to do seismic retrofit if we have to do what we did with parking structure 6, that we would need to be able to accommodate that kind of a building type.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
I mean, couldn't we oppose some of those step back standards at least on the cinemas?
Yes. Or propose, right? Propose that we have standards that are step backs even for cinemas.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably not ideal for them, but maybe that's what they need to do.
Yeah, they can make it work. They can do anything.
So are you
Geniuses.
proposing that?
Sure.
Okay. And do you think, where do you sit on that?
That
Okay.
would help a lot with the cinemas.
All right. Commissioner Parry?
Well, this ties into the discussion of what would be considered as a development agreement and what would be considered as TRP. But the issues that you're raising about the impact on the surroundings of a theater and how it relates to the area, those are things that ideally are addressed within the approval process. And if we're just maybe if we have this carve out, there's some additional obligations on the projects where they're subject to greater scrutiny. So that's another idea to add to the mix.
Like a DA?
So, Mr. Page,
if we're going that way.
So, you hear that Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, did you have a thought about this?
Well, I have a big overarching thought that I'm trying to find a place to insert it into the discussion.
Well,
if you will.
let's come to it in 1 second. And so there seems to be some thought that you could look at a setback for the cinemas and probably not the garages. So is that a thought that you can work with as we move forward? Okay.
Yeah, is that shared with the majority?
It appears to be at this
Okay.
stage.
And the housing, too. The housing could be stepped back.
Yeah, the housing could be stepped back too. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, why don't you give us your thought?
Yeah, and it ties into everything we've been discussing up to this point. And the discussion goes something like this. Everybody's sort of positioned to think of, oh, well, we can get some more housing if we shift this here or raise that there. And I'm not convinced, and the case has not been made, that we have enough room where we are to get all the housing that we need. And the basis for that is when you look at the EIR, it's very clear when you go to scenario B, which is no tier 3, you get to exactly where Travis wanted us to be at 2,500 units. And in addition, it's the only way that you get our intersections to drop action, become more efficient and improve, which is very important to our residents. It's something they're being told over and over again. So I think we're putting in too much, and we're trying to do all of this. The housing has become this Trojan horse that's driving us in certain directions that are not good for us. When we have all these boulevards just waiting to be developed, we don't have to put all the housing downtown. So I would like to move that we take away tier 3. I think that's the best thing that we can do on all the different levels in terms of safety, in terms of energy, in terms of streetscapes, in terms of sunlight, photovoltaics, natural ventilation, all the things we've been discussing for weeks now. And I think we should just bite the bullet and do it.
Okay.
And I think everything will relax and everything will look better and function better.
Okay, so that's an interesting thought. Commissioner Parry.
Just to clarify, you mean make the tier 2 heights the maximum heights?
Yes, essentially, yeah.
Okay.
I have one question about that, and then we'll come to a more generalized discussion. Pretty much right through the city, whenever we talk about housing on boulevards, people are not very keen on it. So, but you're suggesting that they are appropriate places for it.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. We're putting houses on boulevards. The boulevards just happen to be in the downtown, but the boulevards are perfectly fair game in terms of housing, and we have other locations. We have Memorial Park, which would be another housing node. So what I'm saying is, I think we're trying to put this, size 14 foot in a size 6 shoe, and we keep struggling with issues like this. That I think we can, if we just took that off the table, then everything would relax, and then we could have a more, let's say, equitable trade-off. But as long as we're struggling with 84 feet, it's going to be very difficult to do. Let me add one other thought here, which I think speaks to the issue, is that our city manager has made a big point of wanting community buy-in. Now, what does that mean in this context? Community buy-in means we have to show major givebacks. We have to show a serious effort to reduce the impact on this downtown. We can't just say, well, we hope it'll work, we're thinking this might work. No, we have to show a clean cut. And this is the easiest way to do it. Then I think if we're willing to go that way, then we can talk about all the little nuances that we've been talking about. But I think we have to make some big shifts, some dramatic shifts, things I think people will recognize. If you say you went from 84 to 60 feet, people will say, whoa, now you're talking. when you go from 84 to 74, people say, don't bother me. You're same old, same old. So I'm thinking we have an appearance thing and we have a technical thing, and I think we could combine the two by taking away Tier 3.
Okay. Are there thoughts on that? You need a seconder for that motion, so I will call for a seconder on that motion.
I'll second it, and we can keep discussing it.
Okay. Thoughts on the motion? Would the seconder like to say something at this stage?
Well, I'll say that I'm not opposed to the idea. We've been reviewing this downtown plan for quite a while, and I haven't been comfortable with the 84-foot height limit in all the places that it's been proposed. I kind of like the opportunity to get, varying heights throughout, so there's a lot of diversity throughout the downtown, and I'm worried, with these maximums, that's just automatically that's where people are going to shoot for. And again, it seems like, I expressed earlier I had my own interpretation of the neighborhood village, based on some of the uses and things about what it was going to mean. And for example, the 74-foot height limit to me seemed appropriate there in the Tier 3 level. But for example, I don't like the 84-foot height limit in the BC, in the Bayside. I definitely think that the promenade itself is something we should absolutely not be incentivizing any more new development. We need to be preserving that for real. However, based on previous discussions and up to this point on this plan, I could see a little more height in the transit adjacent, but the limit of it on Ocean to me is not appealing at all. So I want to continue the discussion of the elimination of Tier 3. I think the alternative in the EIR, based on what I've read of it, makes sense. So I think there is actually, this plan to me incentivizes a lot of change, and I want to see character preserved, and I want to see it enhanced, but I don't want to see drastic changes. And we will get there, but I want to comment on the that 100,000 square foot threshold and how it plays out in Tier 1, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, we will. Just in a second. Commissioner Newbold.
Can I just, the Tier 3 is only allowed in the mixed-use boulevard, correct? And the Bayside, whatever we're calling it, and the transit adjacent.
Correct.
There is a typo in the...
Okay, is that a typo? There's
the 74 feet thing in neighborhood village was a typo.
Oh, what?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just...
We discussed this last night. It's been caught by multiple people.
Okay,
it wasn't caught by me, and I didn't hear it until...
No.
So say it again, so what's the
Got
typo?
Dave Rand fired up. The 74 feet on page 166, Tier 3 in the neighborhood village is not a thing.
It's a typo. There is
It's a dash.
There's no Tier 3 there.
There's no Tier 3. Tier 2, 60 feet. 3
Yeah, and I guess I don't see this as such a huge change from where we've been going. 84 feet, I guess the transit adjacent will be a little more dense and higher than it's been, but the rest of it it's not that different than what we've been allowing for the last 20 years. 20 years?
30
years. So to me, it's not, we've been incrementally changing as properties turn over and housing's been built.
Commissioner Parry.
Mr. Page, when the EIR looked at the potential for likely housing development in the future under these standards, first of all, was that 2,500 that was achievable under Tier 2? Well, I'll take that back. Did it look at where in the downtown that potential could be realized?
Yes.
So when we look at this map, do we have a sense of where most of the units would be coming from?
Yes. Yeah, I think in our build analysis, as we discussed earlier, when we release this packet in the next couple of weeks, you can see where we would assume majority of the development is going to go, which tends, except for the hotels that are being proposed along Ocean, will start moving more towards toward the south and the east.
So the
transit adjacent zone.
The transit adjacent zone.
Correct.
Right.
Is that basically the map on page 9? Is that what you're referring to?
No. Where he's talking about build out and what would be provided and where we think it's going to go.
Oh, build out is,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the sub-area map. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
those are the areas. So the highlighted in yellow
yes, okay.
is where we expect turnover.
So I'm turning to page 9 now. Okay, so, I mean, there is some distribution there. It's not solely within, if I'm looking at this correctly, it's not just in transit adjacent.
No, I'm sorry. What I meant to say was the majority, I think a good amount of change that we expect would be in the transit adjacent. When you see a big yellow thing, that would be, the 4th and Arizona site that we know is in the pipeline, or you see the Ocean Hotel. So yes, there are a few sites. 710 Wilshire has been approved. There's a few sites on there that we know are going to turn over, but the new stuff that's not necessarily being proposed right now, or some is, and some is just a subjective decision that we think that's the likely turnover sites based on our filters and assumptions. A lot of it is going to end up over in the transit adjacent in Lincoln Boulevard.
And then in terms of the additional potential, or the potential for additional units, with if Tier 3 is realized at the sites, what did the EIR tell us about that? And actually, the EIR was looking at higher FARs, correct?
Well, when we look at it through the build-out analysis, when we look at it, we assume the development standards to be maxed out for those sites when they're built, to try to look at the maximum, right? We didn't look at it and saying, oh, this site will probably be a Tier 2 or Tier 3. It's hard enough to try to understand where we think development is going to happen, let alone what tier it's going to happen at. So we just assumed, again, I don't want to say the worst, but we assumed that they would max out on their development there.
And that's the roughly 2,500.
And then you look at the types of land uses that you expect there, and you end up with 2,500, give or take, units.
Okay, so that, or there may be some discrepancy between what Commissioner Fonda Bernardi reported about what the EIR calculated as the likely unit production under Tier 2, and what you're describing now.
So in the EIR, so on page 2.0-52 of the EIR, we have a table 2-6 anticipated land use change. So scenario B, which represents the DCP draft that you have now, is 2326 units was analyzed in the EIR. And then if you look at alternative 2, which is the reduced project alternative, basically the elimination of Tier 3, that's on page 5.0-46, and that analyzed 1,822 residential units. So it was about a 500 unit difference in terms of what was analyzed in the draft that's before you, and an alternative that involved the elimination of Tier 3.
Over 20 years, right?
Over, 15, 20 years, yeah.
Over the next 15 years.
Right.
Okay.
To me, those numbers are that's a significant difference.
So, Commissioner Kennedy.
So I just want clarification, because I'm making notes. So if with the elimination of Tier 3, the maximum height in the MUB would be 50 and the maximum height would be 60?
Well, no, because you can't eliminate the maximum height in MUB because the City Council has indicated that's a Tier 3 all the way along. So that's off the table.
Okay. So, and then the maximum then in NV would be, in the neighborhood village would be 60. The BC would be 60. And the transit adjacent would be 60, and then 50 and 50. So essentially just that whole. Okay. Okay.
I'd like to speak to this now. So when we look at this, this goes to the sort of city that we're really interested in seeing or allowing, and it brings into play all the issues that we've been talking about over the last couple of nights, the 100,000 square feet buildings that will be allowed, or the 130 feet. And I have very strong concepts about that, but one of the key things about it is that we have a $1.5 billion piece of infrastructure, the metro train that's arriving in our downtown. And what we are very clear about is that if you cluster housing around that, you change the nature of a city, you change it into a livable, walkable area, because people then can use public transport instead of using their car. That is where we want what development there is in the city of Santa Monica to go on, and in doing so we protect the neighbourhoods. Now, it is very clear people do not want housing, large blocks of housing along the boulevards. We know that because they literally had a riot up there in the North Montana area when it was proposed up on whatever it is, 22nd Street. I was at that meeting. It was a very unhappy meeting. And I've seen this repeated around the city. And so the obvious place for us to put what development and what growth there may be in the city is in the downtown area. More than that, it is to put it adjacent to the train and the major bike lanes and the major bus areas so that people have these options. And when people have said to us along the line, oh, well, that doesn't seem to be the way it's worked, no, because the train hasn't arrived. But when the train does arrive, we are changing the historic patterns of usage. And so that's why I think a Tier 3 is an important element, part of it. And we had this discussion last time, and I think across the board, we looked at lowering the heights in other parts of the city and moving the FARs down a little bit and massaging them, and we kind of achieved that. And in thinking about the discussion we just had about 4th Street, I think I'm changing my vote on that. I'm, in fact, somewhat unconvinced about the position, and so I'd like to move it the other way, but we should still study it. And the provision for Tier 3 is those extraordinary buildings and that come along, or the development applications that come in that propose things that are out of the ordinary, and we are seeking to concentrate them in that narrow strip of the city. And I think we have to have that provision. It does things that otherwise we don't do in either the zoning code or the loose or the rest of the city. It's a really important element if we are going to protect neighbours, the neighbourhoods, and if we are going to look after the residents everywhere else in the city. Otherwise, the development pressures will just keep pushing out across the city. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But at the moment, I can point to the city and say, that's the place. If there is development in the city of Santa Monica, that's where it's going to go. And I'm absolutely empowered to do that. And it's close to the train. That is the classic definition of what we want in a sustainable, progressive city. The bumps that we have are for housing. And the inequality in America today won't be addressed by us, and we won't solve regional difficulties, but at least we'll play our part when it comes to accepting the fact that we need to provide housing, including affordable housing where people don't have to use cars to get to their jobs. So on a range of subjects, I would keep Tier 3. I would get rid of the 100,000 square foot by just putting in an application, and I get rid of the 130 feet, and we will come to that. Mm-hmm. Last time what I suggested was that we would run zoning across the city and make it firm, and we would go from there. And that's what I'm intending to propose again.
So you're going to take a straw poll?
On this motion, I think I will take a vote on this motion if people want to. Answer. So that's, the mover will be allowed to speak to it, of course.
Let me respond to that. I raised my case as Santa Monica and 30th Street. There is housing there on the upper 2 or 3 floors, depending how you decide whether that's a loft there. No one is squawking on a major transit corridor. It has, ground floor retail and restaurants and everything, perfectly functional. No riot required. No exceptional head scratching or oh my God. And but this, you're really hanging your hat on the expo. Well, the expo is conceptually a great thing, but it's also a giant experiment. We have this thing that's shooting through our city that's cutting it in half, and it's going to have all these ripple effects. We have, all of our intersections, the vast majority are actually getting worse downtown, and the only thing that makes them better is scenario B, getting rid of Tier 3. So you're not addressing the issue of traffic, which is on everybody's mind. We have a donut of traffic. It used to be you could drive down Lincoln. Now you're having a hard time driving down 11th Street. Now you have to go around downtown at 14th Street. The cancer just keeps growing. It goes on and on and on and on. So, and we have at the end of 3 major boulevards, 4 probably, a freeway and a light rail. We have all these things coming into this tiny little transit-adjacent area that's going to absorb all that. That seems to be kind of wishful thinking. So I think it's a mistake to keep Tier 3 around. I think we should relax and lower the heights in the downtown and do a really radical thing, which is to say, look, we don't have to deal with all the lemmings that want to pour into us. We'll deal with them when we can deal with them, when we have the water, we have the infrastructure, when we have the school. We don't have a school for this area. And there's just no open space. The open space is, forget it. Everyone keeps saying, well, there's Reed Park up the road. Have you ever actually looked at Reed Park? So I guess we have a lot of problems here. And we're saying, well, we're not going to look at those problems. We're just going to say go up to 84 feet, which is no change at all. We might as well just walk away from this entire discussion, because that's what we had in the old plan. 84 feet uber alles. That's where we're back to. And I don't think we've made progress down that road. And I'd like to see real change. I'd like to see something that makes a difference.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to put the motion, and
Can I make a comment?
please.
I guess, I mean, I heard your thought, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, about a dramatic shift, and I guess I kind of feel like the City Council made that dramatic shift. I was a little surprised to hear a member of the public last night talk about how City Council wasn't responsive to the concerns of some residents in the context of the zoning code, because the dramatic shift was to eliminate the activity centers, and the dramatic shift was to eliminate Tier 3 on the boulevards. And I have always presumed that some of the comfort in making that dramatic shift in the city was because there would be an opportunity for housing development in downtown. And I guess I agree with a lot of what Commissioner McKinnon said, and would add to that. Downtown is an appropriate place for more residential development, not just because of its adjacency to transit, but because of its direct adjacency to lots of resources, and a wide variety of resources that we've talked about: library, YMCA, grocery stores, shops. It creates an incredible amount of access for people to walk and to just have access to things, which I don't think folks would necessarily have the same access to on the boulevard. So, I am, as you all well know, very comfortable with this level of development, because I do think it's important to further enrich downtown as a residential and mixed use community.
Cool. If no one else has got something, I'll call the vote. Yes, so I think the motion is pretty clear that we remove Tier 3 from this document. I think I'm summarising it correctly? Go. Okay. So you might just do a roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Newbold?
No.
Commissioner Perry?
No.
And Chair McKinnon?
No. So, where were we? Right.
Can I ask that? Can I ask us that?
Please.
I don't want to interrupt the conversation if
No.
there is a flow, but I feel like this conversation about the tiers and DRP versus DA. Can we have that conversation while we're still kind of fresh?
Yeah, we definitely can. And I think I hadn't anticipated the map would take quite as long as it seems to have taken. I thought that was a relatively simple thing. So I would like to wrap that map discussion up and move on. I think the only open question is whether the Bayside Conservation moves across to the west side of 2nd Street. So I would like an indication from the commissioners now whether they're in favour of that or not, so that we can give a direction to the planning department to move on. So, Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, if I understood the concern properly, the concern had less to do with height and more how the street experience is treated within the district. And so I'm wondering, do we need to group the two things together, or can we take a different approach to height on the west side of 2nd Street, but bring in those other standards that are the primary concern?
Different approaches I'm not for. Is it or to add?
Well, I thought I understood to keep the height as is, so not change the height.
Okay.
But then, I mean, I would ask Commissioner Fresco to specify which standards you feel should be applied to the west side of the street outside of height.
I'm going to interject into this fascinating discussion. You've got 2 minutes and then we're going to wrap it up. So you really have to be kind of focused at this stage.
All right.
Can I throw out a proposal?
Yes.
Which is that we extend it and make it Bayside Community so all those standards apply, and you do just what you had done with 3rd Street Promenade and insert, that on the west side of 2nd Street it can only go to 50 feet.
Travis.
I'm just trying to digest that because at that point we have 3 different sets of standards for one sub area or one district, which we get back to having 2 different districts.
If the issue
the idea of 50 feet at 2nd Street was to let that light and air from the ocean. That's why it's the ocean transition come through into the rest of the downtown. And I think our community was very clear, and that's why we have that standard. But
Yes.
obviously, it is the purview of this commission to
Well,
increase the height.
I'm
or
actually not
decrease
in
it.
favour of Commissioner Fresco's proposal. I don't think Commissioner Fonda Bernardi is from the last
Well,
time round.
I think that what Jason was suggesting is probably the core of what I was concerned about. I was just trying to streamline things and not end up with a 17th zone. But the idea that the streetscape, the step backs are absolute above the 2nd floor for especially the buildings that contribute to historic context and fabric is the key to what I'm looking for, and also the way the street faces and sidewalks are treated, because they're unique sidewalks in downtown and have unique issues that are really, really, really much more different from Ocean Avenue than they are from 4th Street, for
So,
example.
Commissioner Fresco, I think we've heard that point. So the real issue here is Commission.
So basically,
wait, I'm talking. So how we deal with it, and you're suggesting extending the Bayside Conservation and having a 3rd zone is really an unworkable proposition. So the question is, are we going to extend it as Commissioner Fresco has suggested and just go up 10 feet, or are we going to do? Is it feasible what Commissioner Parry has suggested, which is to have different standards for the ocean zone, particularly with the sidewalk? Or the third alternative is not to change.
Can we have them think about this? I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was just thinking about it. We can extend it across the street. Say it's the 60 feet and 3.5 FAR, and then just have the caveat or the carve outs for the west side of 4th Street and the east side of 2nd Street. So that doesn't change.
That's one possibility.
Right? So yes, we'll think about it. We'll come back to
So
something.
why don't you do that? In the meantime, we leave the map as it is. Okay, so we're moving on from the map. Please, one last question on the map.
We heard from a member of the public yesterday who asked about the PBAD, and why the boundaries didn't match up, and asked about parcels along
3rd Street.
3rd Street. And so I went past and I looked, and it's like there's a parking garage and then there's a residential parcel. So I was just wondering if staff could, if you could explain the reasoning for not matching it up with the PBAD. I need some more history on all that.
So essentially, the PBAD has been assessing a parcel that's not actually in the downtown. It's in the R3. It's in the residential district, and they're lobbying to, of course, increase that because they're assessing that property. We had to have a real serious discussion if we want to do that, since we understand that our neighborhood groups are not interested in commercial creep and starting to see that commercial use go in there. So I think it's a serious issue that we should really think deeply about and not just expand the boundaries because Downtown Santa Monica Inc. has been assessing one property.
So maybe the way out of that is for you to do some thinking about it and give us a piece of advice the next time round. I mean, I don't really want to spot zone that one place, which is what we were being asked to do, I thought.
Yeah, and I just wanted to note that the PBAD boundaries are drawn by an engineer's assessment when they are setting up the annual fees that pay into that. It's not zoning. It's a completely separate deal than what we do in planning. So if they're out of alignment, that may happen. There's really no relationship.
So the owner asked us to rezone his property, basically, right?
That's right.
Right. So maybe
Well, this isn't a new issue. This came up several years ago. So this isn't, he didn't just now ask us to rezone his property. This has been around for a few years.
so you deliberately excluded it.
And
I don't mean that in a mean
Right.
way. So I'm just asking you.
Yes.
You deliberately thought about it and decided that wasn't going to go into the downtown.
At this point, the best thinking is don't expand the commercial boundaries into the neighborhood.
Right.
I think I would note that the loose downtown core designation does not jump in, sort of north of Wilshire in that manner for that very
Right.
reason, because we were very cognizant of keeping residential parcels residential and not having the commercial designation start to creep over. So
Correct.
it was a very deliberate decision made 5 years ago.
Does that answer your question?
It sort of answers my question, but there's a parking garage on that street that is commercial. I mean, that's considered commercial, right? There's housing above it, but the ground
senior
floor.
But the underlying zoning was residential.
I see. Okay.
Okay. So, having cleared the map off our agenda, proceed to the tiers.
Where are we? So that was question one.
I do feel as if, despite that being a map discussion, there was a considerable amount of thought
Definitely.
that was
We very
emanating
much
about
appreciate it.
tiers, sizes, whatever. So this commission should go a lot more quickly, right?
No.
As in terms of 9 o'clock. That's 40 minutes tops on this, please.
Yes, you guys really hit that map from all angles. That was great, though. So the next question is the approach to the Gateway Master Plan.
You are so optimistic. That's what I like about you.
There is a big question that came up last night. Currently there is zoning that's been applied to the 3 sites that we're going to study later on in the Gateway access area. I guess the question is, should we establish this kind of hold on the gateway parcels until the master plan is completed? And what would that look like? Well, one of the ideas that we've been kicking around is you can propose tier 1, or you can wait until the gateway access plan is completed to propose a project above tier 1. And I guess, is that an appropriate holder for the time being until we finish that plan and really understand what we want to do as far as addressing circulation and the spread of community benefits and uses?
When will the
in that
plan be ready?
area?
Well, no, I mean, is it 6 months or
it's-
2 years? I mean, planning director?
Yeah, we think it's likely, it's at least a year after the plan is adopted, because what we would want to do is immediately after the adoption of the plan, we would move into the work on the Gateway Access Master Plan, but we know that's going to take a year.
Probably the winter of 2017 or 2018. Okay. Please.
I'm sorry, what are you asking? Should we put a hold on it? You mean a moratorium?
No, not a moratorium. We know that
No,
we
not a
can't-
moratorium.
No, we can't. No, we can't legally put a
Okay,
moratorium.
that's what I thought. So it's just to,
Honestly, legally, we can't put a
I
moratorium on this, right?
honestly believe that.
Okay, and so the idea is we would restrict you to tier 1 until we have a gateway access plan that really assesses out what we want to do on these sites.
It would effectively be a continuation of the interim zoning standards that we have for downtown, but just limited to this gateway area. So the 88 zoning ordinance, would be in effect. The 1984 general plan would continue to be in effect until the general. The
And
Gateway
it's tier
Master
1 in
Plan.
that area, or essentially.
Right. I mean,
whatever it is.
right now the way it reads in the downtown ISD is anything over 32 feet is a DA. We don't. That's what it says. And then in the meantime, until the gateway plan is adopted, that the 84 loose and the 88 zoning ordinance apply.
And any property owner is going to hold out for
Given the amount of public discourse around this area, I think when the city manager originally proposed this idea to the city council, the idea was to be able to leverage. Obviously, we do have a pending application on the Wyndham site, but the idea was to also, we also have a significant public investment. The city owns property at the 4CO site, and then there's the landmark Sears property in between. It's 3 very unique opportunities, but also interest in freeway capping and really the primary access arteries into the downtown. There's discussions about 4th Street, how the circulation patterns might run out, an Olympic flyover that's discussed in the EIR. All of those things take a lot of coordination, funding, and all of that needs to be thought through a very transparent public process that really is very unique, given the location of these properties adjacent to the freeway and the expectations our community has about getting, some very significant public infrastructure and amenities.
So
out of that area.
this is an either-or question, isn't it?
This is an either-or question.
So perhaps I'm just going to go along here and ask the commissioners either-or.
Well, the choice is what? I mean,
we
there's
could-
no standards for it. It's
Jim,
not
could
in
you
here.
crystallise the choice, please?
Right. So one choice is basically continue the IZO as it is now. So we have this designation of the 84 loose and the 88 zoning ordinance. The other option is, we could put some sort of holding designation in the DCP. That's some limited amount. I don't, but that would involve some thinking as to what that is until the gateway plan is done.
Commissioner Parry.
Well, is there a reason not to apply are you suggesting that tier 1 would be acceptable and then everything beyond that would be DA?
Right.
Or you're saying that DA's...
That's basically how the IZO is written now.
I assume it would be advantageous to have the ideas that are within this document apply to it, as opposed to looking back at the old plans. Would there be a downside to tier 1 plus DA as a transit adjacent?
Right.
zone?
So I think you see in the document right now, and it's kind of an analogy, is how perhaps the loose dealt with the DSP. It did establish a district, and it had some sort of broad overarching goals and policies, and you see some of that. We start to try and approach a little bit of it in terms of mobility and open space in this draft of the plan, just some ideas of what the gateway plan could address, but really the specific discussion of the scope of that plan and what we hope to accomplish in it really has to come through a public process, that I think everyone is really anticipating. So, do we go ahead and put more detail on that now? I don't think that's what we would recommend as a staff. I think we would try and take a step back and maybe provide some signal in the plan as to things that we could look at to provide some context to it, so it's not completely open.
So you're really recommending we carve it out and go with the IZO?
Right.
Okay. Commissioner Parry.
Well, I'm sure you said it and I missed it. The idea that we'd be relying upon an old plan makes me nervous for the area. That there's something in the old plan that is not reflective of the ideas in this plan. Mm-hmm. And if we, I don't know that the answer is to apply the transit adjacent zone standards to the area. But my first thought would be that may be more in keeping with the spirit of what we're doing here than what the old plan might say.
Mm-hmm. I think the way that the IZO was structured is, the reason it kicks into a DA, anything over 32 feet and 7,500 square feet, basically. The idea there is that it does give you that highest level, gives the city and the community the highest level of discretion. So if someone were to propose something, and again, we're really talking about three sites, within this area, one of which is owned by the city, one is a landmark parcel, and one already has a pending application. So there's not too much that's, I think, out of the box, in terms of expectation. But with the process that would be in place, it would put full discretion in front of the commission and the council if someone wanted to propose, something that was completely tone deaf, in the context of what's been discussed in the DCP, even though the 84 plan is just something to fall back to because it sort of is a nod to status quo until we figure out what is appropriate there.
So I'd support that.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Kennedy. So Commissioner Newbold. Oh, sorry, you just turned yourself off.
Sorry about that. So what I was trying to, what I was just thinking right now was, and I missed the tail end of what you guys were just saying. I'm sorry, because I was thinking about something. But would that mean that if we were to say, hey, yeah, the IZO works for now, under the old rules, would that give the opportunity for people to become qualifying, established, grandfathered, whatever it is. And then, we end up in a scenario where like 15 years from now, we're like, hey, we got this project and but there's a lot of language in this document that says, if you've already had your, people are saying if they want their float up, they want to be considered qualifying. If they've gotten their ARB review, they want to be considered established. So would that create that kind of a scenario where we're giving people more time? That's one of the issues actually I have with this document, but basically I kind of understand what Commissioner Parry's saying, because then maybe it wouldn't enable somebody to say, hey, those old rules, I'm going to try this, and now I'm established.
Yeah, that's a different concept. No, just the mere fact of having submitted an application doesn't necessarily lock you in anything. Sorry? If it's deemed complete? Well, it's the only application that is pending is a development agreement. That doesn't vest anything. It's an application. We have a...
Right, but we're talking about going forward. We're talking about taking a period of time for more projects to be...
But it doesn't establish anything. There's no legal right just by submitting an application.
Right. It would have to be approved. So what if a new application was approved, was received and approved like this? So
what's being proposed is to put an interim holding pattern, basically, where you could do, for example, it allows someone to do simple things in terms of reoccupying a building or allowing different uses.
I see what you're saying. So for the most part, so essentially...
Not major significant change.
Okay, I understand.
So I'm going to go back. I want to get a sense from the Commission whether we're okay. You're fine with it. I am too.
Me too.
Commissioner Fresco, so we're okay with that. Travis, I'd like to go to page 10, your Planning Commission questions, the one that says Development Agreements, DCP.
Here?
Yeah, that one. Okay. So...
so we're going out of order?
Yes, we are. So this is, as described by the city manager last night, the elephant in the room. And pretty big elephant. This is the questions about should the DA threshold move from 60 to 100,000 square feet, tier 3 non-negotiable options and so on. So let's focus our comments in on that. I think it also includes the 130-foot height on the 3 sites that were discussed. I'm going to look along the Commission and start with Commissioner Anderson and work our way along. As I said a few minutes ago, we've all had a chop at these sort of things, so let's keep it focused and really look at a result. Commissioner Anderson.
I'm sorry, so I actually still need a little bit of tutoring here, but I'm gonna describe what I think of as these tiers, which I see as actually being 6 tiers, 3 tiers, right? There's tier 1, which is by right, as long as it's under the zoning code thresholds that you described, which are 15,000 square feet for commercial and 30,000 square feet for a residential project. So that's one question.
Yes.
Should we make all tier 1s by right, no matter what their size is, or should we raise that threshold?
Correct.
There's tier 2, which gets you a bump above tier 1, and you have to provide a defined package of community benefits. And that's a DRP unless your tier 2 project is above 100,000 square feet, in which case you automatically go to DA. Do not collect $200. And then there's tier 3, which a developer would need to provide a defined package of community benefits that's more than tier 2, but that also is a DRP unless you're over 100,000, and then you go straight to a DA as well.
And I think a question coming out of that, sort of piggybacking on the tier 2, and you see that on the, it was up on the screen just now, was should all tier 2 projects, regardless of their size, be considered ERs?
So I'm gonna answer the easy questions I'm gonna provide my opinion on the easy questions, which is I feel like we should raise that minimum threshold for the tier 1 and make more of those tier 1 projects by right. I think that tier 2 should always be a DRP, that a tier 2 project shouldn't shift into being a DA, because to me that is contrary to the intended spirit of the tiering. And I go back and forth on the tier 3 question, right? Because I think I like what I see as part of the intent of making a tier 3 project that's below 100,000 square feet a DRP instead of a DA. I think one of the intents there, sort of word, was about clarity and certainty, and clarity and certainty for everyone, right? Like that there's a lack of transparency. The whole process for what the right package of community benefits should be is opaque and hard to figure out with the DA. From that perspective, I think that the tier 3 DRP solution is attractive. Everybody knows what they're going to get.
Okay.
I guess just the one option that maybe we could consider to make community members feel a little bit more comfortable is lowering that 100,000 square foot threshold.
To where? Well, no, this is where the rubber's hitting the road right now.
Well, I think staff might have prepared some pictures
Yes.
for us, because I was struggling with what 100,000 square feet looks like.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Right, so it is hard when you just throw out a number without actually seeing it in context. What does that mean? So we look at what I call the Hosteria building over on 6th Street and Broadway, which is at 50,000 square feet. I think everyone's familiar with that building. Then we looked at this building over on 5th Street that now has the Infusion Cafe, the ground floor, and that's 60,000 square feet. This building on 5th and Santa Monica is a newer building. It's 75,000 square feet. These are all mixed-use residential projects too, obviously. Well, except for this one. Spoke too soon. The Sears side is a 3-story. Well, it's a 2-story building with a basement. And that's 100,000 square feet.
Is the basement part of the 100? That's kind of.
Sorry, I know. I just realized that too. But okay. And the Denny site, which this body approved not too long ago, was 100,000 square feet. The Sway building, which is finishing development over on 6th Street and Broadway, is 140,000 square feet. And the McDonald's building over here across the street is 150,000 square feet, 3-story. And so we looked at what would that mean. It'd be cutting off a third of that building, and you essentially get down to a 100,000 square foot threshold as proposed. We want to do that with this way, but we can't get the picture right.
Okay. So did you have a number now? Well, why don't you think about that? I'll ask Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
It seems that 60,000, 100,000 is a big object, and 60,000, we've built in, with all these different tiers, we've built in all this certainty. I think we still need to have a leash on this animal, and I think 60,000 would be a good leash to put on it.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
Can I ask my question?
Yes, please, of course.
And what do you think about raising the thresholds? Because I think that's what you were thinking about.
Two.
To whatever, something more than, what do we have, 30,000? 30 for, right now,
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it raising the tier 1 threshold, or do we want to raise the threshold that kicks you into a DR from an AA?
I think that's,
Or
It's
Raise
the
the
threshold to
DR
go from AA to DR.
yeah.
Right.
That's what I meant.
And what is it now? What is it?
it's 15,000 square feet for a commercial project and 30,000 square feet for a residential project, housing project.
And if those two are Does that mean there could be a 45,000 square foot project before you get kicked into that? Is that
No, it means well, it depends on what you would recommend. If it goes from 30 to 40,000 square feet, which means now we're starting to tailor the permitting process, taking it from zoning code or to inform this, but tailoring it to the downtown. Where right now we're leaning to the zoning code, but of course the rest of the city is a much different animal in downtown. So if you raise from 30,000 to 40,000, that means that you could see residential projects that are ministerially approved, which means they still need to meet all the development standards in here and go to the architectural review board, but it
They
wouldn't
don't come to
become a
us.
DRP. It wouldn't be a planning commission hearing.
And to, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, it doesn't mean, if I understood your question, that you could add the 30,000 of residential and 15,000 of commercial and get a 45,000 square foot building.
yeah.
That's not what that means.
No, yeah.
Did catch that.
Yeah, in the housing project, the amount of commercial floor area cannot be more than 15% of the total floor area of the project.
Commissioner Fonda-Bonani?
Let me think about it, because
Okay.
it eventually comes down to what the lot sizes are. I mean, that's really what we're really talking about here, is increments of lot sizes, at which point you cross a line.
Yeah, so if you're in the transit adjacent to 45,000 would be at least 2 lots with a 4, right? So in the other districts it might shrink down to 1 lot, but it almost always is going to be a couple of lots, isn't it? So right through the city you're talking 2 lots to get a building, but it would have administrative approval up to a certain size. Commissioner Fresco?
I am very much in favor of the 60,000 limit that we came up with last time. That was the FAR of 4 on 2 lots, and it seemed when I went through the lists of many DAs that have been submitted, most of them, as staff said yesterday, were under 60,000, and then the 100 thresholds was just to include a few more. I don't see the need for that, especially because bigger things with more parcels and it becomes more than 150. Now we have new thresholds and new standards and those breaks, the little 15 by 15 areas for the homeless to sleep in. And I just really feel like when you get to that many lots, we really need to make sure that it doesn't become a rambling pile of Lego.
And are you in favour of Tier 1 changing?
No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fonda-Bonani, have you thought or are you still thinking? They're still thinking. Commissioner Kennedy? Yes, Commissioner Anderson?
Can I just, as you're querying people, as you go around, I think the other, whatever question to be touching base on is about if all Tier 2 are DRP or whether there's the threshold for them.
Thank you. So let's go back to Commissioner Fresco. So is it all DRP or some DA in Tier 2?
I think when you start expanding to more lots, I think we need to look at it. So
you'd preserve the DA? I agree.
would.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy?
So let's see. First, I have a couple of questions. I need some more clarity on why the small, medium, and large building types were injected into this, because to me, it doesn't seem. It was pointed out yesterday by I think either Travis or Peter. I can't remember, that this is like a new concept that you're bringing forward, and if eventually we'll also be looking at possible compatibility with the rest of the zoning code. So why introduce this new concept? One of the flaws that I see based on it right now is that you can have essentially a large type building on a Tier 1 so for example, you can achieve 100,000, just under 100,000 square feet as a Tier 1 if you built horizontally instead of vertically. And Peter, who knows exactly what I'm talking about, just left, so maybe he'll come back. But I think that not only does that need to be fixed, but I think it's a big problem. So when we talk about the tiers that have heights, the small, medium, and large lets horizontal development and mass happen that way. So I am in favor of getting rid of that small, medium, and large designation. You know, it's tied to having single uses at 40,000 square feet on each floor. For example, the urban large, which is, to me, doesn't seem appropriate for a downtown when we need to be looking at mixed uses. And so anyway, I find, you know, these questions are...
Can I ask why you think it's easy to, what's different about having the small, medium, and large now that allows you or incentivizes you to do a long horizontal building?
Well, well, first of all,
It
if tier one is ministerially approved, I don't know, is somebody crazy enough out there to say, you know, I want,
But
you
the
know,
the standards become increasingly difficult the larger the lot is. So in fact, if you had a larger lot size, you'd have an open space requirement which was exceedingly greater than if you have a set of small lots. So there is, in fact, a disincentive. The whole reason for the small, medium, and large is that the standards become increasingly difficult the larger the assemblage is. So it actually makes it easier to assemble small, or easier to develop. There are less restrictions when you're doing one parcel. In fact, the standards
I understand that.
for one parcel are pretty minimal.
So does that answer your question, Commissioner Kennedy?
It does, but it doesn't give me complete comfort. But
Okay.
for now, I'll just. I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
so
we can talk about that next. I think that the DA threshold should. I actually found the 60,000 to even be a bit much. I'd say 50.
but certainly no more than 60.
Right.
Okay. And in Tier 2, you'd maintain DAs there. I think, listening to what you were saying,
Yeah.
that there's a strong suggestion of that. And are you in favour of changing the limits of 15 and 30,000 in Tier 1?
No.
No. Okay.
And I'd like. I mean, I want to speak to. Are you extending this question and answer period to this last question
We'll
here?
come back
Or
to
we'll
that
come
in a
back to
second.
that,
I just want to
okay.
clear up this
Thanks.
sort of size and approvals. Commissioner Newbold.
So I think 100,000 is too large. 60 might be the number. 100,000 is too large for me. I'm kind of interested in the Tier 1 expansion. Administrative approval expansion.
Thank you. Right.
I'm really struggling with these layers.
Well, and I think what would make that easy is the tier 1 thing is confusing. That's in the zoning code. If we start to tailor this to the downtown, we can get rid of that. So now we're just talking about square foot thresholds.
But I'm intrigued by it. I could like to explore it because I think it makes it easier to build. Might incent sort of the smaller housing projects,
Right.
which we kind of want to see. So I guess to that extent that intrigues me. But I also feel as though we did a lot of administrative approval of housing in the downtown, and people didn't really love some of what was developed over the last 15, 20 years. And so people wanted more say. So I'm sort of torn between those things, but I'm kind of interested in how much would we get the kind of housing we want if would we incentivize developers to do the administrative approval on the smaller projects if we made it easier?
Right, and that's a tough thing to answer. I would assume maybe on Lincoln Boulevard, yeah, maybe a couple areas on 6th and 7th Street. So it's an interesting question, an interesting idea that would we see smaller buildings come in and get a variety of buildings if we increase that AA threshold.
Okay, and what about Tier 2? DRP, DA, maintain DAs in there or not?
I'm not sure that I even fully understand that, so let me think about it a little more.
Okay. Commissioner Parry, you've got 3 questions to answer.
Yeah, Tier 1, maintain the threshold in the zoning ordinance. Encourage people to go Tier 1. I see that as a loss of housing opportunity. Tier 2, by DRP, and Tier 3, I'm going to say 60, but I think this ties into the question of how do we feel about the non-negotiated DAs? And to me, that's an open question until we know what those standards would be that would apply to the Tier 3 non-DA projects.
Oh, the additional fees.
Additional fees and also additional housing, right? Yep.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, you've thought?
With Perry. exactly the way he said it.
Me too. I'm revising my opinion.
Wow, you're quite a guy, aren't you? Yeah. So it does seem to me that we've lowered the potential threshold to 60,000.
Okay.
It seems to me that there are no changes to the 1530 at this stage, from what I heard along here in the Tier 1. And the Tier 2 is somewhat of an open question that commissioners are prepared to entertain a change, but probably need more information on that.
On the, are all tier 2 is going to be processed as DRs?
Yes, or DAs.
Gotcha.
Right. DRs or some DAs, you know what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay. The question that we had then was on these 3 sites about the height there. And again, I'm going to start at this end and work our way along. And the question that was put to us by the city manager was that we should allow 130 feet off the bat. So, Commissioner Parry.
So the question that's before us is essentially whether beyond the, I'll call it a real maximum height of 84 feet, there should be language in the draft DSP that either authorizes for certain sites 130 feet or makes some general statement about consideration of 130 feet of height. I'm not sure. The way I'm looking at it, it may ultimately come down to do we think that for those particular sites that the community benefits that would be lost at 84 feet warrant relaxing the height limitation. So that would mean open space, ground floor, publicly accessible open space, and possibly other things too. And what I would ask of staff is, when this comes back to us, if possible, to try to give us as best as you can, a sense of what we would be leaving on the table if we went hard and fast at an 84-foot maximum. What are the likely consequences of that? And certainly if you have that ready now, great. But
we don't, but I think this sideway showed what an 84-foot project would look like on that site. We haven't designed it for, the Ocean Hotel or the Miramar site, but we've seen one out of the 3 as an example, and that is what you get. You do get a lot less, obviously, ground floor open space and other things. So I guess it's, how did you feel about the 84-foot model or version of that project?
Right, and also informed by what are the expected base in the downtown, and in staff's opinion, can it be realized at an 84-foot maximum, or in particular for those sites that are talking about providing some publicly accessible open space.
Right.
So it's not a clear-cut answer on what the what the maximum height should be, but I think that those pieces of information would guide my thinking into ultimately what I think we should recommend to City Council.
Okay, Commissioner Newbold.
Can I just say ditto, because that's...
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy.
So, like Commissioner Perry, I don't necessarily have a definitive, direction on the height per se, but I have thoughts about each of these different projects because I think they mean different things to the community and have some beneficial and harmful aspects. So, what I think is these sites. There's three sites that are proposed here, and I know that Vaughn's site, was, at one point, maybe considered, but at this point we're looking at just these 3. There are distinctions between these opportunities that are presented. I see the Miramar, the Wilshire and the Ocean, Wilshire and Ocean Miramar project, and the as something that will actually disrupt the community a little bit more during construction. It'll be a loss of revenue, loss of jobs during the interim, and I don't really see the a great upside in including that project in this category. So to balance it against so when I look at the Ocean Hotel and 4th in Arizona, I see sites that are pretty much underutilized and are, won't disrupt the community or have a loss of revenue or a loss of jobs in the interim while those projects would possibly be developed. So again, whether it's 84 feet or 130 feet, I don't know, but I kind of don't see the reason for including the Miramar in this category. Let's see. Oh, and I did make the note about the Vons, but if the Vons project, if that project were to redevelop, the loss of the grocery store to the community and the loss of the jobs again would be a really big disruption. And so again, I kind of don't consider that as something in this category. So, but
I want to clarify the Vons. We were not proposing.
Yeah,
the Vons
and I
site.
realize that. So now I that was made clear to me last night, but I made the note, so I thought I would just say. So anyway, so I see a distinction between. I see them in two different categories. I see the Ocean Hotel, Ocean and Second project, and the 4th in Arizona project as underutilized sites that are more amenable to having some renovations.
Commissioner Anderson, and I'll come back.
Commissioner Kennedy, I guess I'm confused by your description of like the disruption at the Miramar site and loss of jobs and loss of revenue. Like, I guess, I mean, what's your? It sounds like you're making some assumptions there.
Well, clearly, if the project were to redevelop, whether it's to the 84 or it's higher than that or 130 or whatever, there's going to be people temporary their jobs will be relocated during renovation potentially. There'll be, for the hotel renovation, there'll be lost maybe to the community revenue to the city. And anyway, I just kind of see these that site is currently very beneficial to the community as it is. It's a functional hotel that provides jobs and revenue to the city, whereas these other two sites are, very underutilized. And so to me, I just look at them differently, and I just wanted to pose that to the commission.
And are you assuming that the hotel would shut down during the renovation? Is that what you're?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but
Okay,
in that assumption, yes. I mean, it depends how, if they were going to do something on one part or that's, but assuming that they would, yes.
Okay. Staff, sorry. One interim question. Did you guys bring something that shows us the existing heights in downtown?
No, we have an information packet. Commissioner,
it's in your background.
Minority asked to see some of the taller heights.
Thank you. That's what I want.
You know what? Absolutely.
So, Commissioner Fresco?
When, many of you know, I've been very involved recently in the Civic Center specific plan, and that was a really different kind of animal than this one. The Civic Center specific plan is a very large area, mostly owned by one person who's planning a development scheme and has to figure out how to fund or manage everything that they want built there, meaning the city. This is a whole different kind of a specific plan. This is about zoning it differently than the rest of the city and really planning how we want to guide it into the future. So these large sites, the Miramar was not created. Well, I was going to say the large sites are mostly sites that were assembled by developers with creative business goal in mind, except of course for the Miramar, which was created by our founder. But these sites came up because of the industry and activities of private individuals. And I feel that because what we're trying to do is zone them, to then add rules for private people's ideas is sort of micromanaging it all, and to have this plan be filled I noted it over and over again in every section. This could happen at 4th and Arizona, and this could happen in 4th and Arizona, and this could also happen at 4th and Arizona. And what we've done is we've fed these sites so much stuff that they've become really kind of monsters that have freaked out our citizenry. And I think we should go back to just zoning it, and that this kind of micromanagement doesn't belong in a plan like this.
Excellent. I'll take that as a no.
It's a no.
Commissioner Fondabernardi.
Same no. I'd like to make one comment, though. We have already built basically 5th in Arizona. It actually lives at Wilshire and 4th Street in the same triangular open space, same terrible outcome. So 130 feet, not comfortable with that at all.
Commissioner Anderson.
I guess I'm going to remain open on this question. I think I'm super happy that we're talking about it, and I'm super happy that we're going to define it as part of this plan, because I was really uncomfortable with that other strategy of saying we're going to have a plan that says one thing and then we're just going to have projects come forward and offer something else. What I'm seeing, and I guess I just want to confirm this with staff, is that the proposal is that at these 3 sites, essentially the buildings could go another 4 stories-ish, but we're not raising FAR, right? So the quantity of development is the same.
Yes.
And but the building, the mass of the development could be spread differently on these sites, and my sense is that behind that is, I think, a lot of what Commissioner Perry was implying is opportunities for more ground floor open space by doing this.
I'd also like to suggest that we look at page 169 where we talk about maximum average height. That section is only pertaining, even though it's misworded, is only pertaining to these 3 sites. And the idea is that you can never breach a maximum average height of 84 feet. So if you push up to the maximum of 130, you're going to have to push down somewhere else to eventually get to that 84-foot maximum, or we can even lower that to 60-foot, whatever makes people comfortable. But the idea is if we do go with the 130, if you go with the 130, we want to put something else in there that further breaks up the building to allow more light and air through.
Okay, so I'm going to chip in and I'll go to anyone else.
Okay.
The reason I proposed that we run zoning across the city that was firm was that we would provide a very clear direction to the people who live in the city of what we believe are the allowable limits. If you wanted to change that, then you would have to come down and get a development agreement and potentially a text amendment. When you say, as you did a minute ago, well, we know developments are coming, we don't know that there's a development coming. We know that developers have proposed some ideas that they'd like to achieve, and I totally disagree with 200 feet on Jeff Worth's project down there at the corner of Ocean and Santa Monica. I would never vote for that. I'm not even in favour of 130 feet. I don't, as you know, I voted against the 4th, 5th in Arizona at its height. I think it should comply with the rest of the city. That's what I was driving at last night. If you're the developer, you shouldn't be the regulator as well and touting your development potential, as Commissioner Fresco has mentioned. And I also believe that the Miramar site, which is pretty sizable, 4 acres, has got a huge amount of developable space down there. In each of these 3 cases, no matter what we do, there will still be a great deal of interest in it. They will still have to fight a political battle to get their DA. It's no more difficult for them to do that on these 3 specific sites. But what it would do is give to our population, the residents, a sense that we've settled the zoning, and the only holes that we leave in the zoning are when they're created by a development agreement, which is why I'm not in favour of this at all. And I think it creates these little loopholes. It's a spot zoning as far as I can see, and I'm totally not in favour of that. Let these guys, if they've got enough money and enough wherewithal, live within their zoning, do developments within it, or propose through the system, difficult as it is, a DA and a text amendment. Commissioner?
I guess I just want to make clear that we're trying to define what that zoning is, right? So when you say live within the zoning, I think we're anticipating that someone would live within the zoning, and that zoning would either be for 84 feet or for 130 feet, right? So like, whatever, I hear your argument about the spot zoning, but it's, if the specific plan sets the height for these sites at 130 feet, then they're living within that zoning, right?
Well,
So I think your characterization was a little confusing to me, Commissioner, and I just want to clarify.
Well, I think
Or
what you're
Chair,
suggesting,
excuse me.
what you're suggesting is, for the first time in 35 years, we changed the height limit in our city from 84 feet to 130 feet on 3 specific sites that have 3 guys who've got enough money, including the city, to propose a development. I'm not in agreement with it. I think it's a bad idea.
It's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just helping to clarify.
Well, no, but I think it's the practical outcome of it. And I'm not being offensive to you. I'm just saying I think that's what the effect is. If you've got a lot of money, you get to do that. Well, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy was next in line. She was gracious enough to let me speak.
Well, I wanted to make a kind of goes to both the discussion that you're having, Chair and Commissioner Anderson, I think, because Travis brought up the averaging, or was it you? And I actually think that we should remove the averaging from this plan, because what it actually does is it creates more uncertainty, and it's not helpful, and it doesn't provide clarity. So what we're talking about really is we're trying to find that clarity. I think we need to set maximums and minimums, and we need to have the guidelines and the standards be very clear. I think it's and so in a way, well, I made some notes about this, but I think that the averaging actually creates like a false sense of opportunity for everybody, because what we're sitting here saying is that we're trying to get as much information as we can from staff, look at everything as a whole and how it relates to the rest of the city. But this isn't about just creating incentives for developers. We have to look at the upside for everyone, and that includes the residents downtown as our living room. And so I just see the averaging as creating way more uncertainty. So as we continue to go through this process and we get the surveys back, for example, I think that the surveys that the communication department puts forth should contain some of the information that we've discussed here this evening. For example, maybe that DA threshold, maybe there should be I think there should be multiple amounts proposed in the survey, 50, 60, 40, whatever it is. I think these, we're going to get a lot of information back, and I think we're all striving to have more certainty. And the way to do that is to eliminate averaging of sidewalks, to eliminate the averaging of the heights, and just make it clear.
Well, I'd like to say that what we'd like tonight, this has been used in multiple cities, and the idea of the averaging heights is to bring down the amount of mass at that height. So we're actually limiting it and bringing it down to how much can go to the 130.
I've researched it, and I know that it isn't, and I've seen that it's applied elsewhere, but it's,
And the average sidewalk width is obviously to allow flexibility, So,
Commission, where we are at the moment is we've got 3 people who do not think it's a good idea, 1 who does, and we've got 2 people who are sceptical and interested to know more, and we've got 1 commissioner who's not in favour of 1 site, but in favour of the other 2 sites potentially doing it. So the preponderance lies against it, but we haven't clearly resolved this.
Can I just make...
Please.
You were talking about how this is defining it to do, but I feel because these proposals are generated from the proposers and they've started the thing, it's really more like we're accommodating the projects rather than defining our limits. And that's why it makes me so uncomfortable, especially because there's so many things pointing towards those. I mean, I feel like this whole book is saying what we want for downtown and how we can really jumpstart it on these 3 sites. And it's really a theme of the book. And, we'd probably lose another 20 pages if we took that out. And I love losing pages.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
But the other thing I was going to say is if we want to, what the public heard when we said we were going to limit DAs, and what I heard was not what we did. What we did was we said, okay, well, let's just allow the ones that are proposed now and see if that's the end of it. And I think what we really want to do is disincentivize them. And the way to do that is maybe the way we process it. You know, I know we had a priority system before and that we processed housing only DAs first, and maybe there's ways of doing that. And another way is, I know it seems sort of cockamamie, but, you know, limiting the number of areas in which you can provide community benefits. I mean, you know, this, when I hear about Fourth and Arizona, and it's the open space, and it's the guy with the cello, and it's the parking, and the hotel, and the this and the that, and the view. I'm like, the view? Where, you know, I understand why they want the view, but it's like it becomes a selling point, and we have to make people really focus on giving us what we want and not giving us more than we need.
I want to make clear real quick specific plan based on accommodating developers.
I know.
And so they have proposed heights of 220 feet at the Ocean Hotel, 300 feet at Miramar, 148 feet at Fifth and Arizona. That in no way does 130 feet accommodate what's being proposed.
Compromising.
So,
nor did we let that guide our thinking in designing a good plan.
So the one last question on this sheet that we will deal with before we take this short break is the second point. Does the Planning Commission support a Tier 3 non-negotiated option? In other words, if you are up to 60,000 square feet, you, not by right, Mr. Martin, definitely not by right. However, by conformity, you get the tick off and you might have to come here. Does that have a place in Tier 3, or should Tier 3 be basically a DA? So that's a question that needs to be answered too for these guys. I'm going to start at this end. Commissioner Parry.
Well, as I said before, I think it depends on what the package of benefits would be.
Same thing, Commissioner Newbold. Okay. Commissioner Kennedy.
Generally agree.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
How is this different than the other 60,000 square feet discussion we had?
Well, if it's a Tier 3, it becomes a DA.
Right. I thought that was what we were talking about before. Interesting.
Well, I didn't think we specifically answered that question. I want to make sure that there's no doubt about it.
All right. Well, I think that a Tier 3 project, I mean, basically what we end up getting is a narrower project that is, so yes, 60,000 square feet or less in Tier 3 could be a DR.
Okay. Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi.
Yeah, well, I like to see what the benefits are. In other words, when we see the benefits,
Right.
then it'll make more sense whether they should be
So I
getting
think we're
carte blanche.
punting this question, basically, Travis, until we see the benefits on that.
Gotcha.
Okay, everybody. We will take 8 minutes, 9:20. Look forward to seeing you back here shortly.
Now I don't need to ask that question.
Commission, welcome back from the break. We have one question, the prioritisation of benefits from the discussion about standards, a consensus on the priority benefits listed in the plan. I'm on the first page of the Chair's agenda in here. Here it is up, it's this one. Just before we do, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi had a question about the community plan. Could you just raise that question with Travis now, please?
If we're going to go out to survey people, I think it's a fair question to ask whether people want Tier 3.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we're opening up other things
Right.
to public discussion, I
Okay.
think it's a very clear thing because the EIR says that Tier 3 provides us the housing we need without the downsides, and it meets 3 objectives: housing, traffic, and all that. So we should ask people that question.
And I think we can, can't we, Peter? You're mic'd up, by the way. So
Great. Yeah, I think once we began to
you don't need to lean. It picks you up.
It's more dramatic.
Once we begin to get out there more in the community and have these speaker series and these workshops where we can educate people about what Tier 3 is, to the vast majority of Santa Monicans, that's an abstract
Thankfully.
thing. But it gets to the heart of what we want to ask folks when we get to the smaller community conversations and bring that functionality onto our web tool. So anything, in fact,
Yes,
that you guys
that's
come
yes.
up with, let us know, and we'll put it on our list of questions.
So that's an open invitation to the Commission to devise questions and forward them to these guys. Thank you. So, Travis, prioritisation of benefits.
Yes.
The question.
The question. So last time we were told to trim this down, that we had too many priorities, and again, with a lot of the community outreach and what we've heard over the 4 years of this plan and prior to this with Luce, these are the top 5 community benefits that we've come up with or have heard about more frequently than others. The question is,
It's this page.
do you agree?
Page is it in the report?
I printed out new questions, so it should all be in order.
Yeah, so it's this one.
So if you're looking at what I gave you last night, that's not right. But what I gave you today should all be in order.
Yeah.
In the
It's on
downtown
page
community
25
plan,
of the
page
plan.
25.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's all good. So,
Oh, and I'm sorry, I just typed in these because I realized I left those off. So that's new. That won't be on what I gave you today or yesterday.
Are these in order, Travis? Is this
Yes. So this was.
in order
So
of
the-
in order of significance?
Oh,
Those community
this.
benefits?
Yes,
Or is it like
yes.
as a group these are the
Yeah, this is definitely in order from significance and for how much we've heard of each community benefit over the years.
oh, Chair Parry, Commissioner.
And I guess that's the question: is this the right order, and are these the right benefits?
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm looking at page 25 and 26, 27, and I don't quite follow like the flow of the priorities on 25 and then the tables on the following pages.
Right.
But I do see represented on page 27, water conservation and energy conservation, and which I would think would be among the priorities, page 5. But maybe you could lay out the thinking on why it's laid out the way it is.
Right, and so these are, again, the first 5 that we mentioned is because and these are just for negotiated development agreements, right? And so the top 5 are for what we've heard more frequently than others. We were asked to trim them down, so we did. And some of these other things are for the large sites to understand. These are some of the additional things we're going to be asking of you when you get here. So these are the types of negotiations that we've seen through the Denny site, through some of the DAs recently. This list should be pretty familiar since that's some of the additional things we asked for on top of some of the top 5 things that we got out of those projects, if that makes sense.
So
This was an effort to be very clear to developers before you come to the table and start negotiating. Here are our top 5 community benefits. Not all 5 might make sense for your project or on your site, But all of these things are going to be asked of you if they make sense, which the majority of them should, for your project.
I see.
So that's where negotiation starts, not.
So what we're looking at on page 27, all of these, well, I shouldn't say all of them, most of these where applicable are going to be included, would be included in, I mean, there's discretion, but the expectation would be every DA would have these elements.
Correct.
On page 27.
Correct, unless there's some amazing reason why not.
And
It should be
then
included.
on page 25, it's, in a sense, a menu for developers to choose from on top of what we're seeing on page 27.
Right.
Right. And I think you can see that laid out a little bit more explicitly on page 26, where we talk about those established large sites and the one or two community benefits that come from page 25 that our thinking and the process that these projects have gone through already, where those particular benefits have been identified as the critical ones.
Okay, so put it another way, on page 25, you could, the applicant could pick and choose what they're going to propose, but they can't really choose from 27. So in a sense, the water conservation and energy conservation is higher priority than what this list that we're seeing on page 25, in that they can't move forward without it.
Well, I think as I said, the top 5 are really going to be dictated by the project itself and the location. If we can get all 5 of those on there, that would be the priority. But these extra items, which tend to be smaller, I guess, in scope, are going to be required at the beginning as a minimum. I know it's confusing, but there's definitely a distinction.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Please, and then Commissioner Newbold. Yes.
Again, everything, my understanding is everything that we're seeing on 26 and 27 are benefits specifically about 4 large sites. There's going to be other DAs, especially now that we've lowered the threshold, that we are not necessarily requiring the stuff on 26 and 27.
Well, I think we would. I mean, this is what we've been negotiating with even these smaller DAs that this body's approved.
Okay, so it would be good to make that clearer.
So, Travis,
Because it says large sites on it.
Well, I mean, the thinking just changed a few minutes ago. Right now, we're down to 60,000 square feet again. So it is for all it should be now all development agreements.
I'm with you. Thanks.
So, in effect, this is just 27. It's just a cost of doing business. The moment you step up to the DA plate,
Correct.
They hand you this, basically.
Correct. And we can
cover charge to get you in, and then you can order other things on the menu.
I see a concerned look over here. We cannot state you must give us, $300,000 of this and X amount of this, and so that has all been stripped of here. But these are the things that you should expect to provide at the beginning, and it could be added to. But you should definitely expect to get these things out of all development agreement projects.
So, Jing, did you want to comment on that?
I think we would like some of your input on the guidelines, preferences for benefits here.
What do you mean by input?
Because of these here are the priorities, so those are the top 5, but there's also these extra ones on sort of page 27.
But do you want us to rank them, or do you want some further input about housing should be 25% of any project, or on a public side it should be 40%, because that's what I'd put out there, or more generic and just ranked, or what do you mean?
Probably more generic as to appropriateness and different categories. I don't think we need to get into excruciating detail at the moment.
So Commissioner Kennedy and then Commissioner Parry.
Well, I just want to drive home the point about making some clarity in these pages, because Travis said the word required, and then Jingy just said guidelines and preferences. So, and then Travis capped it off by saying, well, no, I understand it's not perfectly clear. It's got to be perfectly clear.
City Attorney, however.
Right, it's a development agreement. It's a negotiated agreement. They are not standards. So it would be very confusing to everyone if we start confusing permit requirements with development agreements, which are negotiated. These are aspirational to a certain extent, and realistically what will happen is the project will come before you. It may not fit all, one size fits all. There may have to be some consideration depending on the site, the nature of the covenants that are going to be imposed. And so we really need some flexibility, even though I think this is an attempt to focus what's most important to the community as far as aspirational, but it's still a negotiated agreement.
And I'd like to exchange my word required for expected. These are expected unless there's a good reason.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner
So
Perry?
what?
Oh, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Fontaine,
So
no,
what
no,
you're
Commissioner.
telling us is that, in a sense, these things are all equal. Is that what you're telling us? Because they're all decorations you can put on the Christmas tree, and is that what you're telling us?
I think what it is this is what's on the table. Depending on what the realistic solution is as the project is brought to you, as you look at the residual land use analysis or the value enhancement analysis, then you will be able to tailor. But I think it's expected that you would tailor from this pot to the extent that you can. But it's not a requirement. So to say that you are going to absolutely have 10% middle class housing for sure on every project.
So does that mean, though, that page 27 and 25 are really mushed together, is what you're saying? That there's really any of these add up to? Is that my understanding that
Well,
correct?
this is up to you.
Okay.
I mean, this is...
Okay, Commissioner Parry.
Well, yeah, I would just want to be sure that that water conservation in particular, and also energy conservation, is called out as an expectation that every project coming through the development agreement process, that it's going to be there may be some significant asks of the developer. How that fits within the ranking of options for community benefits, I would put it pretty high. So I would, and obviously there are quite a few technical limitations on what a project can do toward energy conservation and water conservation. But I would think that these things should be called out as maybe what it is an expectation that there would be, as is described here, conservation beyond CalGreen to some degree, and possibly even more within this mix of like within the menu of different things that the developer could choose to propose or maybe ask to do. But the just the way that things are laid out here, it doesn't come across to me as a reader that it is one of these things that this commission, that this city council is going to hold in as a priority.
Right, and so obviously it's your priority to elevate that to the sixth priority as the top priorities, take off one from the top five. But the direction that I received a few months ago was to limit the top priorities. And this is an attempt on the page 26 and 27. We've learned a lot more over the last few years given the DA negotiations we've been through. And so we wanted to not start from square one every single time, and at least have some expectation in here, like this is what we typically see of DAs. I mean, we can start adding to this or whatnot, but this is what's expected.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you.
I guess I think I would encourage staff to think about how to restructure this again so that it's a little clearer, because I am thinking, Travis, that when you write the DA threshold was different, but I also think that what staff was trying to achieve in here were some benchmarks, right? Because not only does it say, where's a good example here? Not only does it say local hiring, it kind of sets a number, right? And I think that that's probably okay, but maybe those benchmarks actually do only make more sense for the large sites. Maybe what we're saying is that we anticipate seeing these things in all our DAs, but the benchmarks are more focused towards the larger sites.
Okay,
I don't know. I just
I understand.
Yeah, and
Maybe
I don't know
as
if there's
you
a way
said-
to combine this because a lot of this stuff does overlap with the priorities.
And maybe just need the typical planner line where practicable. These are expected. Provide exactly what we have here, and this is also should language for the local hiring. But that's I'd call a start of negotiation.
Commissioner Newbold wants to say something.
Oh, I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, which for me, middle income, and I would emphasize that you might want to choose the word income rather than class. Middle income housing is not a priority for me. That if we're going to get a community benefit, that I feel like the community benefit needs to target moderate and below.
Commissioner Newbold.
I was going to ask about the middle class, and I think that's hilarious. I didn't catch the word, but I would concur that that's kind of funny sounding.
I'm sorry, when you have 3 months to rewrite an entire document, some things just fly off the keyboard.
And
Middle income,
and
it is.
I know Commissioner Anderson's position on it, and I feel conflicted about it because I feel like when we have limited resources, it's very difficult to put them into middle income housing, and yet that's what creates kind of a very layered community. But beside that, we haven't had that in our DAs recently, have we?
No.
So that's kind of, these other ones look like these are sort of our standard. This is where we start negotiating. This is a new one.
No, this is from community outreach and hearing from people that we heard from last night who can't afford to live here, but they make too much to be considered affordable. So basically, we have two systems: one for affordable housing, and everyone else who can afford to pay these exuberant rents in the downtown. We're saying on these handful of projects, which at the time is 4, that we consider. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to just.
Okay, I just was
that
curious.
we consider middle class housing as
Middle income.
middle income housing.
Commissioner Kennedy would like to add something.
Well, I'm not
you haven't quite finished.
Well, I just wanted to reiterate that this is very confusing the way this is laid out, and
We can take it all out, or we can add
throw it
caveat
away.
to it. Yeah.
And I think that now that we've lowered the threshold to something around 60,000, it is going to.
I don't think it's.
Does this commission agree that we should not have this in here as a guideline for planners in the future to start their negotiations?
No, I was
No,
going
I
to
don't
say
agree with that.
I think it's a good idea to have it. It just needs to be rewritten to make it clear that there are some expectations from us as a commission and as a community that you will be asked for, and there are above and beyond that there are priorities that we have that we may explore more deeply. But I think you're hearing there's a bit of confusion here, so it needs a rewrite.
Yes.
Commissioner Frisk. Well, actually, I call Commissioner Kennedy first, and then. You.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to chime in on the and say that about the middle income housing. I just wanted to say I think the policy on DAs should be that any public subsidy that comes from the development must go toward low and very low. And in fact, at all tiers of development, including development. 80 to moderate is 80 to 120, and Prop R says low and moderate. Personally, I'd be comfortable with 100 or 80 or below, but definitely not comfortable in any way with anything between 130 and 180. And I would question how the city would meet its Prop R requirements if developments can use the 130 to 180 range. And I'll just cap it off by saying that the corresponding policy, CCP 1.3, that corresponds with this, I think should be removed.
I want to reiterate that this is not at the expense of Prop R. This is above and beyond meeting our affordable housing production program requirements, and it's just for consideration to be more inclusive of other incomes.
Okay, Commissioner Frisco.
Well, just on that note, I am, a lot of our requirements really do focus on the lowest income households, and I think an opportunity at this higher level of housing production to provide for those more middle income families is actually a good idea. And of course, when I read this the first time, this was the place in the document where I saw 100,000 for the first time. So I scribbled all over these pages about that, but now I know that we're kind of settling on that. But one thing I have noted is that don't we typically charge a Parks and Recreation fee of some kind? It's not here.
Yes, we do, and that's actually in the formula in the development standards chapter. That's the standard language that we're allowed to put in there legally, because we have nexus studies for that. We understand the impacts, and we can.
Oh, so these are only the non-nexus studies?
These are negotiated.
It's above and beyond.
All right, so, you know, I enjoy brevity in these documents, as you know, and once we wipe out all the stuff about those preferred sites, we can combine these tables. I think if they just can be much more general about just letting them know there's going to be very high expectations in this area. They can look at all those past DA that we have, and they'll say, oh, this is what they're talking about. And then we don't have to put it in this list and make it seem like a standard for a negotiation, and they'll just, you know, they'll do their research.
So is there anything more you need, Travis or Jing? Oh, Commissioner Parry, my apologies.
On the question of middle-income housing, is staff's intent, and with the understanding that these are just benchmarks, general concepts put out there to guide negotiations, but is the general idea that at least with a large site DA, that project would comply with AHPP, then double the number of units required under AHPP, and above that, 10% of the units would be affordable at 130 to 180.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this seems like a very modest step that I think it would be a mistake to look at it as a trade-off between middle-income housing and low-income housing. This is just one of the community benefits, and all the community benefits are competing for each other. But this is a very modest step toward creating a downtown that has affordability to all levels. And that, to me, should be our objective citywide. It should be our objective in the downtown. And I think this is I think this is a great idea.
And also, I failed to mention, we worked with Strategic Economics. We talked about this last time we were here. We have a study that's been completed. Once we get it into shape to post on the website or send out, we will. And you'll see the sheer number of people who fall into that category that are working for us. They're working for the downtown. They don't live in the downtown. They have to come in, as we heard yesterday, from Koreatown and other places, and they work in the downtown, serving people in the downtown. And it's just trying to give a few of those people an opportunity to live there too.
Cool. Okay. Commissioner Kennedy.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
oh, sorry.
Was it
No
Commissioner
fighting.
Anderson?
No fighting.
I forgot the other thing I wanted to say was that looking at table 2A.2, 1133 Ocean Avenue, is that the Miramar site? No.
No. Yes. It has a Wilshire.
That's the one. I remain I don't think open space should be considered a community benefit for that site because of its adjacency to Palisades Park. I don't see that as a location that needs open space. If what our policy is that I questioned last time was that there be open space, every 2 minutes from someone's house. It was something else, but
2.5 from every worker visitor.
Right.
Resident.
You don't need to put open space on top of open space.
Right, and it's tough if you think about there's only so much FAR there. It's a huge site. They're going to have to get the open. Well, if they go up, if not, you're going to end up with a big blocky site that's completely built out. So
I'm not saying that they can't provide open space. I'm just saying it doesn't need to be it's not considered a community benefit.
Okay.
Commissioner Fresco.
So are we still going to be defining all this stuff about these sites in this document, even if we take out all those? Do we want to talk about that? I mean, don't these people know already what is expected of them? Do we need to fill this document with this stuff?
It's not just for them, it's also to help our planners going on in the future.
Right. I just want to say one thing about the nature of the specific plan, getting back to a slide we showed yesterday. One of the things that a specific plan does is guide the distribution of land uses, including open space, within the planning area. So it's perfectly within the realm of planning to point right there and say that's where we want our open space because it has the most impact to our residents, our workers, and our visitors. And so if we strip all that out and we say we're not going to say where, then I'm not sure that's a great idea.
Well, if we were saying places, if we were suggesting different places that were on other sites than these as well, I would be okay with that. But everything that we suggest is always on one of these sites, and most of them are on 4th and Arizona.
Well,
And
I
that's my
think the
problem.
reason that we do that is because we've as a community have spent a lot of time talking about those sites. So in a way, the program has been loosely defined, and we took advantage of that. We definitely did because we wanted to have concrete examples and show progressive thinking. But those aren't the only places, and I think if we
You do have a map.
move
of
this
open
forward,
space.
yeah, we'll get to the public space map where there's other locations and opportunities other than
Okay.
those sites.
So in addition to those other spaces, these may or may not have them. Okay.
Right.
So, Mr. Page, have you got enough to move forward on potentially, Commissioner Parry again? No? On rewriting it and tightening it up and focusing. Okay. So we now move to what at least one commissioner will find is the most exciting part of the whole thing, the historic preservation element. But the city manager yesterday made it very clear that historic preservation is a key and integral part of this whole thing. You received from the Conservancy, I believe, a list of ideas.
Yep.
Could you give us some feedback about what your response was to those? Are some of them acceptable? I mean, where are we?
Well, let me first start by saying that the nature of the changes to the historic preservation chapter were substantive, very. This goes back a full decade of requests from the conservation community, and we tried very hard to look at the downtown as a laboratory in the sense of experimenting with some new tools and processes. So we feel like we went very far, pedal to the metal on this, and by and large the Conservancy agrees with those, although they have some nuanced changes to make, and I think that a lot of them are either upcoming or will be part of a future process. For example, looking at a permanent second-tier designation for things like structures of merit, identifying criteria for that, identifying the process for reviewing it. That's a deliberate action within this very plan, and so that's something that we have more or less promised, committed our resources to in the future. Other parts of their letter described additions of goals and policies. I don't think that's a problem at all. In fact, that was probably an oversight on our part. Again, we want to tie the goal to the policy, to the action. So we appreciate that. The one thing that we struggle with in this letter is the nexus study. The request for the nexus study to identify the impact of new development on a historic resource or potential historic resource, particularly since we don't have an established historic district. And to our knowledge, that is a nexus study that has never been done. Not to say it's impossible, but we just haven't figured out a way to do it. So I think we're almost there. I just wanted to demonstrate Commissioner Fresco's comments. We went through line by line to cross that all out.
And that's quite a long list too, isn't it?
I'll tell you, sidewalk width is still on there, and development standards for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th streets. But everything else is really, the boxes have been checked.
So, Commissioner Fresco, do you have some thoughts?
Well, I met with the Conservancy also, and we love it. It's awesome. it's gone back. I made my first list of ordinance changes when I was on the Landmarks Commission in 2002. So
Right.
a lot of this is stuff that I've personally been trying to get to move forward for so long. Basically, there's a list of tiny little niggly language things that that are beyond what they submitted that I'll give you at some
Okay.
point in the very near future. That addresses things that, you know, preserve the facade if feasible. We don't like it when you add that qualifier if feasible because suddenly, well, you know, it's too expensive. It'll fall down when we, you know, whatever.
Okay.
We just want it. So there's a lot of things like that. The preservation group was very uncomfortable with the restricting of all of these incentives to just 5C.
5S3.
5S3, thank you. And I've turned all my S's into C's.
Right.
And in addition, the Conservancy did a survey of downtown, and the Landmarks, you know, I think it was maybe a few years ago, Landmarks Commission did another one in 2003 that came up with additional resources. If we're really just talking about fabric and character and context and things like that, there's about 11 more buildings to add to that list on
Great.
page 67.
We'll take it.
And so I'll give you all those details. And then there was a new little incentive that came in on the Chamber's letter that I hadn't thought of, that I was kind of excited about. And that was the idea that if you're retaining and adaptively reusing a building, that you can insert an extra story in it without
Altering the FAR.
an
That was
FAR
actually an interesting
penalty.
proposition.
Yeah.
So the outside fabric of the building
and we
wouldn't
did something
change.
very similar to that with single-family homes. If you're preserving the building envelope, you could convert an attic in order to get more floor area in your home without doing an addition. So that is a very comparable thing that we liked a lot, or I liked a lot. I didn't
So
discuss it.
I may ask Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, who's also a noted architect for conservation, his thoughts.
Ditto.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like your contributions.
So, just moving quickly through this list, it sounds like at least the two conservation-minded commissioners are satisfied with the level or the increase in the measures to address not just historic preservation, but preservation of fabric and character.
So are you summing up the overall thrust as a slightly different focus to the city? I mean, how would you put it and characterize the changes that you put together?
Well, again, I go back to what Mr. Cole said last night, that there are certain, we've used old tools to preserve buildings that rise to a certain level, the landmarks. And at this period in time, we're questioning if we should look to new tools and look at the broader fabric of the downtown, the buildings that don't quite rise to that level, because those are the buildings that people have in their collective memory as being the spirit of Santa Monica.
Right. So my question to the Commission is, looking at those questions that we've put together, is there anything that you wish to question or raise, or are we good to move on? Because basically the plan has answered it.
Yeah.
It's incorporated the conservation-minded commissioners. There may be some other bits and pieces. And as we heard, you're awesome.
Yeah.
We heard that right up front.
Fantastic.
So
I had one other thing
Okay.
to
naturally,
another aspect of historic preservation is it has a very sustainable aspect to it, and it also has a big economic impact. It's really appealing to visitors to see that stuff, and I thought maybe a little discussion about that and its value there will help people see why it's so important.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay. So
Okay.
take that on
Sentence
board.
or two.
So is that
I think it's a done deal.
done?
Okay, so moving on. Community, culture and prosperity.
Let's get to that one. Okay, so right off the bat, getting to that sense of community, that sense of local, Does the planning commission feel that that tone or the sentiment of a hometown downtown or a downtown for locals is expressed strongly enough through land uses, the discussion of supportive services, or other programs woven throughout this chapter?
Commissioner Anderson's first up.
You know, I'm going to take a minute to provide some general feedback to the staff that I feel is important to share, which is I want to start by acknowledging, like many people have, the speed at which you were able to turn this revised document around. So great job doing that. I am concerned, though, that generally speaking, so my reading of the document really focused on the policies and actions, goals, policies and actions section. And I feel like we lost this. There was some language in the last version that was very evocative and rich, and to me clearly communicated the ideas and vision for what we wanted to see downtown. And I think in the speed in the rewriting has led to some more vague and mundane language. So, you know, I'm not encouraging length, but I am encouraging maybe to look at some of the language from the old version to see if that richness can be folded back in.
So are you specifically, is that comment focused on the goals and the policies? There really weren't many actions in the previous version, so is it just the goals and the policy language? Or is it the plan narrative and the...
Yes, although I guess related to that, I would say that sometimes I feel like things... To me, there's like it's interesting that things that had been policies became actions, and sometimes I felt like that was appropriately done, but I didn't always feel like I was appropriately done. Things that to me, felt like policies had suddenly become actions. So I guess I would urge staff to look at that a little more closely again. Another thing that I think is really important in a plan is to not hesitate. And I feel like there's a lot of hesitation in the policies that the plan is trying to define because there is the constant use of the word should. And I guess I would remind you that you're not an advocate, or the document isn't an advocate. The document is stating what the policy is, right? So you could just state what the policy is. You don't. To me, the document doesn't have to say, all new buildings should be circular. The document should say, new buildings will be circular, right? It's just a statement.
Right. If I can just address that a tiny bit in our little world, which we've maybe become too insulated. Should language is policy, and shall language are standards. So because this has both, we really drive that hard. That policy is should, and so when a project appears before you, your question back to that applicant is, well, did you meet the intent of the policy? Because you should have. It's not, and they can say, well, no, we didn't because we couldn't. But there's really nothing that binds you in a policy because it doesn't say you shall.
I'm going to disagree with you 100%.
Okay.
Right? A policy is a policy. It's not a standard, right? A policy is, this is what our policy is, and something might not be able to meet the policy, but let's just be clear about what it is that we're trying to achieve by stating it with a strong verb instead of with some gobbledygooky should.
We will look into that. I'm interested
and
in exploring that.
And I would point out that the last version did that very clearly. I think that was one of the things that it did strongly.
Okay.
Anyone else? I don't mean to cut you off, but
It's okay, because if I find something else on my piece of paper I want to say, I'll
You're
turn
the
on my
same.
light.
You should feel
Commissioner
compelled to
Fonda
do that.
Bernardi.
Yeah, just as a minor point, we make a lot of abbreviations in this chapter, HED, CCM, STP,
Glossary.
Well, yeah, and again, we know what those are, but someone who is not, among the anointed might have a really hard time saying, well, what does this mean, or who do I talk to about this? It's
Okay,
just-
and I think that's true for all of the actions that went throughout the plan, especially when you get to the back and there's no context. It's coming soon.
Yeah.
Commissioner Frisco.
I had that note
Oh,
too.
and
It was like listening to Francie Steffen all the time. She always talks in initials. Anyway, one of the things I was noting on page 38 when they talk about community well-being and the whole well-being study, I felt like there was a little more actionable stuff we could get out of that, because one of the we're talking about building a community, and one of the things about that study is they found that, how many was it? Only 56% of downtown people feel they can count on their neighbors versus 80% of the Americans in total. And the whole idea of using our building standards and our approach to the way these buildings are used to help foster those communities. And, some of the buildings we've seen have done that really well, where you enter and you do your outside of your apartment business, you get your mail, you lock your bike, and it's sort of in a central place, so people are just going to be rubbing shoulders a lot. Some of the projects do a worse job of that, where you're going off into a corner on your floor for all different things, and you could live your whole life and never see any of your neighbors. So I thought that kind of, I'm not sure exactly what that is, but maybe some sort of, thought about how the way you're designing your buildings brings interaction into it.
I think there's a lot to tap there with the well-being. I didn't immediately find, because the project is still ongoing and they're indexing a lot of stuff. The one thing that where the downtown really shines in the well-being project is in access to healthy food. It's the highest in the entire city, which is
There's a farmer's market there.
well, there's a farmer's market, but there's also within the cultural aspect of it, there's a lot of chefs coming in, and there's new restaurants opening up all the time. We were talking today about the intersection of 5th and Broadway, 6th and Broadway, where there's the Blue Daisy and Umami Burger is going to open, and there's local, it's all very local, and it's all very high quality food. Thank you for your comment.
Okay. Commissioner Parry. And then you.
So on the question of whether these action items on page 51 are sufficient, I don't think so. I would bring in here that parking policies can really serve local serving businesses, and
This one right here.
and I brought this up last night, and I think this is at least one of the places where it should be noted, but there are others as well.
Meaning reduction in parking for...
No, I'm sorry. The parking policies that encourage short-term visits.
Oh, I see.
I see. So that residents from outside the downtown have the most convenient parking options available. So prioritizing those trips, those short trips from other neighborhoods in Santa Monica. As Commissioner Newbold noted, the 3-hour meters along the downtown streets, that's something that maybe there are other factors to consider, but on the face of it, that seems like a great opportunity to really encourage short-term use of the most convenient spaces, and that to me is that to me is a very big issue in the community, where the community feels like both what downtown is becoming and its relative inaccessibility compared to at least the visions of the past. That's a really important part of the picture, and we do talk about this new mobility, and certainly the strategies for encouraging people to walk and bike and take the bus into the downtown are all going to serve local residents. Obviously, we have to acknowledge that there's a significant population in Santa Monica that feels that they're bound to the automobile, and so we need to reflect that. And my personal perspective is that it's not about increasing the supply; it's reorienting the target of the parking that we have, and that target should be the local people, which will serve, which will help local serving businesses, and so that's just something that to me is an apparent change, and to me this is the area to really get creative. And I know that Mr. Cole made, I thought it was a very good point, that we're not trying to make the perfect plan. We've got a strong downtown that's very functional, serves a lot of purposes, and it's not about getting it perfect. But to me, this is a theme that really needs to come out in this document, and there need to be concrete policies that we can point to and that we feel would achieve the end of bringing people from other neighborhoods feel a stronger connection to what's happening in the downtown, and it plays really a daily or weekly role in their lives.
Commissioner Parry, is this the best place or the mobility chapter?
Well, on this particular point, I think that encouraging local serving uses,
right,
it's both. I think that it should be represented here because you bring in customers from other neighborhoods. That's going to encourage the type of uses that we are trying to have downtown, and also mobility and parking. It needs to be represented there. Again, I think this is just a general concept that needs to weave through the entire document.
Right.
I was actually going to ask that same question, Chair McKinnon. We revisited the land use tables, so the land uses are calibrated for that sort of fine-grained local flavor. But it's really hard in a plan to say that we are going to promote local serving uses in any meaningful way. The way that we get there is through metrics. And so I'm just pointing to CC 3.1B, also on page 51. Parking's one thing, but then what do those businesses need to be successful? What do those businesses need to start up? And so one of the actions of the plan is to look at ways to reduce permit fees, to reduce the expense of providing parking. Maybe we can lighten up on that a little bit for businesses of under 5,000 square feet. And any other ideas that you might have that can stimulate that type of community-oriented business environment would be really appreciated.
Commissioner Kennedy. Oh, sorry, I did not see it. Sorry.
Although I don't really have anything, I don't know
No, you
why
do.
I care.
It's
I had my light on. I have such a minor comment, but somebody last night, one of the residents from downtown, from the downtown neighborhood group, said something like, "What is downtown? What is the culture of downtown?" And I got the feeling that there was some culture that they have that's not being reflected, and I would encourage you to, when you do your community outreach, to hear what the residents who actually live downtown, how they describe it.
I can't wait to hear what they have
and
to
what
say.
you say is what do we call it here? Hometown, downtown?
That's what Mr. Cole calls
Art?
it. Hometown.
Who calls it? Is that in here?
Our
I
city
can't-
manager, hometown, downtown.
I think it's kind of hokey,
Well, his point is this. His point is that
kind of 1950s.
Sure, but what he's trying to communicate is that
I know it's all of ours.
Well,
It's our
no,
little
it's
town.
like places that we visit around the world, and we always at all these workshops people say I love Rome and I love Paris, and the places we visit are places where tourists pour in, but it's also places where locals live, and part of the experience that you appreciate when you go to these places is that you are rubbing elbows with locals that are going to restaurants and cafes and theater.
I totally
so
get
that's
it.
what he's talking about.
I get it, but it's kind of hokey, and I'm kind of curious what people who live down here, because I mean, I use the downtown all the time.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like hometown downtown to me, but anyway, that's.
Perhaps
and
don't
then-
report that hokey bit out, you know.
I don't
it's
care.
on
You can tell
record,
him. You
so
can say it's hokey.
I'm not going to mention it to him.
And then I just have a quick question.
May I on that?
Absolutely.
Just, a member of the public commented that it was very hard to understand what those words
I
represented.
think it's the same person, actually.
And I have the same challenge, and
Oh, that's two for hokey, apparently. So.
I just
And then I have just a quick question. It references here
You
like
too.
the school district should be monitoring. The school district has about as many employees as just your department, and so they're not going to probably. I mean, I don't know how well they can monitor it. Is there any communication? About,
There's always communication, yeah. And so, like, for example, we're aware that they're reducing the number of permits this year, right? So we know that plugs
Okay,
into
I just wanted to make sure
arithmetic.
that it wasn't just something that was put in here and the box is checked and not actually a real communication that happened.
Okay, so now Commissioner Kennedy, or is it?
your question a follow-up?
No.
So, I want to weigh in on this, on the page 51, and kind of build on the concept of local uses. The goal, talks about local serving uses, including offices. So a couple of things. I personally feel like this plan, over the course of the plan, the lifetime of the plan, is weighted a little too heavily toward office. I understand that there's going to be the need for both, but I have concerns about large single-use office spaces or many office spaces on the ground floor or upper floors next to each other, actually kind of taking away from that neighborhood downtown feel that residents love. So that said, I also have another fear about this plan, which goes to this goal, and that is that over time, the development standards prioritize the combination of parcels and the loss of where there might be multiple smaller local serving uses into one larger use. So to rephrase that another way is, over time we'll lose smaller uses when oversized single-use spaces combine and proliferate, and when in reality the downtown should be human-scaled, accessible, and resident serving too. So when I think about that, I look at action CCP31B, and sure, we just talked about making the permitting easier or more relaxed or whatever in the parking requirements, but that other obstacles, maybe that other obstacles is something that we can look at in the standards to say, if you're going to have a project that combines 2 parcels or 3 parcels or 5 parcels or 12 parcels and so, or whatever it's going to be, that you can't eliminate 6 uses and replace it with 1. Or that if you remove 5, you've got to put back at least 3 or something like that. Or you remove 5, you've got to put 5 back. And this is something that we've struggled with, and I brought it up yesterday really briefly, and Jane reminded me that we've talked in the past about CUPs, and I'm really struggling with the CUP process at the Planning Commission lately, because I find like we maybe don't often use the kind of discretion that we should. Sometimes we do feel like, sometimes we don't. I feel like its effectiveness is really limited. So in my idea, taking that other obstacles and turning it into action in the standards would coincide with action, or would relate really well to action CCP31C, in that if those surveys and everything were actually identified, and then projects were incentivized, required to create multiple uses in their projects. I'm not specifically talking about size, but that would come as a result of, you've got this amount of space and you need to have this amount of divided spaces for, then so those surveys can work together with that, with those standards, and if whether it's Downtown Inc. or whatever it is, hey, you know, our workers say we really want to have, and I don't, you know what I mean, like a Tender Greens. And then those, the tourists and the Downtown Inc. can do that kind of outreach and encourage those businesses to come. So then everyone says, oh, you know, because originally people were saying, well, if there's no guarantee that we're going to get mom and pop businesses, or there's, you know, we can't just say no banks or no nail salons, we want to have this. But together, those things might work. And
Right.
so, again, I just want to reiterate that my big fear is that single uses come in and dominate over mixed use on one floor, particularly the ground floor, and wipe out multiple smaller uses to the point where in 15 years, we see blocks that used to have 6 uses have 1.
So can you take that on board?
We can take that on board.
Great.
We've done that exercise before, actually.
Okay.
Thanks.
Commissioner Fresco?
On page 47, there's a map that doesn't have a key that refers to potential major art locations.
I know I ran out of time. That was the very last thing.
But the key was on the old draft.
It was on the old drawing, yeah, and it didn't get moved over. I've made
It's
a note of that.
okay.
Thank you.
But that wasn't what I wanted to say. When we looked at this last time, we talked a lot about gateways, and I was cringing in horror at that word, and I preferred the idea of having art be more integrated into the downtown and part of our fluid experience of it. And I'm noting that I can't remember offhand what these shapes mean anymore, but I just remember they were various things, and they're kind of more towards the edges and on the promenade, except for that one spot on 4th Street. So I would like to see you think about mixing it up a little.
Okay. None of the stars or the moons or the squares were moved. But, you know, the city is undertaking a public art master plan. That's something new that's begun in the Community and Cultural Services Division. And this plan really puts it on that plan to help us identify those key, let's not call them gateway locations, but entrances to the downtown or points.
Well, what I'm saying is that art shouldn't be only at the gateways. And the
No, of course not.
entrances.
Of course not.
That was the emphasis. Still seems to be on the edges here.
So
That
that's
was
another
my
In this
point.
map, but this map is likely to change then during the refinement period as
Okay.
So that's another point you can take on board. Any other points or comments that need to be made on this section, community, culture, prosperity, remembering it's going to come back. So we're providing direction to the planning department. If not, I'm moving to pathways and public spaces.
Uh-oh. You don't
Yes.
have time for that.
Oh, we got plenty of time for that because everyone's going to be very, very
Yeah,
pointed
there's not
and
a lot to
succinct.
talk about here. I mean, it's pretty
Because
Wait, I'm sorry. I did have a comment.
you did.
Yeah, on the
Excellent.
last one. Sorry. So Peter, CCP 1.2A require tier 2 and tier 3 projects to provide an increased average bedroom factor of at least 1.2.
Yes, that's consistent with the zoning ordinance right now.
So that's consistent with the zoning ordinance. Okay, I guess I was just confused by the word increased average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
so
think
it's
that's
1.2.
even what the zoning ordinance said.
To the extent that there is none right now in the downtown.
Yeah. Okay. So it would be 1.2. Okay.
Right.
And an aside, but CCP 1.3A. This is to me that's a policy and not necessarily an action. So maybe just to take a look at that.
Okay. Sure. So
But maybe it should be a policy.
Or shall it be?
Shall could be a should. I actually do think that's an important discussion point next time round. What is the level of affordable housing we're asking? And I think when you look at people keep saying, well, we can't provide affordable housing, it's not feasible, The City of London requires 40% affordable housing on new projects. I see no reason why the City of Santa Monica shouldn't be aiming in that general direction anyway. But moving right along to pathways and public spaces, and Commission, it's 10:30. I think if we are succinct and pointed, we can still finish this at a reasonable time. I mean, the rest of this, and I'm thinking 11 o'clock. So I'm going to hold you all to succinct and pointed comments.
Great.
So the most succinct and the most pointed commenter, the sidewalk person.
Well, I can't find my sidewalk map,
Okay, that's you done.
but I will. jump in on these signature sidewalks for starters.
We do all remember the sidewalk map from last time that Commissioner Fresco produced, which was she went out and measured all the sidewalks.
Not Rachel did, not me.
Rachel, but
As a professional.
so nonetheless, you do all remember that. You've got it in your mind.
Right.
Please.
And one of the things even in this plan, it says, oh, well, we have all these 8 to 10 foot sidewalks. We only have 8 to 10 foot sidewalks on Lincoln Boulevard. Just maybe a little stretch of Colorado where it joins Lincoln. And that's it. So as I mentioned earlier, 14 is the standard. Most of the sidewalks, if we change it from 15 to 14, suddenly everything is conforming. So that's a big point. Does this about how much 12 inches is? So do you think we can get past each other? I mean, with all that good food, I don't know. But I really worry a lot, I was looking at some of the buildings and some of the pictures on Google just because I was like, really, is that? So I look at the building and I see one that has a little cut in and there's like a homeless guy sleeping in the little jig jag. And I'm like, well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm really not comfortable with it. I think it's aesthetically pleasing. I'm worried that all of our buildings are going to have the eyebrows because we're only requiring the setback on the ground floor, but we're not making a whole building frontage situation. It makes it so that architects can't design a whole building concept. They have to cut this.
That's not accurate what you said about.
That's not true?
You don't have to, the setback is the setback. It's
Right, but-
100%, I mean, it's all the way up. You are allowed certain encroachments, but they are less than 50% of the facade.
So why are all the buildings we're getting that have that eyebrow, is that because they're providing more?
Because you're letting them.
Well, before there was also the 10% ground floor open space requirement, but
By
that's
letting,
gone.
do you mean their DAs?
Yes.
Right.
Because designs are coming in that have overhangs and the like above with setbacks on the ground and have overhangs above, and you're permitting them.
It's also an FAR issue.
But you can get the FAR in a lot of other ways. It's a red herring.
You know I don't love the cantilevers. I want to get rid of them
But
completely.
you're letting them happen, and that's why they're happening. But that's why the standards are so important. Because
So-
it actually doesn't allow that to happen.
So those are firm setbacks that push the buildings all the way back, but they're just not making those spaces public. We're not owning them. The building still owns them.
Technically, the building owns them, yes, but you'll see this all over the place. A little piece of metal in the sidewalk that says this is private property and the use can be taken back at any time. But that's how they work. That's how you get it. Look, I think the issue of the jiggy jog that will happen in some places. That is a question that we wrestle with. Okay, and there's no easy answer. The way I've tended personally to come down on it, and you guys may agree or not, is that it's better to have some of it than none of it. And so if we say, well, since all the buildings here are, and by the way, 8 foot is on Lincoln, but there are some places on Second, and I too have measured, and there are some places that are less than 14 on Second
No,
Street.
on Second they go down to 11 and a half
Right.
according to.
And the mere fact that that's what we've got today is not necessarily what it has to be in the future. Many buildings will redevelop, and as they do, they will get pushed back. Some won't, and they will be sticking up. And you know what? Cities around the country have that. You can go to cool places like Boulder, which is a pretty cool place, and that's all over the place going on. It's okay. It actually adds funk.
Well,
Okay, so
my feeling was that on Lincoln Boulevard we have a street. It has a big problem. That it's okay to do that. That it's okay. It's a choice. It's a thing for a street. But for the whole district, it was making me very uncomfortable.
So, Commissioner
And-
Fresco, that's a good point. Commissioner, would you like to say something to that? Because I think we should test that. Right?
Okay.
I think you put it out there, and it's an interesting idea. Did you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, I know that several commissioners have concerns with the cantilevered upper stories. Mr. Payton, if you could articulate what you see as the problem with that approach, at least as it's been seen in recent projects here.
Succinct and pointed being the keynote at this moment.
Hard for me.
We know that, but that's why I'm urging you in a nice way.
The building face as a whole is defining the space of the street, not just the ground floor, right? It's a vertical thing. So when you cantilever back out over the ground floor, you're reducing that space of the street again. And actually what you're creating is this kind of shadow pocket underneath the cantilever. You know, in some cities where it's really hot, that's sometimes a good thing. That's not really the problem here. So, what's that?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Well,
seriously? You really think so?
not the majority.
Okay.
Anyway, keep moving.
All right, well,
Commissioner Anderson did have something to say, though. So
I would say that it also isn't the greatest thing for retail because it actually creates a shadow over the retailers themselves. And that's, I mean, retailers can survive. In Santa Monica, they can probably survive anything. But you wouldn't start with that as a press, you know, let's put my retail in shade.
So just hold on. Commissioner Parry hadn't quite finished, but we'll come to you.
Thanks.
So you see, I mean, I know that you also talked about the colonnades, positively.
Yeah.
And so, which is a similar effect.
It's different. And the reason is because with the colonnades, you're actually bringing them all the way to the curb line. And you're creating an outdoor room that's a covered room. It's like a loggia. It's a completely different experience. Unfortunately, we often confuse those, but they are different.
So your concern is that it may create substandard retail spaces by removing the ground floor retail from the street activity, and it may create shadow where shadow isn't functional, isn't useful.
Isn't warranted, yeah, right.
And are there any other like little bullet points that you want to add?
Well, I think that if you're creating a setback condition in order to create a street space, it's a pretty good idea to understand what street space you're getting. I mean, you're creating this. This plan is designing that space. And as soon as you create that setback and then say, but you can encroach back into it, you really have no control over what you're creating anymore. You've given all that control back up. So
thank you.
Now, Commissioner Anderson.
I guess I just wanted to clarify what the proposed standards later on in the document define. Can you have a cantilever or can't you have a cantilever based on those standards?
you can have a cantilever, you just can't have it consume more than 50% of the total frontage. It's a minor element, not a major element. It's an accent, not the dominant thing.
When you say the frontage, you mean horizontally.
Right, so if I have a building that's 100 feet long, my cantilever can't be more than like 40 feet or so of that width. You know what I mean? It's less than half.
Okay.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So the project that we approved on Santa Monica Boulevard and like 30th did that. I don't know if you guys remember.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't like any cantilever, but there was half of the cantilever, and actually it wasn't a very big one because it was only over a portion of like some balconies, and it wasn't over the retail entrance, and it worked, and maybe, you know, David Hibbert did something really good. But I actually would prefer not to have any at all. But so maybe this, to me, I think the plan would need some refinement because I'd love to be able to see even less. But I really appreciate that explanation.
I think that's possible.
Also, I want to point out that the standards are on page 185 if you want to see it. And it talks about it not going past 3 feet from the building face for habitable space, not 6 feet for non-habitable, so balconies. And it has to start at 18 feet up from the building. And also, I'd remind you that the Sway, the building that we looked at earlier, has this type of design.
So I'll also develop, Commissioner Fresco brought the concept that instead of 15 feet, the sidewalks would be 14 feet. So I'm just going to test that with the rest of the Commission very quickly, whether they think that's a good idea or not, so we can either move on or discuss it at some length. Commissioner Parry?
No.
No. Commissioner Newbold? No. Commissioner Kennedy? No. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? No.
I'm fine with 15.
Commissioner, I regret to tell you that that idea hasn't found acceptance amongst your colleagues.
I did my very
But you have
best.
plenty more ideas, I know.
Yeah, and I keep them coming.
Yeah.
So the last thing was Second Street, and I touched on that early. Well, that's not the last thing. There's
Well, I don't
one
think you touched on it. It was pretty much a couple of
more.
hours.
I berated you with it earlier. The idea that because we have so many older historic context giving facades there, that we really didn't want to put any pressure on them to make people feel like they had to choose between providing this amenity or.
So what is your suggestion there?
My suggestion is that we really emphasize the use of that sidewalk is for pedestrian flow, and that amenities would be in parklets for the
I see.
building users that want to operate one.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy?
I'd like to kind of add a similar comment. I'm not, I'm a little ambivalent about the parklet idea, but I said this at a previous meeting. I want to make sure that there's that that pedestrian lane of travel that is really unobstructed, and I want to see that the amenities are flexible. The amenity in some way, and whether they shrink or the tree well shrinks or that buffer shrinks. Maybe the amenities don't have to run the full length of a block or whatever it is, but I'd like to just make sure that there's that unobstructed path.
Okay, we'll make sure that happens.
So there are three distinctly different elements to this space. The public open space thing, and we were discussing that earlier on in the context of Commissioner Anderson. You have a map.
Right.
The POPs point, and then the sidewalks and so on. Do commissioners have points they wish to make on any of these? Now would be the moment. I'm going to go to Commissioner Fonda Bernardi first
Just
and then work
a
away.
point of information. We have a park downtown at
Right.
5th in Arizona. Is this where we talk about it, or is it somewhere else in the document?
This would be a good place to talk about parks. In the
And in
public space
particular that
chapter.
one, so take it
Well,
away.
Again, I think our downtown needs a center. It needs, its own kind of, lack of a better word, central park. And it has to be an urban park, not a bunch of trees, but more of an urban setting. And I think it should be buttressed by buildings on two sides to give it some definition. And I think that it would be a tremendous asset.
Do you have a thought on the size of that park or open space?
Well, I think it should be at least half of the space that we're working with.
So that's 1.5 acres.
Yeah, that would be a starting point.
Okay.
It would be nice if the theaters that we were planning across the street were actually there to activate it at night. And I would be nice to see a hotel there and maybe some ground floor restaurants and things feeding out into this urban park. Again, not an original concept, but the idea is we're not building 180 feet of something. We're keeping that as an open space. And the reason I say that is very simple. Tongva is not connected downtown. It's a very hostile connection over some terrible walkways over the freeway. Take that off the table. Reed is the only real park. It is completely overused. It is scrubbed down to nothing. And now you're going to be doubling the population of the residents, increasing the workers by 20%. Where are those people going to go? And so we need a place for them that's really cool, and that in a sense competes as an antidote to the hustle and bustle of the promenade. This is the cool place. That's the hot place.
I get that.
So,
Nice.
Yes, Commissioner,
I just wanted to.
please.
I think when we're continuing to increase density downtown, it is really important to think about some kind of a green space. And I must say that I don't know whether it's 1.5 acres, but I like the way you talk about buildings on two sides and activating it. And I think it needs to be something quite green, because I think when you have all this hard city around you, you need that respite. And I guess this is where I'm going to say that I don't understand this ice rink that is so sacrosanct.
I'm just going to move away from you.
I know,
briefly.
I know.
That's
But
perhaps
I
the
don't
third
know.
rail.
I know. Have you actually ever been on it? It's like a watery.
Exactly.
Okay.
And we've lost Mr. Payton, so there we go.
That's all I say. I'm done.
All right.
But I do think a green space is really important, and that is kind of a central area.
Like
Okay.
Palisades Park?
Yeah.
No, I think it needs, yes, there is definitely on the perimeter, definitely green space, but I think you need something more in the middle. And it doesn't have to be at 4th in Arizona. I'm not taking,
And if I can just ask, just to dial in finer detail, is would this, so Palisades Park is an interesting neighbor to the downtown, but it's a lot of locals use it, but it's very regional serving because of its proximity to the pier and all that. Would the park that you two are envisioning be more sort of inward focused on the downtown and the Santa Monica community, or is it, or would we be creating a signature?
No, I think we've already done that with Tongva Park. We've already, we have this wonderful Palisades Park, but it really is for tourists at that end. At the north end, it's awesome for our residents. But at the south end, it's full of snakes and birds and performers and
He means real snakes, by the way.
I've seen them.
No. I mean that's a good thing in a sense. But this is a different need. And by the way, we're so lucky the city has bought this central spot right there, Arizona 50. You couldn't have planned this better for the kind of donut of residents and workers we're wrapping around it. That is the spot for a park. So.
And please note that Commissioner Fonda-Bonani wants a cool space, right? A hip space.
I've written all that down.
You should.
Can I also-
But I do actually think it's quite important.
this is not important, but it still
No, it
annoys
is.
me, and it's another place where I'm going to make enemies. Community gardens in on a rooftop for a apartment building, I get it, but it seems to refer to should be explored by new development in the city, either on rooftops or within available space on public land. A community garden is like private use of a public space.
Actually, in my hometown of Walnut Creek, California, they grow tomatoes next to the parking meters in the downtown.
And there is, in fact...
Who's they?
Them.
Whoever.
No, I mean...
Okay. Is that what you guys have in vision here?
Well, no, but...
Anyway, I don't...
It's
Maybe
all right.
instead of the ice rink, you could put a
It
community
is
garden.
getting late. It is getting late.
I know it's goofy, but you know this guy down in South Central that's making big waves? He's got stuff on all the parkways in South Central growing tomatoes and stuff. You know what's really cool about that? It's very unkempt, but it is really cool is that it's an amazing community.
I'm fine with
builder.
that. I'm just like, when we have such precious ideas for a park, I don't want part of it to be
It's not regulate. It's not saying you must do that. It's just giving ideas.
It's an idea, interesting idea. Are we okay with the POPs revitalisation?
No.
So, Commissioner Fresco, speak up.
I think that they're way too big and way too tall, and the whole idea, as I was discussing it with my son, and he said, well, they should be muffin kiosks. But the idea of a kiosk is really what I had envisioned for this, and the idea that, like 600 square feet, 12 feet tall, just a place where something can be served from, and the idea that it could have 2 stories with seating on top, that doesn't count
I
towards
think 20 feet and 1,500 square feet is what we described.
So I'm like, that's too much.
Well, okay.
And the idea that there's on the roof of the thing.
I hear you on that. But there are these pops come in different shapes and sizes, and there's some that are the First Federal Building at 4th and Wilshire is enormous, and there's also probably 1,000.
Top when we're trying to activate the plaza, so why would we bring the people there?
Just thinking of a maximum parameter, and then you can scale down to a minimum parameter for maybe the courtyard at the SGI building on 6th and Wilshire, 7th and Wilshire. So I think what we're trying to do is just establish an upper limit here. It's not to say that...
How many POPs do you envisage?
well,
Are we
I don't
talking
think
2 or
the-
20?
I think there's 6 or 7 of them in the downtown.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
it doesn't have to be big enough to provide the kitchen for 1,000 or just a little thing to activate the space to get people to come hang out there. It's
Well, yes, if it's a
not
structure,
1,000 people.
if it's an event, because we also talk about outdoor events and craft fairs,
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. How about this for a compromise? Why don't we do a photo simulation of what one of these things might look like, and then we at least have something to beat up.
That would be good.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy.
Well, yeah, I'm interested in photo simulation, although didn't we recently see a photo simulation of something near the entrance to the mall? That was the one you're talking about. Anyway, I completely, where were we? Where was I? I don't know. Anyway, 1,500 square feet is like the size of a condominium on a parcel. I mean, it's absolutely enormous.
It's
and I
bigger
think
than my
that's
house.
ridiculous.
Bigger than my house,
and,
too.
But just because that space on 4th and Wilshire is huge and underutilized doesn't mean you couldn't put multiple smaller things there that
That's
if
true.
they don't work out can be maybe moved. I mean, I don't know, but to me,
Too big.
yeah.
Okay.
And I have
So-
a question about open space.
Please ask the question.
I'm asking a question for a member of the public that sent us an email, and I can't find it in my notes, but I think the question was, are private balconies and rooftop open space considered community benefits?
I don't believe so.
Considered open space that would be.
And do they count towards the open space
Right.
requirement?
Yes.
I think if they're enclosed on, there's
There's a formula in there, but there's a formula in terms of whether in terms of satisfying the open space requirement. Some is allowed above, some isn't.
yeah.
I don't think we let balconies count.
I don't think balconies count. It's generally at ground floor at the podium level, and the percentage is split by
Okay,
district.
because I just want to make sure that, the reason it caught my eye was because I don't think that community benefits
Well, it's
for
not
the
a
whole,
community-
shouldn't be private balcony space or private rooftop space for the building.
It's totally not a community
Okay.
benefit.
Okay.
This is just some part of the development standards has some
Okay, and
some
I'll,
open space requirements.
okay, well, thanks and I'll
Yeah.
look back at that, thank you.
Okay. So if there are no further questions on this section.
I have
Oh,
more
please.
stuff.
Oh, do you?
I just have a question.
Commissioner Newbold.
Page 74, the map of the parks, is that misleading or am I reading it incorrectly? It seems like there's a lot more existing usable green space in your map that's actually hardscape.
Well, it's because the pops are coated with a light green, and maybe we should change that to
Oh, I
reflect
see.
that
I don't
those
see
are.
pops in like.
Oh,
Should be hardscape.
well, right. So the letters A, B, C, D, E. Those are generally hardscape.
Okay, I guess my
spaces.
point is this map is misleading, or I think because it makes it look like there's all this lawn.
Is the colors wrong?
Okay.
Okay,
Good.
we can deal with that.
So Commissioner Fresco.
So I wanted to talk about that Wilshire Boulevard sidewalk thing. One of there's a lot of concerns. It's the whole idea of downtown encroaching on the neighborhood that's across the street, and it's described as a place where there's activities and street performers and all that kind of stuff, and that worries me. And then the fact that it's taking away roadway, and we're doing a lot of stuff in the whole the transit adjacent neighborhood is going to be developed, and there's going to be more traffic there. And I think that we're going to end up needing that roadway, and that it would be better to use that roadway as a transit node. And I think that would be a much better use of the space, and instead encourage the activity from the promenade to spread east instead of north. And then we could use that node as a place for some of those local circulators, for people who are just getting around to Santa Monica, as opposed to the people who are coming in from the train who might not be interested in some of our boring old neighborhoods. And it would be a place to drop people off at the promenade. And, there's just so many other kinds of things. We don't have to have everything at
Okay.
the one side.
So Commissioners, thoughts about that after?
And can I just say that we don't actually talk about street performers going on Wilshire Boulevard?
It's
but
in
we,
the front part, but not in the back part.
well, okay, well, I'm looking at this part, and it's more talking about activating that space, and we envision it more when we see more dining choices come along Wilshire Boulevard, that we can expand those on the sidewalk, create some activity there. We don't see street performers and
It
joggers going up
definitely
and down
said
that space.
street performers, but I'm glad.
I'm
that
looking
you
at page
didn't
8 and 9. Yeah.
Look,
I mean, if it does, we can take that out. 'cause
I'm
that's
not sure
gonna
street
be-
performer is the key thing here. The key thing is that Commissioner Fresco is suggesting it be a local transport node as opposed to a 25-foot wide sidewalk. So other commissioners might want to weigh in.
Yeah.
Or,
Let 'em
you know,
vote.
Commissioner Anderson, your light's on.
Yes, because I had a comment about the pops, but
Oh, okay. We'll come back to that, Pops.
Well, I think we do have to be a little forward-looking on this one and to think about a subway stop and the subway to the sea, which is, again, 30 years out, but maybe it's quicker. It will stop at 4th and Wilshire, and that will look very similar to the way the Esplanade is looking today. You know, in other words, there's going to be a big outlet of people there. And so we do need to, maybe this is not the best solution and maybe it's too early, but we do need to have some programming there. And the reason I say that is, you know, we had to build the Esplanade at tremendous cost to us, but public cost. But you know, that McDonald's building, it could have had a wider sidewalk, and the Paseo on the end could have had a wider sidewalk, and the, you know, the Santa Monica Place could have had a wider sidewalk. Those were all new buildings, but they were, you know, 20, 30 years ahead of their time, and no one was seeing it coming. So this is something we could see coming. We know there's going to be a subway stop there eventually, and so we have to have some way of making sure that we keep our options open and we're not rebuilding the whole street 30 years from now to respond to that. So.
Good point. Anyone, Commissioner?
And I want to say that we completely agree, and the idea is just planting the seed for this idea. And in the future, once it does become to fruition, to reality, there's going to be a lot of back and forth and committee outreach and designing that space and what uses does it accommodate. This is just to plant the seed.
Other commissioners, agreement, disagreement with Commissioner Fresco? Not so much. Commissioner Parry? No. I don't think they're in agreement, Commissioner Fresco.
That's all right.
Okay.
Okay.
So you just keep nodding when I motion to you.
I mean, I guess my only thought is that one of the reasons I like that expanded sidewalk is that there is no traffic down there. There's like nobody down there. So I think it's like figuring out some other use for all that roadway.
Well, maybe we should wait and see what happens.
And we'll have time, right? And one of the big actions of this plan is to take this to the next level. So just move into the concept phase with that downtown streets manual that will provide that high level guidance to coordinate all of the streetscape improvements in the downtown. That's going to take some time.
When do we get that? After the camp?
It's like an incentive.
It's right here.
Commissioner Parry.
Wait, can I just make my comment about the pops?
Yeah.
I just want to say how much I like the idea of the pops because I feel like there are these kind of latent resources in downtown that, like, you know, you kind of walk by these plazas and you're like, what? You know, it's like, it's an open space. Like, we talk about needing these open spaces. So I acknowledge the concerns about, you know, filling those pops with buildings, but, you know, if that's the incentive that it takes to kind of activate it and make it more usable, and like that's something that I'm comfortable with.
There's a great short film called The Social Life of Small Urban Spaces by Holly White. I'd be happy to lend it to anybody here. I have it in my office. And it's a study by the New York Planning Commission ages ago about these exact issues, these publicly accessible open spaces that were given from developers to the city in exchange for more height. And they're like subterranean and nobody sits there, right? So they looked at how to activate them. And the solutions are quite simple. Food, movable chairs, water, landscaping.
Cool.
Let
Commissioner
me move
Parry.
on. Up, back.
Yes. Just going back to the Wilshire, you noted that, you know, nothing would happen immediately, and I mean, I think that's a good thing, and that the plan, I don't know if it has an implementation schedule for it, but it should be later rather than sooner. Because
I think the implementation is midterm, but the design and the engagement is more short term.
So I would suggest maybe shifting that back a step.
Okay.
Just one leap. Okay.
Cool. Anything
I
else?
think those are all of them.
Excellent. All right. Commissioners, we have two members of the planning department here, the mobility experts who've sat patiently for hours. I think it would be a terrific thing if we address mobility at this moment, and if we can get through this as necessary, and then we'll see if there's anything else we need to address. So that's the final page on this thing. Ms. Stephan, Ms. Rowland, lovely to see you. Thank you. Commissioners, we're asked some questions here. Are you running this part of it, Francie? I think the key issues are the metrics, addressing our priorities. Are all modes addressed adequately in the plan? There's another parking element to it, and parking pricing. And then there's the last one that's really come online, which is innovation and mobility. So were there particular things that you needed from us in specific?
No, I think this does summarize. I think the one embedded part of what is listed before you tonight that would be helpful is we had intended that many of the strategies are implicit in their desire to enable automobiles to function more reliably in the downtown. And I think we in hearing feedback, and we're interested in the tone and the specifics of the feedback that we're getting, we're hearing that maybe that's not as clear, and I guess I would be interested in the Planning Commission's take on that. So to be more specific, the plan in its earlier iteration had already talked about the concept of person capacity, and this is the idea that the streets are able to serve more people when we put them on more space-efficient modes, transit, walking, biking, for some of their trips. And by doing so, we then enable automobile traffic to continue to be more functional. The same is true with this new addition that average vehicle ridership has now a metric that we say there's 60% non-single occupancy vehicle trips in the downtown. Again, implicit in its relationship to moving vehicles. You probably noticed that we put in now more detail about the one-way streets analysis that happened, because that was a request that had come from the public. The question last night from Commissioner Fonda Bernardi about, what is the staff's recommended transportation solution has made me think a little bit about kind of that implicitness in the balance. And I think this question too about are all transportation modes adequately addressed? I think I'd like a little bit of the perspective of the Commission about, are the strategies that are implicitly moving vehicles enough, and the focus on the other strategies effective? I think that's where I'm interested.
Just an easy one right off the bat.
Sorry.
Got it.
You asked.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, why don't you take...
Two simple questions. We've been bombarded with this idea that if we double the parking fees, all our transportation problems would be solved. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because I know it's up there as your parking.
Yeah. The academic research and the quantitative research that is available in the world still continues to show that the two most effective things that you can do to encourage people to use a robust array of transportation options are charging for parking and providing transit passes at a reduced or at a zero cost.
And are those something that we're looking ahead to and ready to deal with the resistance from the merchants?
It's something that we have an ongoing conversations with the merchants about. In fact, there was some initial movement towards changing pricing potentially in the downtown. Discussions have been had even within the last month about that, and there is definitely a back and forth. And the merchants said we would like a more robust study about the dynamics, and so that is part of the move to. When Expo is functioning, collect that data and use that data to inform parking pricing adjustments.
Okay. So another easy question.
Yeah.
When looking ahead in the lifetime of this plan, we will have self-driving cars, maybe just even 5 years away. What will change? And, again, we assume a certain penetration of the self-driving car. What do you see as being different, and is there anything we should be doing today to get ready for that?
Well, I think some cars, well, there's technical components to that, and I think there's probably, people really care about congestion, so I feel like that there's a sort of congestion side of that as well. The technical side is we have to figure out what the needs of those vehicles are going to be, and we need to accommodate it in what is going on in the downtown with our striping and our signaling and all the things. Now, I think in general, the quality of our streets and striping in downtown is excellent, and so to the extent that these vehicles have to be able to drive somewhere where the roads are much worse than they are here, I think we're probably fairly okay. But when it comes to, and I think that some of the impact on vehicle flow, congestion, use, that will happen with self-driving cars to the extent that they are tied with shared rides and Lyft, Uber, and some of the other functions. I think we're already seeing with some of that transition, right? So council had a robust debate about Lyft and Uber a few months ago in talking about how it's working in downtown, and I think it raise some of those issues that we know are there. That it's enabling people to make different transportation choices. It's facilitating a shift that people are making in choosing not to deal with parking when they come to downtown Santa Monica and choosing to get here other ways. And I think the self-driving vehicle will make that even more attractive to people for those that are dissuaded by this idea of being in the car with a stranger or a person who's not a licensed taxi driver. So I think that we'll see those changes.
Well, one of the major selling points, supposedly, of the self-driving car, all this is to be determined, is that you could start to disassociate the parking from the lot where the thing was happening, and therefore your self-driving car could go park itself somewhere and stack itself very tightly, much tighter than human can park, and then you could whistle it and it would show up and you would take you back to where you started from. And again, I'm not sure that that's a real scenario, but that idea of separating the parking, let's call them structures, for lack of a better word, from where the actual events are happening, from the stores or the offices and all that, would sort of push for a slightly different city layout of where you're putting your parking. Now our parking is very closely coupled in, say, down to the promenade. Those big parking structures could float away a little farther. And again, is that something that we should be planning for on some level, and what would that look like given our current mobility issues?
Yeah, no, those are good points. I think that as far, for particularly since you're looking at both transportation and land use, I think the self-driving vehicle will have an impact on the amount of parking that's needed and where it's located, and in large part enable a reduction in the amount of parking needed. I think we're set up for a lot of what you're talking about in terms of the concentration of parking in a shared environment, and I think that our downtown is already structured in that way because of the forethought of the people that establish the parking structures. And the plan, as we've talked about a bit in the past, somewhat for different reasons, but they sync up nicely, was already anticipating that to the extent that there is more shared parking constructed, that it is at the periphery. And we are set up with our goals and policies and actions in the draft today to already encourage that continued concentration in shared facilities, and also the location more at the periphery. So I think we're well set in those regards, and those are good points that you made.
A last question. Please.
Is what you just described reflected in the policies about shared parking and parking and putting those locations in the periphery?
I believe so. I can double check, but that was certainly the
I
intention.
remember it from last time, little pools of parking being up on Lincoln on the periphery of the city.
I remember it from last time too, but there was a rewrite, so that's why I'm asking.
It's good to check.
Well, maybe where I was sort of going with that particular one was, should we or should your department already have picked out, quote unquote, a test parking lot where we can road test these concepts with the first few available, say, self-driving cars, and then if it looks like this thing is working, and then we can start mixing and matching with our DAs and things. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to start that going unless we had really confident that this thing was working, because the parking layout may look a lot different than conventional backup distances and things that we're currently dealing with.
Yes, although I have to always come back to the fact that, all of these vehicles will be designed for environments not specialized to us, and therefore probably be fairly forgiving in the type of facilities they demand. So I think those are good questions about the technological side of things. I haven't seen anything yet that makes me think that we should get ahead that we need to get ahead of the game in an investment in that manner. But I think it's probably, that might speak to the last question, like, did we do enough in the plan to be ready for technology? And maybe we can strengthen some of the language about that, so we're developing strategies for autonomous vehicles. And maybe in here is the first time we need to say something about it, is actively being aware of technological, regulatory, and financial things that need to happen.
Okay, last question. We have a lot of signals in our city, and I'm not sure how they all work. Are they all synchronized and responding to actual loads as cars accumulate in different areas, or not? And where are we in the smartness of our streetscape?
Relative to most cities, pretty incredibly good. I'm always reminded of that every time I travel to another city, and I'm waiting, going, wow, I forget that in California we do this really, really well. We have invested as a city upwards of $20 million in signal synchronization of the 200 plus signalized intersections we have. So we have really gotten ahead of it. At this point, I would, well, there may be a few exceptions, but I would think the vast majority of signalized intersections in downtown are all connected on the signal synchronization network. So what we have is basically we've done a citywide push in corridor at a time to do signal synchronization in corridors. And since many of our larger corridors go into the downtown, they have been affected by these corridor implementations. Those have then been connected to a traffic management center that is in the first floor of City Hall that can allow the system to function on a regular computerized system, but also gives the ability at, for example, Saturday at 5 o'clock, the ability to what they call flush out some additional backed up trips. And actually, it is not uncommon that I will come here on a Saturday at 5 and actually see somebody sitting there from the police department or a contracted person who is actually doing that, particularly during the summer. So this Go With The Flow program that's been happening, for example, between Memorial Day and Labor Day on the weekends, that's what that person was doing, was monitoring how things were going and flushing out bottlenecks. So it's a pretty high level of function. And we also have staff people that are very skilled at signal synchronization that do monitor things, and I know take comments from people daily and go out and investigate whether things are working properly or not.
And what would be the next step for the smartness of our streets?
Well, the request has always been to have more consistent funding of the traffic management center. And certainly there's a relationship between not just traffic engineering, but the police department in this relationship. And so I think it is complex because there are people that are out there in the streets, and there are people sometimes here looking at the signals. So,
because generally speaking, if you see some police person standing out in the street waving cars back and forth, it kind of tells you it's not working. In other words, if you have to put people on the road, it means that something is overloaded, not working, or I'm saying, in other words, that's the least efficient way of doing these things.
And there are certainly many perspectives on that most efficient way of doing it, and it's made even more complex by the sort of history of how things have done. I know that this is an active conversation about what is the most effective technology that goes on a regular basis, whether it's better to turn them off and have them done by hand, or whether it's better to do them through the center and through the technology. I see the technology increasingly being used, And so I think that, we know that we are using our tool that we've invested in. But what the plan does to help use it better is actually say we should be a little bit more proactive in anticipating when those peaks would come. So we should look at the history of what we've known has created peaks, and we should use incoming data in an active way to predict when it might be happening. So pay better attention to when there might be simultaneous events going on that would generate traffic, or try to utilize even weather reporting to have a better sense for when we might need to deploy someone to work in the traffic management center. So that the policy in here, what it did between the first draft, the prior draft and this draft, is actually add a little bit more language about proactively anticipating when peak events are going to be happening, so that we are less frequently caught unawares.
Thank you.
Other commissioners who wish to chip in on this? Commissioner Newbold.
I'm just going to answer the questions.
Oh, go right ahead.
I think the metrics reflect priorities from my reading of it. Are all transportation modes adequately addressed in the plan? They seemed to be to me. Our parking pricing, I'm still fixated on that we charge the same amount all the time. And so when you do this study with Downtown, is it with Downtown Inc., I think you referenced? I know they have said that there's enough parking downtown. They've said that. So to me, the question is, if we priced it differently, if the ones that are almost always reaching 90% are priced differently than the ones that are sitting empty. I mean, it's hard to communicate that to people because we have such a system of everything's the same. But is that going to be looked at? And is it going to be looked at, Saturdays during the holidays and summer? And
Anything, at this point, anything's on the table, right? There's no parameters yet.
Well, I would suggest that we look at that and see if that
Dynamic
affects
pricing.
Even traffic movement, because people know where to go, and maybe people won't drive on the weekends, more likely.
Commissioner Kennedy, you're able to answer the questions.
Well, I have actually some questions and comments. I just want to put this out there. Circulators, when we hear from members of the public who come and talk about mobility in the downtown, people, and I just went to the local coastal plan meeting on Monday night, and, at the policy station, a lot of people talked about, ways to get from the Palisade down to the beach and all that, but also that circulator that would take, residents, but anybody, essentially, in a more user-friendly way than perhaps the buses, but and maybe even more frequently through the neighborhoods and get them to the downtown and then get them out, as a community benefit, or just something that can be funded to enhance the downtown and the greater community. So put that out there. I like the idea of shared parking on the periphery. I always have, since that was brought up. And then question for you is, has the idea of, this is like long term, I don't know, the idea of ever turning another street into a promenade or a portion of another street, has that come up? Does that really been discussed? Has it been studied, like either another street like 2nd or 4th, or even a portion, like a portion of Arizona, for example, that's always used for, the farmer's market, but that could extend to like 5th or something? Are these things that are discussed or have been studied or could be?
It's I think not inappropriate to bring it up in the context of a long-range document like this. It's also not inappropriate for a long-range document like this to suggest that kind of study is something that should be taken on at some point. Maybe it's
That's
short
all
or
I'm
medium
saying.
or long term. So if that is something you guys wanted to recommend that we look at,
I think it would be an
certainly on the table.
interesting way to expand the pedestrian experience in downtown for everyone. So if it's, not going to break the bank, I'd be interested in knowing more about opportunities.
Commissioner
So,
Ramey.
Like on Wilshire Boulevard.
Yeah.
So I guess I would just, I support those ideas that you were mentioning before about parking on the periphery and shared parking. And I was often reading this document quite early in the morning, so maybe it's here, but maybe just checking on that. I think the other place where I saw maybe a little bit of deficiency was around the employer shuttles, and maybe this is just another transportation mode that we're are going to have to sort out because we just don't know what it's going to be like. But I think we are anticipating that, Playa Vista and Venice and the larger employers down there are going to try and take advantage of the Expo line by using some kind of shuttle system. So I don't know what the policy is, Francie, but maybe just a little bit more acknowledgement of that as I don't know what, both a resource and something to plan for.
Okay.
Wait, there was one more thing I wanted to say. Oh, I know what it was. Grumpy. My grumpy comment. Is that I don't feel like the principle, right, that leads this section, create a new model for mobility. I don't feel like it says anything, right? A new model for mobility that, to me, like, okay, so what is that new model for mobility? Right? I feel like the policies do a great job of emphasizing active transportation and transit and prioritizing pedestrian and prioritizing those things so that we begin to approach parity with the priority we've given vehicles for the past, 60, 70 years. Probably not that long. But that's not reflected in the principle. Right? I feel like there's room there for more clearly communicating really what our vision is. I think I have another comment, but I can't. I'm looking.
You think about it while Commissioner Kennedy speaks.
Thank you.
But just before
Three quick questions.
Before we wrap up for the evening, I have 3 questions that are not related to access and
Okay.
mobility. So
Anybody else on mobility? Commissioner Fresco?
I have a very small question. What do you mean by exploring water-based transportation? Are we going back to the yacht harbor? What is that? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, whether there's
Fair
a
enough.
room for shuttling along the water.
Okay. Fair enough. I was like,
Commissioner Ramey?
no mention of it anywhere else.
I can fill you in a little bit.
I guess I just wanted to comment on Commissioner Kennedy's comment about the circulator because I agree that the idea of trying to figure out a way to get aside from parking pricing, to get more residents to use transportation to get downtown is really important. But I think that there's probably different and maybe more efficient ways to do that than a circulator, which has to do with access to transit passes and things like that. And I don't know what the solution is. I've been told that Portland or someone has a system for lowering the price of transit for residents of a community. But I encourage us to take a look at that because a circulator seems a little inefficient to me.
So I think I raised this last time. It builds a little bit off what Commissioner Anderson was saying, that you talk a little bit in this section about this is a new way forward. But the train's arriving, so we're not sure how that's going to impact. We have a nascent bike and rapidly growing impact in the city, but that doesn't seem truly reflected in this. This of all cities anywhere in the United States is the great nirvana for someone riding a bike. It's flat and it's really great climate and the roads are wide enough and so on. So we're not there on that. Again, of all the places in the United States that are most likely for the take-up of Lyft and Uber and Shuttle and all those derivations, this is it. And that doesn't seem to be terribly reflected. And then finally, last time round, the suggestion I made was on the parking thing, you might look at introducing a parking across the board, changing the parking pricing, because that's the very easy way of forcing cars out of the city. But the common complaint of our residents is, well, that really impacts us because we're the ones who take the most trips. On the other hand, there's a way of giving something back to them, whether it's an amount of money that they can use on Uber or on the bus or use on bike share or any one of those other options. So the reality is that using Uber around our city is in fact incredibly price efficient. because it's relatively small distances. But if we're actually in the innovation business in the downtown of Santa Monica, where we have all these physical assets, then I think this document should reflect that. It could be a little bit aspirational, but it could use some of the strategies that you know are working or potentially could work, and put them on the table and let's go for it. I don't get that sense out of it. What I get a sense is this is a reflection of the really great things we've done, and they'll keep working, and therefore we're leading the nation. Not, gee, we've done pretty well, but now we're going to have to really go out and crack the nut based on what we know. So I think that's just flicking it back to you and saying, sure, you can take the accolades and the gold medal out of this already, but actually there's a lot further that you can go. And the pricing of the parking is the key one to moving the cars around, and incentivising people not to take the car into the city. That won't cut it for our residents, but let's see where we get to. All right, if no one else has got any more comments on mobility. Oh, Commissioner Parry, sorry.
Thank you. So last night and earlier this evening, I talked about what I thought was important about creating greater automobile accessibility for Santa Monica residents that live outside the downtown. And I just want to point out that when I look at the metrics, I see that an opportunity for doing some kind of ongoing measurement of really what is the user profile of who is driving into the downtown, and with the general concept being that if Santa Monica residents that for whatever reason do not access the downtown by walking, biking, etc., that they're driving down there, that share of the trips increases over time, and that the share of out-of-town vehicles that are staying for a longer period of time decreases, with the idea that there are going to be more people accessing the downtown from out of Santa Monica via light rail. That if there is a way of measuring that and monitoring that it is something that we look at going forward.
Thanks. And Commissioner Kennedy has a mobility question, and then we'll be finished with this part.
Thanks. Actually, I just realized that I had a comment about mobility in the section about prioritizing pedestrians, 3.3b on page 125. That section talks about walking as the defining characteristic, and then it goes on to say pedestrians outnumber vehicles, and then again it talks about pedestrians, but because it brings up walking specifically, and somebody earlier in the evening mentioned the city of Boulder, I think it was Neil, I brought with me actually a pedestrian policy that the city of Boulder has, and I really like the way it's phrased, and I think, so I just wanted to say, it says, the city's standard for pedestrian mobility and accessibility is the ability of a wheelchair user to move safely and conveniently through the transportation system. And I just wanted to read that, and maybe you can take a look at that language, and I'll leave it with you to see how it could maybe fit into this, because I know pedestrian, we're talking about people of all abilities when we say pedestrian, but it does start off with walking, and I wanted to make it a little more inclusive.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is there anything else you need? Have we addressed the questions sufficiently for you to?
Well, I think you've tasked me with coming up with a stronger statement, and maybe even some bigger ideas, so.
Definitely bigger
It's
ideas.
a bit of a dangerous challenge to offer, but
it's all good. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Travis, supportive infrastructure, does that include the agreement on actions?
I'm sorry.
Does that include the actions part of this?
I think so. We kind of went through the actions while we were going through the presentation, and we ended up with the value round of anything else at the beginning and kind of throughout too, unless there's something else that is burning that we need to seek guidance on.
I don't think so. So I'm going to ask in a minute if there are any other questions that people want. We made some changes this evening in the general direction of this plan, particularly in the tiers and with some of the 100,000 coming down to 60,000 on, DRs. So what happens now? Are you intending to do a rewrite before it goes out to the community consultation, or are you going to put an addendum in? I mean, exactly how will this proceed out there so that it takes off the table at least one of the things that we've discussed?
It seems like the best thing to do, I think, in my opinion right now, is to carry that message forward when we go out through our outreach, that the Planning Commission, when we brought up this idea of going from 60,000 to 100,000 square feet, was not on board with it, and has recommended that we revert back to the original draft that proposed 60,000 square feet. And I'm not sure if you want that to be a survey question or not, or if it's just we can carry that message forward while we go through our very extensive outreach in the future.
Well, I think the document that you presented to us, we've all made contributions to it and thought about it, and it's altered, so it's not what is here. You don't want people debating on what's here without the thought that the Planning Commission's taking into account 130 feet or tiers or whatever else we discussed, sidewalks on 2nd Street. So it's that communication, so people are not arguing down something that's been crossed off or changed or altered, that's really at the heart of my question to you.
And I understand that. We completely understand. I think it's just now that this document's been circulating for 2 or 3 weeks, it's really hard to kind of put that genie back in the bottle, and it might be easier to explain to people who are paying attention, we're going to have these different venues to talk to them about this. And
Mr. Martin?
Mr. Martin has.
Yeah, just to echo what Travis is saying, I mean, I think we definitely want to take the comments that we heard from the Planning Commission and make sure that as we go out to the community, it's clear what your direction has been. But we're not going to really have an opportunity to modify the document as we move through this process. We will make changes before we come back to you in May, but we haven't anticipated making any changes now before we go out and do the public outreach process.
So I do think you'll need to make a pretty strong statement then where the Planning
Absolutely.
Commission has differed. Otherwise, I think, again, you're buying yourself a lot of trouble on issues that we've already made some
right, and I think we
determination about.
definitely want to make it clear to the community, where you've landed on things, and that can, I think, help
or
with some of
things
the
that we've asked for
discussion.
further discussion on,
Sure.
which is the 130 feet or the DA, DRP.
Yeah,
on
so we'll
tier
have to
2.
decide if perhaps there's a summary of the Planning Commission's actions or recommendations that slips in somewhere, but we'll think about that and figure out the best way to convey your direction and make sure that people are aware of where you landed.
Okay, Commissioner Ramey, you.
I mean, I think that's important that at least on the major things that our recommendations or our direction get communicated. But to me, I think it would be great to hear from the community, right? Like I don't feel like what we've communicated tonight is necessarily definitive on everything, right? I mean, if we hear different feedback from the community, then maybe they want to go to 300 feet.
Right. Yeah, and we didn't hear anything you said tonight as final action either. So I think these are preliminary directions, and we'll certainly convey that as we move forward.
Commissioner Kennedy.
And we can do that in a fairly visible way right off the bat using our website tool. I mean, we can add features that talk about Planning Commission recommendations or
clips of video of Commissioner
maybe a
Fresco.
picture
Something like that.
the chairman.
Definitely not the chairman. and nothing to do with that getting rid of the ice rink needs to be in there.
The big banner says hokey.
Yeah, right, that's another thing that shouldn't be in there. Commissioner Kennedy.
I actually had 2 comments and a question because I had my notes categorized in such a way that I didn't see these 3 things when we kind of went over these topics earlier. So I wanted to say that the letter we received from Community Corporation, and earlier in the meeting we talked about the 75 units, and people felt, well, where'd that come from? And I just wanted to actually say that in my review of the letter, I'm in support of what they've asked for, and so. I don't know if at this hour we're going to open up, so I'm just stating my preference about what I think is good for the community. I think that these things are all very reasonable.
Ditto.
And then I would like to say that, it's on page 172. The word dimension is used in the standards, and it's really vague, and so dimension is measured as dimension is basically measured as length in one direction, but like in physics, dimension is length and time and mass. And so I think what you need to do is either define dimension or use some different word, because at least the way I look at it, dimension to me doesn't seem to fit there.
Okay.
And then the last thing that I wanted to ask about and comment on is on page, I think it's 163, about the director being able to waive the unit mix. I personally don't think it's good for the community for the director to be able to waive the unit mix. I know this is something that came up in terms of a change to the possibly the zoning ordinance that we're going to look at, I guess, on the 16th.
Right.
I don't think it's right for the downtown. I don't think it's right for the ZO either. But what the question that's related to this that I have is, I'd argue that it's not clear that that waiver is only applies to Tier 1, that I'm not sure if it applies also to other projects above Tier 1. And anyway, I'm not in favor of it, but how is it intended in this document?
So that process is actually outlined in the zoning code that we're leaning on for the waiver process at this point.
Right, and it's in the language at least, so let me see if I can remember. So the language says something about by right or conditionally permitted proposals. So does that mean development review? So I just would like some clarity on that. And if you don't have the answer for it now, you can get it for me.
I'll get
Take
it
that on board.
I would note this language is straight from the zoning ordinance. This waiver is already in the zoning ordinance for a unit mix in a community benefits section. But we note your comment, and we'll look at the issue.
Okay.
Thanks.
I have a really small
Be
question.
quick. Commissioner Parry's waiting
Oh, I'm sorry.
patiently.
No, I had a list of minor questions, like we allow single units as a permitted use in the downtown, and I just don't see why.
Single-family homes?
Yeah.
Well, it's a general thing. It's to allow single-family homes. It's
No,
sort
I
of
understand, but
throughout
it
the city.
seems
Yeah.
like
We can, there actually are a couple.
There's like 7. We don't want to make them non-conforming uses, but then we also have our active frontage standards. So if you did want to put if someone was crazy enough to propose a single-family house in the downtown, you're going to have a 60-foot depth of commercial space and first floor, and it's going to get a little weird for them. But but we can't ban it.
okay.
I guess.
And then we have these bedroom requirements, but we also allow which doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm sorry. What was the question?
If we have these bedroom requirements, then we're not going to be able to build SROs?
Well, that was a concern that actually came from our housing department that we heard during a big charrette that we had city department wide. And these are the folks who are, the boots on the ground. They're working with the needs of people who and they were pushing. And that's kind of the, should we have the director have the ability to waive the unit mix? They made a really strong case that the SROs actually serve a really large population that they work with as far as disabled and senior and correct. And maybe there's something to expand on that, put a little bit more restrictions on what should be waived. But it is a concern. We hear yesterday we shouldn't see one more single unit, and then we hear from our housing department that you need to be cognizant of the fact that there are people out there that need these.
So you're going to come back with some kind of thinking about how to carve that out? That you had
Yes.
Okay, good.
Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I want to unfortunately come back to something that we talked about 5 hours ago, and because it touches on a sensitive subject that at least I feel I lack some understanding of, and that is the maximum average height.
Right.
My understanding from our conversation earlier is that these projects, or these sites, if they came forward with a project that was over 84 feet, that they would require a text amendment based on the draft plan here.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that there may be some problem with the drafting, but that the intent of the maximum average height was that a project could come in compliant with the plan and exceed the 84-foot maximum. So, am I understanding correctly that
yes,
for these
and
large
this is for
sites,
those 3 sites exactly, and that's the.
So for those 3 sites, depending on how they design what they have proposed, they could move forward with a project that exceeds 84 feet, and as long as the average height is 84 is less than 84, then they would not require a text amendment unless they were doing something else that exceeded.
So if in the end City Council agrees that we should just consider heights for those 3 sites up to 130 feet, then if they do agree on whatever the project ends up getting approved at, 120, 110, this would apply to that, the average height. Now, if they want to codify that and say these 3 heights absolutely have the right to go to 130 feet, that's their maximum height, this will still apply to those 3 sites. But this was strictly meant to only apply to those 3 sites to kind of, regardless of the outcome, break down the mass that goes up to that taller height above 84 feet.
And I guess what I'm after is what this draft, if approved, would allow without a text amendment.
Well, you would, the way the language is right now, as consider, you would need a text amendment because we actually state the maximum height in the downtown is 84 feet. But if the language is codified differently and said those 3 sites are absolutely allowed a maximum height of 130 feet, then they would need a text amendment for those 3 sites going forward.
And so what you are recommending in the form of this draft is that 84 feet is the cap, period?
For right now, we're recommending conversation. And so that's why the language is consider at this point. And then we need to understand where the Planning Commission sits and where the City Council sits. Do they want to negotiate it after the fact, or do we want to negotiate it beforehand, as the City Manager pointed out the other day?
I see. So if they did want to exceed it, if Council did want to exceed it, this is a potential way that they could modify the draft in order to do it without a text amendment. But the way that it's drafted now, it's intentionally drafted this way in order to cap it at 84 feet.
Correct, and then require a text amendment if anything went over that.
Exceeded it.
That's where we're at right
in
now.
In any way.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Commissioner Parry. Does anyone else have anything else to say? Otherwise, we're adjourned. I look forward to seeing you all next week, 7 o'clock.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Yes. We never stop meeting.